taxes, Hulu, and Zoom are all. If you're having trouble connecting to Zoom today, this may be the reason.
Yeah, and this is the problem when you have so many of these huge sites, huge companies, all on one really a platform. If you take a wrong Jenga out, right, the whole thing collapses.
That's exactly right. It's a good analogy because, Amazon has done a really good job in making, virtual servers cheap and effective. And, they're exactly what these enterprise companies want to use to kind of, they feed you the information. It's basically a computer that feeds you the information to your computer because it always needs this active server to do that. And they made it cheap and efficient, just like they do with everything else that we buy on Amazon. But if, that goes down, then basically it turns off the entire internet, and that's a problem. Last time it was overloaded, and it was what they said it was an unexpected error, so their network was down. But that was about a week ago, and now we're seeing it again. The prior outage was 2017, so it was it's been a while since we've seen this, but now we have two in a row.
Yeah, we do. And can you maybe just talk about, okay, so when this happens, obviously we are just, a couple of weeks away from Christmas. What does this do to these sites that are really needing the traffic? And then when all of a sudden it goes down, what happens to like almost the business side for these companies?
Yeah, so we're in this critical period where it's among the last days for getting orders shipped from retailers for that free price. And that's going to be critical for both their customers and also for their bottom line, because this is when people are actually in the mood to buy something. They might not have been the entire year. And so that's going to be affected. And we saw last week with the orders, some of the shipping was behind from Amazon deliveries, and they got stopped up. I don't know if that's the case this time, but hopefully it doesn't last nearly as long as it did, because that was several hours last time. It felt like all day that we were focusing on that story. So hopefully it's not as widespread, but so far we're seeing some of the same sites affected this time.
Yeah, and Matt, after an incident like this, and when it does recover, what does AWS do to kind of look at, okay, how did this happen? Why did this happen? And how can we prevent it, especially if it just happened last week as well? What do they kind of do an autopsy of?
Yeah, they did this like after action report, and it did mention that it was overloaded, which is to be expected. Everything's in short supply these days. So this is something that they're fresh off of, and I guess it sounds like they're monitoring the situation, and they were quicker to respond to this one than the last one. But that still doesn't help, the services that really depend on them. With every outage, hopefully they get better at it, but you would think that would happen last week as well. But maybe it's too fresh, and they're still running checks and making sure that this doesn't continue to happen. Hopefully, they got to have a better 2022 than they're having right now in December of 2021.
Absolutely. And Matt, I have to think when just thinking about just all these huge conglomerates really on these web services, what about our adversaries? Do they look at something like this and say, hey, if it's able to go down like this, maybe we could pull the plug one day and really have some major mess ups?
Yeah, that's really the scary part. It reminds me of the power grid outage back. It was like post 9/11, maybe like 1 or 2 years after that, and we kind of did that to ourselves. We overloaded the power grid, and there was that large outage on the Northeast. And this is kind of the same thing. We're doing this to ourselves, but you have to think that an adversary would look at this and say, well, they're taking care of themselves by messing that up. So, like, we could easily do that. It gives people the wrong idea of what they could do by messing this up ourselves. So it definitely reminds me of that same situation of there's a vulnerability, and we're kind of almost announcing it to the world. So by relying on one company and one form of technology, it is like exactly like you said, it is that Jenga block that gets pulled, and everything could fall apart.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what we're seeing right now. So, Matt, thank you so much for giving us some insight. Just so we know that there's people out there saying, "Hey, what's going on today, and why is everything down?" So, we appreciate you calling in and letting us know about this. And I'm hoping that you get your lunch soon. What was it?
Thank you. Well, I didn't even get to the page to order it. That was the part that was so frustrating. It was just like I don't know if I want this salad or this steak sandwich. I'll probably go with the steak sandwich, even though I should go with the salad.
There you go. There you go. Well, hopefully it's back up there soon so you could get that beautiful steak sandwich, and have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Matt. And we'll continue to follow this for you, give you updates throughout the day, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. What we'll do, everyone, is take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll get you back out to Minnesota, as well as a little bit later. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, she looks like she's ready to do a news conference. She looks ready. All right. We'll take that in 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. We want to go live right here to Minnesota right now. Looks like we're right outside of the courthouse here regarding George Floyd. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox and Derek Chauvin.
Proceedings. Going to try to keep the comments relatively brief. We certainly applaud the efforts of the U.S. Attorney's Office here. This plea today is historic, as I'm sure you'll hear more about from their office. It follows from the tremendous efforts of Keith Ellison and his team in initially obtaining the conviction of Derek Chauvin. Certainly today we saw a certain level of accountability, but Derek Chauvin was also left with very little choice. He pleaded guilty today after putting this family through a gut-wrenching trial where the jury very quickly realized that he was guilty of all charges in one of the most catastrophic and egregious civil rights violations that anyone has ever seen. Obviously, this brings a certain level of closure, but not complete closure. At this point, we still have 3 other officers who have not agreed to be held accountable in any sense. And this family is looking at 2 additional trials in the very near future. So while we applaud those efforts, and this is another step towards closure, there's a lot of work left to do. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the family.
If you're comfortable removing your mask when you speak, that helps put it down.
I just have to put it like this. Okay, go ahead. No.
And if you would each identify yourselves for the tape, please,
Yes,
so we don't
sir.
mix you up.
I'm Rodney Floyd, George Floyd's brother. And in the courtroom today, it's going to be a long process. I would like to say that much. But honestly, hearing what Derek Chauvin said in the courtroom, it's not exactly what we wanted. We wanted this in the beginning of the trial, the state trial, but he's pleading guilty. But again, it's not because he wants to; it's because this is what it is. But anything y'all want to know?
Your reaction?
My reaction, honestly, it's not what you would expect. I mean, I'm still feeling the same pain, anger I felt in the beginning because he could have did this last year. Started this on that day. So today is still the same pain I've been felt.
Well, as Jeff mentioned, you've got 2 other trials coming up here, unless there are guilty pleas. What are you feeling heading into that after what you've just been through last spring?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
As Jeff mentioned, there's 2 other trials coming up. How are you preparing emotionally for that, given what you've been through today and then the trial last spring?
All right. Well, to introduce myself, I'm Brandon Williams. I'm not really sure on how to answer that. It's a lot that I want to say but we can't due to the magnitude of everything, and everything is so sensitive right now with all of the other trials pending. We can't say much, but we're feeling confident after today.
Brandon, Julia's your name before TV. Were you all consulted about this sentence range that was given to Chauvin, and how do you feel about it being concurrent with the state?
So I'm just going to jump in. We're not going to comment on any conversations between the family and the U.S. Attorney's Office. If Brandon wants to comment on the potential sentence, he's welcome to, but we're not going to comment on any of those communications.
I don't really feel no kind of way. The one thing that I can say is the possibility of him getting more time and having to serve more time, that's a good thing.
Brandon, what was it like when you heard him stand up and say the word guilty in open court? What was that like for your family?
I don't know. I think it's the first time, so hearing him accept accountability was nice, but I didn't feel a thing. We were in court with a minor who he also pled guilty to charges of assaulting him, and after hearing the details of it, that guy's a monster. He should have been arrested in 2017 and had justice, and had he been held accountable for what he did in 2017 to that minor, George Floyd would still be here. Today he had a chance to blow kisses and give air hugs to his family. We can't do that to our loved one who's not here. So I don't feel a thing.
What runs through your mind when you see an apology? Were you expecting an apology?
I don't expect an apology, and I don't honestly care to have one. He knew what he was doing. He had 9 minutes and 29 seconds to understand what he was doing and stop kneeling. He chose not to.
What runs through your mind when you see Derek Chauvin in person again today?
What I want to say, I don't think it's suitable for all of these cameras, but very bad thoughts. I want him to feel the same pain that we felt watching the video. I want him to feel the same pain that he inflicted on George Floyd. I hope that answers your question.
Why do you think he changed his mind and changed his intent of the plea?
Well, I mean, I don't think he had a choice. He was guilty on all charges, and it's very clear and evident that what he did, he's guilty of.
Hi, I'm Phalonis Floyd, brother George Floyd.
I know at the sentencing you mentioned that you wanted to hear him say why. Were you looking for that today?
That was Terrence. Me?
Repeat your question, please.
This is Terrence Floyd, brother of George Floyd.
You mentioned back at the sentencing hearing after it was over that you wanted to know why you were hoping he would say that. Can you tell me what you expect to hear from him today and what hearing yes to the details?
I actually wanted to know why, but hearing him say that plea to being guilty, you know, it made me feel like finally he took accountability, and wanting to know why. It really does. I know why. I understand why, because when he said guilty, he's pleading guilty. I know he know why, so I don't even need to leave him and explain it anymore.
With this plea agreement, he'll get out of prison. You know, in his mid-60s. It's not that old these days. What do you think about that? He's not going to die in prison.
The fact still remains that he's actually going to be in prison, you know, and he's going to do time for what he did. So that's good enough for me.
As family, are you all surprised that he pleaded guilty to this charge? Did this surprise you at all?
Everything surprises me for what I seen from the beginning. He was very nonchalant. He really didn't say a lot of different things, but when I walked up into this courtroom, and before I even got into the courtroom, you can see an eagle, and that eagle symbolizes freedom, and it's everywhere now. And the way I look at everything, if you can make federal laws to protect that bird, you can make federal laws to protect people of color. And Frederick Douglass once quoted that if it takes a while to make progress, then you know you have something brewing. So to me, it's big just being able to be here and get the understanding of what's going on in this case. We came here just like we did before. We just wanted accountability, because we can never have justice, because we can never get George back. We can never heal, but we can just be a big family that we always have been. We always been together. The same thing we did with George, we still do it. Just like me, when I want to feel like I'm closer to George, I always eat me a banana mayonnaise sandwich, because that's something that we did together. And watching sports and different things and praying, I think about George all the time. And you know, people walk up to me all the time and say the same thing about it. Hey man, George has helped change the world. And I'd say I'm happy the fact that more people are willing to talk about what's going on in America. But the fact that I lost my brother, my loved one, you know, somebody who I can count on when I was down, it hurts me. And that's something that I can never take away, because I cry about it all the time. Just knowing that his daughter would never be able to walk down the aisle, she would never be able to have a daddy-daughter dance, things like that. It just makes me, you know, go up under. And I could have stayed hidden up on the rock, but instead I came out being able to speak with you all.
All right. We appreciate you all coming. We want to get back to Minneapolis to lend some support to the family of Dante Wright as the Kim Potter trial is going on. And let's all keep that family in mind today as well. But thank you all for being so brave for all of us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all so much.
The George Floyd family speaking out after Derek Chauvin changed his plea in federal court today to guilty. Prosecutors are requesting, as part of the plea agreement, that Chauvin be sentenced to 25 years to be served concurrently with his sentence on state murder charges. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, as looks like we have a dip here in the coverage right now on back in Hennepin County Courthouse for the Kim Potter trial. Looks like it is on a brief break. We'll have analysis from Fox 9 Minneapolis when we come back.
Paul Bloom joins us now. Paul covered that trial extensively, and this is really kind of one of those split screen kind of days, Paul. We have the Kim Potter trial going on in one court, and across the river we've got the court proceedings involving Derek Chauvin now, and this is significant. Let's make no doubt about it in the Derek Chauvin phase, isn't it?
Well, let me pick up a little bit off of the Derek Chauvin guilty plea in federal court. Two quick thoughts as a reporter who has obviously extensively covered both. Sort of the intersection of these two cases. We were in the middle of the Derek Chauvin case. The world's attention was on Minneapolis. The Floyd family was here in town. It was a Sunday afternoon in April, and all of a sudden, in Brooklyn Center, 10 miles away, Dante Wright is shot and killed during that traffic stop. And just the intersection of the two cases and tragedies for these families, again, unarmed black suspects, if you will, killed at the hands of police, and how these cases became intertwined. The civil attorneys are the same. Ben Crump and the gentleman you saw wrap up that news conference, Jeff Storms, represents both families. You may have heard as we were potting down the microphones there that they're getting back to Minneapolis, the federal courthouse in St. Paul. They want to lend support to the Wright family. In fact, we expect Dante Wright's father on the witness stand at some point today. So these two stories, cases, tragedies for families intertwined in their timing. And it's interesting that as we're sort of in the middle now of the Kim Potter trial for manslaughter, now Derek Chauvin in federal court has sort of intersected again. And I just want to get out there the consequences of today. So Derek Chauvin has changed his plea. He had pleaded not guilty to federal charges depriving George Floyd of his civil rights outside of 38th in Chicago, outside of Cup Foods, Memorial Day 2020. So he pleads guilty to a couple of counts in federal court. He also pleads guilty in a separate case, a similar situation as we understand it. We haven't seen the body camera footage, but kneeling on the neck of a teenager during a domestic violence call several years earlier, hitting the young man upside his head with a flashlight. From pool notes I just read in court, that young man, now a little older, he might be more towards 18 now, he was in court. So Derek Chauvin pleads guilty to several counts in federal court. No sentencing today. I did say this morning I figured he'd be sentenced today. He was not. My understanding at this point, the state seeking 300 months in prison. It translates to 25 years. Derek Chauvin, of course, already sentenced a state prisoner for murder conviction, 22 and a half years, so slightly more time in federal court. And I also want to point out that in federal prison system and sentencing, the prisoner, the defendant, does 85% of their sentence in custody behind bars. The reason why I point that out, in state court, state prison system, a defendant would typically spend 67%, 2/3 of that time behind bars, assuming good behavior, they get out and then are on extended parole, extended supervision to the end of their sentence. So when sentencing day does come down, it will be interesting just to kind of figure out the math on that, what Derek Chauvin would be looking at. But again, it looks like it will be a 25-year sentence from the pool notes and reporters in the courtroom watching on video. Derek Chauvin did not necessarily allocute. He pleaded guilty, but did not speak towards what he was thinking, what was going on. No apologies in the court. That obviously will be saved for another day. This federal judge wants a full pre-sentence report before agreeing to that 25-year sentence, Tim.
And Paul, this is a good point to ask as we bring in Mike Bryant here now, defense attorney here in town. Mike, do we know how this affects now the civil rights case against the three other former officers, Lang, Tao, and J. Alexander King? Oh, Mike, we don't have your audio on. If we could there, please.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you, Mike. We appreciate it. Mike, let me repeat the question here for you. Do we know how this might affect the civil rights case, the federal civil rights case against the three other former officers who were charged with Derek Chauvin?
Yeah, they're different cases. The state court was based upon aiding and abetting, so they needed the Chauvin conviction to go forward against the other officers. The federal case is under color of law, which means it's using your badge to deprive somebody of their civil liberties. So by doing that, his conviction or his plea today has probably very little effect on the overall charges with them. What it'll include, though, is he'll testify in their cases where he may have taken the fifth and never testified at all. But I would expect as part of the agreement that he'll end up testifying in those cases if those cases go forward.
Mm-hmm. And Mike, sorry, Paul Bloom here, just jumping in. Do you really think the state wants that guy as a witness? This is, I mean, I hate to say it, but probably the most despised man in America. I don't mean to, exaggerate, but I want to say the U.S. government. I understand he does become sort of witness eligible at this point. For the same reason, the defendants didn't want him in the same courtroom. They asked for their trial to be severed from Derek Chauvin's in the first place. Now it has become severed in essence because he's pled guilty. He's pleaded out of that. But you think the U.S. government would put Derek Chauvin on the witness stand as a witness?
Well, the defense might. And that will be interesting because he may take, full responsibility. But I would guess the state, one of the questions that has always been the case is, well, what was going on there and why? And so the state may decide they'll have him testify based upon the agreement, and there'll be certain things that he'll testify to. So yeah, it's very possible that'll be part of the overall plea.
Which would make it very interesting, because if he does testify, this would be our first chance to hear from him in person on the circumstances that day.
Other than the video, I mean, that was the interesting thing. We had that video where he was talking to, was it Mr. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Mr. Washington that he was talking to, where you saw the video, you heard his voice, and the jury actually heard him talk and got some explanation from him at that point. So they did get that in the earlier jury, but you're right. It would be the first time he'd actually testify in live court.
But given the fact that he has been found guilty, in truly one of, as Paul alluded to, one of the more, for lack of a better description, sensational trials that we've had in a long time, is he considered kind of a tainted witness?
It's very possible, and that may be a reason why they decide not to do it. Or one of the things is the other defendants can sit there and look at what he got sentenced to in the state and what he got sentenced to federally, and then make some decisions on whether or not they can come to a deal themselves based more on what he got overall.
All right. We want to bring our audience up to speed here. We are in about halfway through a break in the Kim Potter trial in Hennepin County Court today. This is one of those rare kind of split screen kind of days where we have two court cases going on simultaneously at the same time, who have some interesting ties with each other, as Paul Bloom is just explaining. Let's bring it back now to the proceedings here this morning. Sergeant Michael Peterson on the stand, Brooklyn Center police officer in charge of the training, at least the Taser training and use of force training there today. Michael, you watched some of that this morning. Let me ask you some of your thoughts about what you saw here and how important his testimony is to the state, the Attorney General's office.
Well, police officers are always really important on what they say on these types of trials. And one of the things that's happened to prosecutors is you've had police officers testify, and then they kind of at the very end throw in something along the lines of, yeah, but this was okay, or they add extra words at the end to try to switch the meaning of the question in ways. We've seen some of that today when he was being asked questions about whether or not you'd shoot somebody in a car, and I think he added, well, if it's moving, under the idea that, well, it wasn't moving at the time, and the prosecutor went back and talked about how, well, the car's eventually going to be moving because that's where we had the collision after. So there's a little bit of a dance going on there. We saw the motion yesterday brought by the prosecution where they were trying to prevent some of these police officers from being used as experts by the defense, and the defense is basically saying, well, you're prepping them, that you're calling them, so you're stuck with what they say.
Mike, Paul Bloom here. My assessment, taking Sergeant Peterson's testimony in its totality, was sort of a wash, kind of difficult to understand. He nibbled around the edges, this idea that the defense tries to create kind of this scenario, if you will. Will you go there and will you answer in that situation? Do police have the right to use force? Do they have the right to use deadly force? He sort of stayed away from it. It went both sides. Was the car potentially moving? Where were under, Dante Wright's feet, gas pedal, what's going on, what's Sergeant Johnson doing, what's Officer Lucky doing. My takeaways, kind of the questioning on both sides seemed to neutralize testimony in that regard. That's how I found it. Your thoughts on that? Obviously, there have been some police officers coming in here and testifying where I think the defense really sort of won points with the jury. It also should be noted here, Sergeant Peterson did not actually watch the video in its entirety, did not consume this case. He said right after it happened, he knew he would be called to testify as sort of the department's main use of force training officer. So he came in kind of as a blank slate as it related to what was specifically happening at that traffic stop. So again, I thought sort of a neutral witness when you net out there.
Well, it goes towards the burden of proof. The prosecution has to prove their case. So if you get neutral witnesses that don't really prove anything, that goes more towards the defense. And so the defense wants to blunt those witnesses. We saw some of those things with this testimony this morning, but you're right. When he said, I knew I was going to testify and I didn't watch all those things, that gives outs for jurors to understand or for the prosecution to use. But in the end, it's going to come down to a lot of the same factors we've been talking about over the last 2 weeks about whether or not, they find what her actions were reckless. No one's going to get to the point where she did this on purpose. But I think whether or not that was reckless in the actions that she did.
And Mike, a quick follow-up from me. It's a tactic. I think it's a tactic. I'll ask you. You're more familiar about obviously going into a courtroom and trying cases in front of juries. I've noticed now Paul Ang, I've counted at least 3 times, including twice when I was in the courtroom. He's mixed up gun, taser. 3 times. It feels intentional to me. He's kind of passing it off as, oh, I'm sorry, my mistake, taser. Are there some theatrics an attorney might try in terms of, at least subconsciously building this idea of confusion over the 2 weapons with this jury?
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up.
Defense's argument is to basically blend the taser and the gun together so that you don't see a big difference, that the mistake can be made. And we'll hear that when they call the mistake expert that's going to come in and talk about how people make mistakes. So yeah, that definitely could be part of that. I would guess that. Of the 2, Ng is far more he's quieter. He's more studious, I would kind of call it, in the way that he asks questions. So he has a control in a way that I would submit that everything he does is with a lot of thought before it's done. With Mr. Gray, we see a little bit more theatrics, a little bit more action there. So I could see how he'd get a little bit more looser on things. But overall, they're both very good lawyers. And we're seeing on the prosecution, they're dealing with some issues that at the beginning of this trial, they didn't exactly know what's going to happen. And the defense is setting up everything for the motion they're going to bring as soon as the prosecution arrests to basically argue there was no crime committed because she had the right to shoot him, and that she shot him may or may not have been the mistake, but she was legal in doing that. There's no crime. This case should be dismissed. And that's where the fight's going to first be.
Yeah, Mike, Paul just brought up his observation that he thinks Sergeant Peterson may have been a neutral witness here today. But I would like to add, wasn't he also a very important witness for the prosecution in laying down the foundation that Kim Potter did undergo all the required training? She passed it all with flying colors. In fact, got perfect scores on most of her tests. In fact, all of her tests, and kind of goes to the prosecution theory that she should have known better in pulling her gun and not in pulling that taser instead of her handgun.
Yeah, in pulling the handgun versus, yeah, she should have known to pull the taser, correct. It's interesting because some of the questions you hear, some of the defensive questions when they're asking, was she a bad person? Did she have any prior problems? A lot of those would go towards the idea that she wouldn't even be a police officer if she was that bad. I mean, that's kind of comes with being a police officer. And that's that higher standard that's going to work both ways with her case. On the one hand, she gets the higher standard because we give police officers a right to shoot people. But alternatively, there's also the higher standard in the way she should have acted based upon her training. So some of those questions go to that. Some of the defense questions go towards, look, she didn't mean to do this. And so we see both of those items pop up a lot.
And Mike, we want to update our audience here that we're coming up to the end of the break. We're starting to see a little bit of movement inside of the courtroom. The moment that Judge Chu actually sits on the bench, we will rejoin the proceedings in the courtroom today. But we're expecting the state to possibly start wrapping up its case today. I believe we are expecting an expert witness coming up and then ending the day with Aubrey Wright, Dante's father, to really kind of give that last perspective of who Dante Wright is and why his life mattered. And that can be kind of typical for the prosecution to do, to try to end in that kind of a note, right, Mike?
Yeah, that's the Spark of Life witness that's going to talk about him as a person and the loss there. Kind of like where we heard in the press conference from the Floyd case, the brother talking about how they sit around and eat mayonnaise and banana sandwiches. It's that kind of personalization to get to the jury. In a perfect world for the prosecution, that will end the day. That will be the witness, because I don't think that witness is going to get much of a cross-examination. So that'll be the end of the day. And they'll send the jury home tonight with that, because they kind of lost on Friday last week because of the snow, that ability to control who it was that was going to finish it. But I think that's what the prosecution should be or would be aiming for today.
Mike, we are expecting expert witness coming up, perhaps Seth Stoughton, to talk about his aspects of this case. What should our viewers be watching for and listening for in that testimony?
What he says about the way an officer should act. And that goes towards that reasonable standard being used both ways. It's a defense because they are allowed to do certain things, but it's also going to be used by the prosecution to say a reasonable officer does these things. This is the way a reasonable be able to make that comparison. So it looks like the judge is here.
To interrupt you there, Judge Chu is just sitting back on the bench. Michael, we thank you so much. Here's Judge Regina Chu back in the courtroom for the trial of Kim Potter.
Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Professor Seth Stoughton.
Professor, good morning. Will you please come forward and then stand behind the witness chair, which is right next to me. Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this case?
I do.
Please have a seat. And would you please remove your mask? And state your full name and spell it.
My name is Seth Wayne Stoughton, SETHWAYNE STOUGHTON.
Okay, thank you. A couple of things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter that's sitting right in front of you is taking down everything that's being said. Therefore, you have to answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head, and don't say uh-huh or uh-uh.
I understand.
All right. Only one person can talk at a time. Wait until the question's finished before you answer. If an objection is made, you've got to stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. If you don't understand a question, please let the questioning lawyer know. Okay?
Thank you.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Stoughton, can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I am an associate professor at the University of South Carolina School of Law and an affiliate with the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice.
And that department, is that also at the University of South Carolina?
It is, yes.
So the law school plus like an undergrad department?
Yes, my primary appointment is at the law school. I have an affiliate or courtesy appointment with the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice because of the nature of my work.
And how long have you been serving in those roles?
The affiliate appointment is relatively new, the last year or so, I would say. I've been a law professor at the University of South Carolina since 2014, summer of 2014.
And so do you teach classes at the law school?
I do, yes.
Do you teach classes at the undergraduate part of it as well?
I have taught a course at the university's honors college, but it's not part of my normal teaching rotation.
So what classes do you teach at the law school?
I teach criminal law, criminal procedure, police law and policy class, a regulation of vice seminar. I have taught a class called Advanced Topics in Criminal Law, but only once, and I don't think I'll go back to it.
Do you also conduct research in that position?
I do, yes.
And what kind of research do you do?
I study policing, police culture, police regulation, policies, behaviors, essentially the rules and regulations, both formal and informal, that we use to get officers to do what we want them to do and to not do what we don't want them to do.
I'm going to back up a little bit and go into your educational background.
Sure.
And did you obtain an undergraduate degree?
I did, yes.
And where was that at?
Florida State University in Tallahassee.
Do you recall when you completed that degree?
I do. I started that degree in 1998, and because I'm a little slower than the average bear, I finished it in 2008.
And so most people don't spend 10 years completing their undergraduate degree?
It's a long time to get a 4-year degree in.
Was there something in the middle that interrupted or slowed down your progress?
Yes, in the first semester of my junior year, I went to the police academy and served as an officer, later switched jobs to become an investigator for a state agency. And the regular working hours as a state investigator allowed me to finish that 4-year degree.
So did you work as a police officer?
I did, yes.
And where did you work? What department?
The Tallahassee Police Department.
So that's Tallahassee, Florida?
Yes.
Is that where Florida State is?
It is.
And so when did you start working there?
I started there. I began the employment process in late 2000 and was employed there in March 2001.
So can you describe for the jurors what you went through training and education-wise to become a police officer?
Sure. I attended the Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy, which is our pre-service basic academy training. That was 5.5 or 6 months. When we finished, the academy that I attended was not agency specific. There were officers from a number of different agencies, including my own, who went there. So when we finished the academy training, my cohort and I had 4 to 6 weeks of additional classroom training at my particular agency, then a 3.5 or 4 month field training program before I was what they called solo and on my own as an officer in, that would be November of 2001.
And what were you assigned, what duties were you assigned when you started for the Tallahassee Police Department?
I was with the Uniform Patrol Division. It's our uniformed beat cops.
So what did you do as a patrol officer?
Over the 5 years I was with the agency, I worked in 2 of our 3 districts. We broke the city into 3 different districts, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. I worked in primarily in our Charlie district and our Bravo district. The primary jobs of a patrol officer are responding to calls for service, self-initiating activity like initiating traffic stops, conducting field investigations, making arrests, writing up information where you can't complete an investigation so that an investigator can pick it up and conduct additional investigation. I also had some additional duties not specific to my patrol function. I trained officers on report writing. I spent 2 years on our special response team, served on some committees doing policy writing for new technologies, among other things that the agency was adopting.
Did you have any other special assignments during those 5 years?
I taught for the city community self-defense classes, child molestation and abduction prevention classes. There would have been a bunch of things that came up on sort of an ad hoc basis, but in terms of repeat assignments, it was basically those around my core patrol officer function.
Were you licensed as a peace officer during that time?
Yes.
And did you receive training as a police officer?
Yes, both pre-service, that is before I was in a real uniform and in a car, field training, and then as an officer, annual in-service training.
And was that required to keep your license in Florida?
Yes, there were a certain number of hours that you had to complete every 4 years to keep your certification, and then by policy, my agency had additional training that it required us to go through annually.
And I think how long did you work there then as a police officer?
I left full-time at the end of October 2005. I stayed on as a reservist, which is a part-time officer, for about another 6 months until mid-2006.
During that time that you were working as a police officer, did you have occasions where you had to use force on individuals?
Yes.
Did you have incidents where you had to arrest somebody and take them into custody?
Yes, quite a few.
Did you have occasions when you had to handcuff individuals?
Sure. Yes.
And did you have to write reports?
Lots of reports. Yes.
Were those reports reviewed by others in your department?
Yes. Either a sergeant or acting sergeant, and then for some reports, our lieutenant or watch commander would review reports and approve them.
So you told the jurors that at one point you left that job. Where did you go?
I left the city police department for a position as an investigator with Florida Department of Education's Office of Inspector General, sort of like the internal affairs for the Department of Education.
And what did you do for that agency?
I was an investigator assigned to a mix of criminal and administrative investigations. The administrative investigations would be violation of department policy, anything from sexual harassment to, there were a ton. Someone who was running a real estate business out of their state office, for example. The criminal investigations, we had some that were in-house, involving criminal investigations of department employees, someone who had stolen a check, for example, as well as investigating criminal violations of Florida's private school tuition voucher program, which was associated or run through the Department of Education rather than local school districts.
Do you recall how long you had that job?
I was there from November of 2005 until June or July of 2008.
So while you were working there, did you then resume your education?
I did, yes.
Why is that?
Because I thought it was sort of sad that I was going on 7, 8, 9 years of not finishing a 4-year degree. Finishing my education was something that was important to me, something that was important to my parents, something that was important to my career trajectory. So definitely something that I'd always intended on finishing. I just didn't have the luxury of it doing shift work with the department.
And so you told, I think, the jurors earlier, you completed that degree in 2008. Is that right?
Yes.
And what was that degree?
It was a bachelor's degree in English with a focus on literature.
And so then what did you do after obtaining that degree?
I matriculated, which is a fancy academic term of I went to law school.
And where did you go to law school at?
The University of Virginia School of Law.
And did you graduate from law school?
I did,
What
on
year?
time even.
And how many, or when did you graduate from law school then?
2011.
And so did you go to work in the legal field then after graduating?
I clerked for a year, which is working for a judge, and then had the opportunity to pursue an academic fellowship, which I did prior to taking my tenure track position at the University of South Carolina.
And what is an academic fellowship? What kind of stuff do you do?
In the legal field, you can think of an academic fellowship as a little bit like what a postdoc would be in other fields. It gives an aspiring academic time to research, to write, to develop the body of written work that you need to get an entry-level tenure track job.
How did you get interested in doing that?
When I was in law school, I initially had no intention of staying in the criminal law field or doing anything with policing, but taking criminal law, taking a criminal investigations class, which is now the class I teach under the title Criminal Procedure, really got me interested in studying the rules that I had used as an officer from an academic and particularly a legal academic perspective.
And so what did you focus your research on during that fellowship?
On policing.
And after that fellowship, what did you do in your career?
In the second year of the fellowship, I went on the academic entry-level hiring market, got my tenure track job at the University of South Carolina, and ultimately accepted that and have been there ever since.
Now, have you authored any scholarly publications?
Yes, quite a few.
Can you generally describe for the jurors what they are?
I would love to. Yeah, I've written a number of academic articles on policing, everything from how the Supreme Court develops Fourth Amendment rules that regulate policing to issues of police culture and the effect of police culture on the regulation of officer behavior, some aspects of history of policing. Over the last few years, my focus has been much more on tactics and the use of force. I've written articles on tactics. I've written book chapters on reviewing use of force. I have, with a couple of co-authors, a book on evaluating police uses of force. So that's been my primary focus over the last few years.
So this is going to seem really redundant, but what is the title of the book you've authored?
It is creatively titled Evaluating Police Uses of Force.
And when did you publish that book?
That was published in April of 2020.
And are there other authors involved in that book?
There are, yes.
Two other authors, correct?
Yes, Jeff Alpert and Jeff Noble.
Professor Stoughton, are you a member of any professional organizations or associations?
I am, yes.
Can you describe those to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm a member of the American Society of Evidence-Based Policing, which endeavors to take empirical work and bring it into policing as a predicate for good policy and decision-making. I'm a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police in the Legal Officers section. I'm a member of the American Law Institute. I'm a member of the I'm a fellow of the American Bar Foundation. There are probably some others, but I don't remember them offhand.
So are you a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer. I do not practice as a lawyer, but yes, I'm barred in the state of Virginia. Thank you. I'm also a member of the Virginia Bar.
Do you also consult with or are consulted by law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury, please?
Sure. So I have done training for law enforcement agencies on a range of different topics, from doing presentations at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center or the command staff at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, Federal Inspectors General, training for the command staff of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. The trainings or focus of what I come in and talk about can vary. Sometimes it's on setting up a robust body-worn camera program for an agency that's considering that, putting together a use of force review process. I serve, this might be an association membership. I'm not sure how to categorize this one, but I'm one of the members of the Civilian Advisory Council for the Columbia Police Department. In that capacity, I provide some consulting to that agency, or at least input to that agency, as well as doing a range of talks for other law enforcement actors, not traditional police agencies. For example, last week I was giving some talks and training to the state attorney's office in Jacksonville, Florida.
That's my next question, is have you done some speeches or presentations to groups in this area?
I have, yes, quite a few.
And can you just tell us what kinds of groups you've given presentations to?
Sure. I've spoken before the Fourth Circuit Judicial Conference, a conference of judges and prominent lawyers in the Fourth Judicial Circuit, Federal Circuit, to the American Judicial Association, to judicial conferences in half a dozen or more states. South Carolina is the easiest one, but Ohio, North Dakota, kind of all over the place. To professional organizations like the South Carolina Bar, for example, to community groups or other non-legal professional organizations. All of the talks or training have been on or about policing and various topics within that.
And Professor Stoughton, have you been retained to offer expert opinions in this case?
I have, yes.
And have you been retained as an expert before this case?
Yes.
And that is an expert in the area of policing and law enforcement?
Yes, police procedure, investigations, tactics, and the use of force primarily.
And how many times have you been retained as an expert?
I believe my current retentions are in the mid-80s. I think 84, but I may be off one or two.
Have you testified in court as an expert?
I have, yes.
And can you describe what courts you've done that in?
Yes, I've testified in both federal courts and state courts in the context of both civil matters, civil lawsuits, and in criminal proceedings.
And when you are retained, well, you were retained by the state in this case, correct?
Yes.
When you are retained, do you charge a fee for your services?
I do.
And what are your fees?
It will depend a little bit on the nature of the entity that that retains me. In this case, I have a $290 an hour fee, and on days when I'm expected to testify, a 10-hour flat rate.
And to date, have you been compensated for your work in this case?
Yes, I've been compensated for hours worked, I think, through November.
And approximately how much have you billed so far?
I would have billed, I believe, 34 or 35 hours, and I would have to do that math somewhere in the area of $9,000, I believe.
When you have been retained, have you always reached an opinion favorable to the party that hired you?
No, certainly not.
Why is that?
Your Honor, this is irrelevant. The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Why is it that the opinion you reach is not always favorable to the party that hired you?
It depends on the facts of the particular case. When a party hires me, when a litigator in civil or a criminal proceeding hires me, they're hiring me to apply a professional standard, that is to compare what an officer or officers or an agency did.
I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Professional standard of care is the term sometimes is used. And in some cases, some number of cases, my review simply has not been helpful to the attorney who's hired me. Sometimes that's a plaintiff's attorney who is suing an officer, and my opinion is that the officer acted reasonably and appropriately. Sometimes that's a defense attorney who's defending an officer in a civil or criminal lawsuit, and my opinion is that the officer acted inconsistently with generally accepted police practices. The exact reasons, of course, would depend on a particular case, but in essence, I'm not being retained to give an opinion that is favorable. I'm being retained to review and give as objective an opinion as can be managed.
Did you seek out the state to work on this case?
No.
And have you, in fact, arrived at some opinions regarding the conduct involved in this case?
I have, yes.
I'm going to ask you about the process you go through to arrive at those opinions. Can you first explain how you start when you're retained in a case?
Sure. So the first thing that I need to do is really understand the body of evidence or information that that applies. I need to get all of the information, either all of the information in the case or all of the information that I or the attorneys who hired me agree is relevant to the opinions that I would be forming. So the first step is really gather all the information and start looking through it.
And did you gather some information in this case? Were you provided information in this case for that purpose?
Yes, I was provided with a great deal of information in this case.
Can you just generally describe for the jury what kinds of information you did receive?
Sure. So in this case, there were several thousand pages of written documentation, training records, personnel records, among others. There were videos from officers' body-worn cameras. There were videos from squads, from police vehicles, or in-car camera systems. There were interviews that had been conducted of some of the parties involved in the incident. There were still images, crime scene photos. There were cell phone records. There was additional information about the crime scene using sort of a three-dimensional laser modeling technique. I believe I received all of the file in this case.
Was that information, in your opinion, adequate to arrive at opinions in this matter?
Yes, it was.
In your work in this field, do you commonly review body-worn camera videos?
Yes, quite often, both as a consultant in the context of specific cases and also as a trainer and educator. One of the trainings that I have done most frequently is educating investigators, prosecuting attorneys, other parties on how to review and interpret video footage, particularly body-worn camera footage, and especially in the context of use of force investigations.
Have you done any research or publication in the use of body-worn cameras?
I have, yes.
Can you just briefly describe that for the jurors?
Sure. I have, I believe it's a 2018 article on police body-worn cameras that identifies the potential benefits of the technology, the limitations, both the limitations of the technology itself and the limitations that we have as humans viewing video footage. I have a chapter insert in a book by Eli Malm and Michael White, two criminologists, on body-worn camera footage, specifically on the review procedures of watching body-worn camera footage.
I think you just mentioned two authors.
I did, yes.
Can you spell that first officer?
Yes, Michael White, both common spelling, and Ailey is A-I-L-I, last name M-A-L-M, I'm pretty sure.
And is it helpful to have body-worn camera videos of the incident?
It is, yes. Body-worn camera footage can provide information that you simply would not get from another source. You have to be a little bit careful in relying too heavily on it, because body-worn camera footage, like anything else, is just one more piece of evidence to compare and contrast against other pieces of evidence. But it can be extremely valuable in the right case.
Is it also helpful to have multiple different body-worn camera videos of an incident?
Absolutely. The more video you have, the more insight you have into what happened in a particular case. Information that may not be clear on one video because of an obstruction, for example, or because an officer is moving, may be clearer on another video. Just like having multiple statements is often more helpful than having a single statement, having multiple videos allows you to draw firmer and sometimes more conclusions than just having a single video.
So in reviewing all that information that you obtained, did you rely on your training and experience when reviewing and interpreting those materials?
I did, yes.
Now, when you begin working on a case, you told us you review the materials. When you get around to analyzing the case itself, what is the first step that you undertake when working on a case?
Sure. So in a use of force case or in a tactics case, the frame that I have to use for analyzing it is the perspective of the reasonable officer in the position of the actual officer. So if you sort of imagine pulling the actual officer who was there out of the picture and putting in this idea or this construct of the reasonable officer, I have to identify what information would have been known to the reasonable officer on the scene. It wouldn't really be fair to anyone involved to assess an officer's actions using information that was not available to them or someone in their position.
And then what is the next step that you do in the process of analyzing the case?
After identifying the information that's available to the officer, the reasonable officer on the scene in the officer's position, the next step is identifying whether there was some threat that could justify a use of force. And I'm using a use of force a little bit carefully here. The question isn't yet whether a particular use of force was justified, it's just whether there is some threat that justifies some use of force in response.
And then what is the next step that you do?
So after identifying the foreseeable effects of the threat, then the question is the question turns to the officer's response. It requires looking at the officer's actions and identifying what are the foreseeable effects of the officer's actions. An officer's use of force can have different effects in different circumstances. So what could be a relatively low-level use of force in one case might be a relatively high-level use of force in another case. I have to look at the facts and circumstances, again, through that framework of a reasonable officer on the scene, and identify what the reasonable officer would have thought the likely effect of their actions would be.
And for that last step in the analysis, what standards do you apply in making that determination?
The ultimate standard that I'm using is the professional standard within policing. Policing draws on, as an industry, a bunch of different standards. It draws on some Fourth Amendment law, it draws on state law, it draws on some research, it draws on historical practices within policing. So what I'm looking to determine what the foreseeable effects of force are, it's really what would the professional officer in this situation have perceived? What would the reasonable officer in this situation have thought the foreseeable effects are going to be? That
probably stimulus payment. All right, everybody. We will continue to check back into this trial here as it continues on right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We're hoping that the feed from the White House pool camera is going to be a little bit better than this. This is what we're looking at, and this is, if you're able to do puzzles, this is President Biden there. There he is, but you can see the shot just so bad right now. What we'll hope for is they'll bring it back here for us, but looks like we're getting a little bit better. Let's listen what we have here, right here on Live Now from Fox. You know what? The shot is just not cooperating there. So we're hoping that they'll play it back out after they're done trying to stream it out, and then we'll get back to you right there on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Beautiful shot there of New York City as we continue to roll on the day of the news from Live Now from Fox. Just like that, everyone. We are back here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. We're going to go out to Capitol Hill right now. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up a news conference earlier today.
100,000 people who have died from COVID. We had a moment of silence on the floor of the House, but also on the steps of the Capitol in bipartisan House and Senate remembrance of those who lost their lives. Our thoughts and prayers are with their families and those who have lost their livelihoods as well. But the deaths are so very, very sad. It's so hard to comprehend. 800,000 people, and the number continues to grow. But we continue to be optimistic about the effectiveness of the vaccines, the awareness that some people are coming to that they need to be vaccinated. They need to be vaccinated. Then we also had the moment of silence for those who were affected by the storms. I was very moved by Representative Comer, who represents Western Kentucky, as he spoke, calling for a moment of silence about those who lost their lives. I talked to him after, and he was going to be traveling with the president today. So far, they're pleased, who can be pleased, but have received the federal response that is necessary. And talked to my former chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Rogers. He knows what we can do, and I'm sure that if there's more that Congress needs to do, he will inform us of that. He told me that the storm, it was a mile wide. The phenomenon was a mile wide and with such force. So very sad. Yesterday was a busy day for us legislatively. As you know, we passed a resolution against racism in our society. The establishing a special counsel at the Department of State to fight Islamophobia, to talking about the numbers of incidents against Muslims in our country. In terms of anti-Muslim sentiments, we also passed the Uyghur bill, which calls about China to end what they are doing there. I mean, that's genocide. It's genocide in China. The interest, though, in it across our country is about the human rights aspect of it, but also the forced labor piece of it. When the President Xi brings these people into these forced labor camps and the rest, separating them from their families and taking other drastic actions, he is also engaging them in forced labor. And that is something that we cannot have our businesses compete with. So from a moral standpoint, a value standpoint, the legislation was very important. And from a trade standpoint, essential as well. The big event for us yesterday, of course, was the debt limit, to lift the debt limit. It's just always so interesting to me that the Republicans vote against lifting the debt the ceiling on the debt limit. It is something that threatens the financial security of our country, gambles with the personal financial security of families, and again, the health of our economy, as well as its impact globally. It's one thing to say, well, we'll have a few votes against it to make a statement. It's another thing to say we shouldn't be doing it. And that's what they did yesterday. And just so people know how it affects them, of course, it has a big impact. Millions of jobs lost, trillions of dollars of household wealth down the drain. And again, the cost to you if you have a car loan, a credit card bill, a school loan, any interest that you're paying on a loan will be increased if, in fact, we did not lift the debt ceiling. As the Constitution says, the full faith and credit of the United States should not be questioned. But in addition to that, even the discussion of it a few years ago lowered the interest rate, our credit rating, the United States credit rating, and that was not a good thing for our economy. We should not be flirting with danger when it comes to our economy, whether it's our national economy or global economy or the personal financial well-being of America's working families. I want to commend, going back to the Uyghurs for a moment, Chairman not George McGovern. He gets confused with George McGovern on the food security issues, but Jim McGovern really a patron saint to us in terms of fighting for human rights throughout the world. And this Uyghur bill on forced labor was his legislation yesterday. I neglected to mention that when I talked about that. And so now we are just trying to see how soon we can pass the Build Back Better legislation. So important. It's fraught with meaning at this time because on today, the 15th of December, would be the last Biden child tax credit check that would go out. We're hoping that we can have this settled before Christmas because on December 31st, this expires. And so it's essential. What we see in terms of the child tax credit has been used more recently for preparing children for school. It's been used for food, for rent. It's essentials that the child tax credit has been used. 60 million children benefit, a large number of them off of poverty, coming out of poverty because of the child tax credit. So for this and other reasons, everything to do with children, childcare, universal pre-K, affordable, making childcare affordable. I guess the best two words to use, Build Back Better. I mean, I've said it's transformative and all that, but the best two words to use are it lowers cost. It lowers cost of childcare. It lowers cost of health care. It lowers cost of food. It lowers cost in so many ways that are essential to America's working families. The very issues that people struggle over the kitchen table to figure out how we're going to pay the bills, the very issues, very frightening things that people have trying to go to sleep at night. How are we going to pay the bills? Well, Build Back Better helps you to do that. We love the fact that it's Build Back Better with women, Build Back Better for the children, Build Back Better for the planet, lowering energy costs. Again, it lowers costs. So hopefully the Senate will deal with that and send that to us. And of course, we're also hopeful that they will send us bills to protect our democracy, that respects the sanctity of the vote, that keeps us a democracy. So we're prepared to come back as soon as the Senate is ready to send us these bills. And it is, it's pretty exciting. The enthusiasm that is out there for the president's package, his vision for our country, building the infrastructure in a bipartisan bill to do that. All of us, many of us are having our town meetings, our public events in our own regions, and the response has just been so optimistic about how these resources to build the infrastructure in a way that brings equity, fairness, justice to it all, in a green way that protects the environment, and that, again, creates good-paying union jobs, jobs that, again, protect the planet as we promote jobs, as we move commerce, as we get people safely to and from school and work without staying in the cars a long time, so it improves the quality of life. So that's for the infrastructure bill. The Build Back Better enhances all of that. So we're very eager, very proud of that work. I think that there's an agreement that can be made, and I look forward to working to pass that on the House side. So that's kind of what we have going here. Oh, did I talk about Steph Curry? I talk about Steph Curry just in the first, the Warriors colors. First, just coincidentally, the first few minutes, I was not by myself. One other member, Mr. Payne, and I were in the cloakroom with Ella and well, the women to whom I bought a hot dog to watch the game, just the two of us there. First few minutes, boom, settled. Tied. A few minutes later, break the record. With such dignity, with such poise, with such discipline, with such excellence. And then I had to go to work and then came back to see the ending and to see Miller and Jones, to see the other two leaders in that field be there with their shirts. Well, I don't have my phone, but I have the picture on my phone of them, and then them giving Steph the shirt with his number on it. I think we'll get to 3,000 pretty soon, but no pressure. Let's just win the games. But it was pretty exciting, I have to say. And to see the enthusiasm of the crowd for that achievement. Whether the Knicks fans were excited about the game, I don't know. But there was great enthusiasm for Steph Curry. And so we're very, very, very proud of him. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah. What do you got?
Madam Speaker, Insider just completed a 5-month investigation finding that 49 members of Congress and 182 senior congressional staffers have violated the Stock Act, the insider trading law. I'm wondering if you have any reaction to that, and secondly, should members of Congress and their spouses be banned from trading individual stocks while serving in Congress?
No, I don't know to the second one. We have a responsibility to report in the stock, on the stock, but I'm not familiar with that 5-month review, but if people aren't reporting, they should be. Because this is a free market and people, we are a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, you talked about voting rights. We know Senator Warnock yesterday expressed that he would like to see the Senate stay in as
I'm sorry, who did?
Senator Warnock on the Senate side.
Yes, sir.
Talked about voting rights yesterday, staying here through the holidays to get it done, and really pressuring the White House and Senator Manchin to push for maybe a similar carve-out as we saw for the debt ceiling. Do you share that sentiment, and do you think that there needs to be more sense of urgency?
Senator Warnock's statement yesterday was, I just didn't hear what you said, was a beautiful patriotic statement about our country. He has been an inspiration all his life, and now as a member of the Senate. So I completely am inspired by and agree with what he said. I don't know. I've said I don't participate that much in the Senate rules discussions, but I do know that there are 3 members of the Supreme Court whom Senator Mitch McConnell got there with a simple majority by taking exception to the filibuster. So if those 3 people can have a job for life affecting the lives of the American people, I don't see why we couldn't have legislation that stops.
All right, everyone, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We do have the better feed coming from President Biden on the ground there in Kentucky, assessing the damage from the deadly tornado. We'll take that on the other side of the break right here on Live Now from Fox. We're back out for you live here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today as we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Now we are going to go to President Biden on the ground. They're getting an assessment of all the damage in Kentucky from the deadly tornado that happened on Friday night. Let's listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Especially this year, but my state, the southern part of my state, the Delmarva Peninsula, is not a whole lot different, as you know, Gov, from the Eastern Shore of Maryland, from here. Our biggest industry is agriculture. We have a $4 billion industry in chickens and poultry and a whole range of other things. And we're also partly on the Chesapeake Bay as well as on the Delaware River and the Atlantic Ocean. We got a lot of storms. But nothing like we've seen the tornado that came through here. But the main thing I want to say is I'm amazed. I've been asking my FEMA folks and my Homeland Security, what is the most impressive thing you've seen? I meant in terms, I started off thinking in damage. And they said the way you all come together, the way people just come out of nowhere to help as a community. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. That's what America's supposed to be. There's no red tornadoes or blue tornadoes. There's no red states or blue states when this stuff starts to happen. And I think, at least in my experience, it either brings people together or really knocks them apart. Moving you together here. But look, one thing I'll say, and I want to hear from all of you, is that, and I know the governor and the former governor have been through this before, but immediately after disaster is a time when people are really, really moving and trying to help each other and trying to get things done. But after a month, after 6 weeks, after 2 months, people can get themselves to the point where they get fairly depressed about what's going on, particularly our young kids, particularly people who've lost somebody. And so I just want you to know the help that we're able to offer at the federal level is not just now. Chief, there's other forms of being able to help this police department beyond FEMA, beyond what we have now. Fire service, same way. Fire service, there's that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. But I really mean it. There's a lot of, going to need help. And a lot of the business people are going to be wondering what's going on. But the interesting thing is, as you fly over here, as I've done in the past, I've not seen this tornado this much damage from a tornado. You think, but for the grace of God, why was I not 100 yards outside that line?
Yes.
Which makes it so different. So I think anyway, I just want you to know, and I'm driving the governor crazy calling him all the time, but there may be things available that would be helpful 6 weeks and 6 months from now that you're unaware of. And so I've instructed my team to make you all aware of everything that is available from a federal level. And some of it has to do outside of FEMA, outside of the Homeland Security, because there's other programs, including education, a whole range of things. So, but I'm here to listen, and I tell you, this is one of those things where I think the vast majority of Americans know what you've been through just looking on the television. It has been incredible. Your colleagues talk about it. They've seen it. They say, holy gosh, what's going on? And so we're going to be here. We're going to, for a little while, I want to walk through town, if that's okay, a little bit. And then we're going to go off to Dawson. Anyway, but thank you. And don't hesitate to ask for anything. If we can't do it, we'll tell you we can't. We'll tell you from experience how you can maybe get it done if you can't get it done through the federal way. And Mayor, anytime you want to call a city council meeting, I'm ready.
Okay. I'll take you up on that.
Yeah, I used to be a city councilman. I think I told you this, Gov. And I ran for the Senate because it was too difficult being a city council. Because they know where you live, you know what I mean? It affects them more than anything else. It's a hell of a lot easier being a senator. Anyway, thank you all for being here, and thanks for giving me the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been asked to start by giving a state update, and then we'll have some updates around the table. First, we called declared a state of emergency right when the storm first hit, which was going to give us the ability to marshal resources as quickly as possible. As we sit here today, we have over 600 National Guard or nearing that deployed over the 18 counties that have been hit. And they're doing everything from continuing search to verifying information of those that we believe have been found.
All right, so that was the update there from President Biden as he is on the ground there, but you saw that shot, just not really cooperating. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Heart goes out to everybody out there. Look at that damage there that continues to be shown in the heartland there. Kentucky will continue to follow every angle here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're back out here live for you on LiveNOW from Fox, always bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Next, we're going to show you Senate Republicans talking about what they call the Democrats' childcare plan. Let's listen.
Hope-stealing, job-killing aspects of the BBB includes increasing your child care costs, as Senator Burr said, by $13,000. But to understand the actual impact of that $13,000, you have to first understand that the current cost is over $15,000. So said in a way that everybody in our nation can understand, with median income around $34,000, you take taxes out, the cost of child care is now more than your take-home pay. Literally, providing child care for one kid is more than the take-home pay of the average income in our nation. And somehow we are to celebrate this notion that the government is here to do something for you, when in fact, you know the government is taking something from you. And what are they taking? Your hope, your future, your plans. And so while we may think of this as a exercise of political philosophy, one side versus the other, we may think of this as a red versus a blue. This is literally an attempt to fundamentally transform what it means to take care of your child in the place you want to send your child, by eliminating options, increasing the cost, and stealing the hope from far too many families who deserve better from their government.
Right now, our parents and our families in Iowa and all across the country are facing higher prices, everything from gasoline to groceries. They are seeing the highest inflation in a generation now. Costs are up. The families are struggling out there. And what do the Democrats want to do? They want to force through this tax and spend plan, what they call Build Back Better. But what does that do? Within the plan, it nearly doubles the cost of child care. And this is what the tax and spending spree would do. Of course, with doubling the cost of child care, as been stated before, families in Iowa, we're already what we consider a child care desert. I know when I had my sweet baby Libby, all those years ago, I struggled in my little hometown to find child care. And because they're going to increase the cost of child care and restrict who can have access to federal funds and subsidies, we will lose many daycare providers and the opportunity to have a child in a stable learning environment and care. So it's critical. What we've also seen, too, is that when you lose access to child care and the cost nearly doubling in this plan, for those that are unsubsidized and sending their child to daycare, there will have to be a significant choice at that point. One parent may decide to stay home because they can no longer afford child care. And we know that most oftentimes that's going to be the mother. And already through COVID, we've seen many, many women exit the workforce because their child wasn't in school. Well, what does this do to that woman's future? The potential earnings decrease, the stability and opportunity to advance in their careers decreases. So it's not just the children that are impacted, but the family as a whole. So again, if the Democrats want to proceed down this path and push through their BBB, or what we call the reckless tax and spend bill, parents are going to have fewer options for child care, and the cost of child care for those middle-income families will soar. We cannot afford to do this, and we're placing the burden of this on the backs of our hardworking families.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Senator Burr.
You heard some concerns about the child care plan, which is part of the BBB, and you might ask yourself, why is it that it's got all these problems? And I'm going to talk about the process. The question is the right way to write legislation having a few people in one party only sit down and write something themselves without any input from the other party, without hearings, without the back and forth between the two houses with Republicans and Democrats working together? Is that the right way to get a piece of legislation done, which affects, in this case, a pretty darn important thing, our children and raising our kids? Now, we've looked at what the Democrats have put together by themselves and have pointed out some of the flaws in it, some real problems. But the heart of the problem is that they haven't been willing to work on a bipartisan basis to see if we couldn't come up with something better, something that would be acceptable to both parties, such that if down the road the Republican Party happens to be in charge, we might not just throw what they have out and move to an entirely different program. Now, you might say, Republicans don't care about this. Actually, we do. You may not have noticed, but early on, it's up there. Somehow it appeared. Early on, I put out a plan that was able to provide monthly checks for each child and up to 5 children per household. It was entirely paid for. And I'm not going to go through all the details, but this is designed not to say that it's necessarily better than the Biden plan. I think it is, but you may not agree. But the idea is we care about this issue and are willing to work with Democrats to find common ground and to create something that works with public input, with hearings, with bipartisanship. The reason BBB does not make sense, one reason it does not make sense, not just because it's a bad piece of legislation, but because it hasn't been worked together on a collaborative basis to work for the American people, to represent not just a few people, but to represent all the people of our country. And I hope that our Democrat friends take that into account. I'm working with a couple of Democrats saying, hey, let's work together. Let's work together on caring for our kids. I think we can do that, and I hope that we're able to do that next year. Thank you. Sorry for covering up this beautiful
It is truly incredible that the House-passed version of BBB would result in child care that is more expensive and less accessible. Chairman Burr has already, you're still chairman to me, has already talked about the fact that studies have shown that the new mandates that would be imposed would increase the cost of child care by $13,000, making it unaffordable. But there are also problems with the bill and its new mandates that would decrease access to child care. Let me tell you about Chrissy, who has been providing child care in rural Maine in Somerset County for 21 years. When she heard about all of the new mandates that she would have to meet under the BBB bill, she told me there is no way that my child care based in my home could possibly survive. In addition, we have heard from faith-based organizations who have said that the new requirements would force them to close their doors in many cases. And that is critical because approximately half of all child care slots are provided by faith-based organizations. So that's why we would have a severe access problem. There's another issue which Mitt Romney just touched on, and that is we have an existing program that is the Child Care Development Block Grant Program. It is a bipartisan program. It has existed for years. The last time it was reauthorized in 2014, it passed with 88 votes. Before that, it was authorized with more than 90 votes. So why aren't we taking a program that has worked well, that already exists, and expand its funding so that we can help more families, but keep the rules the same so that we do not create these tremendous accessibility and affordability problems? That's the answer, to take the existing program, put more funding in it, but keep the structure the same. It's worked well, it's been bipartisan, and it's served families across America.
Well, thanks, Richard. My colleagues have said it really well, but fewer options and higher costs. That's what you're going to get with the Democrats' toddler takeover. This assumption that Washington knows best about everything, and that the best thing that the American people and parents and families can do is just shift and consolidate and centralize power and control in Washington, D.C., because Washington knows best. That's the approach the Democrats are taking with this partisan spending bill, which is overhauling programs that have enjoyed bipartisan support in the past, and for which there are much better solutions that reflect the views of parents across this country and take into consideration what state and local governments are doing in terms of their decisions about child care in this country. But instead, the Washington Democrats have this, we'll just take everything, all the power, all the control, all the decisions about who's eligible, about what the quality of care will be in some of these places. All those decisions now would go and move to Washington, D.C. That, ladies and gentlemen, is just flat wrong. And Senator Collins pointed out, this is a liberal-leaning think tank which says that the average cost per child could go up $13,000. I mean, think about that. This is supposed to be helping American families, particularly middle-income families, working families, and all this is going to do is drive up their cost and give them fewer options. 53% of the families in this country get their child care through a faith-based center, and what this particular proposal would do is discriminate entirely against those types of child care centers that provide meaningful care for so many parents who send their kids there for various reasons. It might be the quality of care. It might be just the instruction that they receive. But there are so many reasons why parents in this country have the choice and should continue to have the choice and the option to send their kids where they want to send their kids, and to not have Washington stepping on the scales and determining what the options are going to be. And what's worse for the American family, dramatically driving up the cost. This is a really bad idea, and there is a much better approach and a much better way, but you don't get that, as Senator Romney pointed out, when you have one party with a partisan process trying to exercise total control over the American people's lives. I hope we can stop this, along with a lot of other really bad ideas in this legislation. Marcia?
I think you're getting the idea that we think this is a really bad idea. And as a grandmother of a 15-month-old, I can tell you it is such a bad idea. You know, in Tennessee, it's so interesting. This time of year, we're having church bazaars and Christmas programs and a lot of community events. And every single place I go, I have somebody who says, hey, is it really true that the federal government wants to take over child care? And the reason they're talking about this so much is quite simply, in Tennessee, the primary source of Mother's Day Out programs, of daycare programs, of after-school programs is your local church. And that's where these are taking place. And that is where children are coming during the week. And many times it is a bunch of grandmamas in the community that want to come love on these kids and help take care of these kids, and likewise help educate these young moms about how to care for children.
And what the federal government would do is would strip these grandmamas of a job that they are doing and they're loving doing. And it would strip these children of caregivers that are there to love and nurture them. That's a real loss, and it has a real cost. Now, what the Democrats are trying to do in their BBB, I call it the Build Back Broke, what they're trying to do is take one vote. And in this one vote, they want to take government control of your children, of education, of your small business, of your bank account. It's their socialist agenda, 24/7, daylight to dark, cradle to grave. That is their goal. But who is going to be most adversely impacted by the bad decision making of the Democratic Party? It is going to be children. It is going to be working parents who are going to be stripped of an opportunity to use childcare right there in their local community that is being provided by their neighbors and friends that they trust.
Richard, thanks for organizing this. As Marcia said, you're kind of getting a common theme here, but I think there are two takeaways that we want to be sure you all get. There's the cost point. The estimates, including from many left to center think tanks, about $13,000 increase per kid for a lot of middle class families is pretty amazing to behold. This is just a breathtakingly dumb construction of a program. Think of the most bureaucratic, antiseptic, built for secularized bureaucracy in Washington programs you can think of. The BBB comes along and says, hold my beer. We can do something a lot stupider than that. 53% of American families who use institutional child care use religious child care. There are a lot of problems in America. Joe Biden ran to tackle a whole bunch of problems. Religious daycare wasn't one of the problems that the American people were saying, dang it, top 10 list of American problems. Let's make sure we bankrupt all religious daycare. Just breathtakingly stupid. When I listen to Nebraska families, and again, there will be people across the political continuum from right to center left to left that will think the government should fund more or less of these things. I've never once heard a Nebraska family say, the thing I really want is to make sure that religious daycare is made bankrupt. Could you please send people to Washington and bankrupt religious daycare? And I'd be really surprised if the voters and citizens of Nevada or Arizona or West Virginia or New Hampshire said, you know what I want my senator to do? Go to D.C. and bankrupt religious daycare. Honestly, there's so much political news that's written for political news junkies in D.C. Think about all the TikTok of who has indigestion and who talked to who yesterday and who Chuck Schumer called on his flip phone. There's all this process stuff about who might have, shown the entrails when they were, cleaning a deer, and they might have changed their view about how they might vote on something on Christmas Eve. But at a basic policy level, the vast majority of the American people aren't paying attention to the entrails of this bill. And hopefully it's up to you all to make sure they see into the underbelly of this bill, because I don't think there is any outcry in any of our states for Washington to on Christmas Eve come in and say, we'd like to take away your religious daycare, because this bill does that.
I want to thank all of you. Obviously, the cost and lack of choice is the main issue here. But I think we all agree the main issue are these children and their families. And how are they going to manage child care for their children? How are they going to manage to get back to work? What's most effective in rural and urban America? And it's almost like...
We've been listening to Senate Republicans there really bash President Biden's Build Back Better agenda, specifically on their child care plan there. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking it back out to the Kim Potter trial, day 6 here of this testimony, where we do have the state's use of force expert still on the stand. Let's listen.
Draws a weapon that is her sidearm, her firearm. She gives taser warnings, which is taser, taser, taser. That's in small part a warning to the subject, but it's really a warning to other officers that there's about to be a taser discharge. And then she pulled the trigger of the firearm, aiming it in the area of Mr. Wright's chest. Immediately after the shooting, Officer Potter indicates that was not what she meant to do. She says something to the equivalent of, "I shot him." And then in the next few minutes,
Any more of his narrative regarding what you said after that as indicating something?
The objection is overruled. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the next few minutes, there are additional indications that Officer Potter, at least, or rather, there are additional behaviors that would indicate that a reasonable officer in her position at the time would not have perceived that there was an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, most especially her statements about going to prison, indicative that there was a lack of justification for the use of deadly force.
And is there additional indications there at the scene involving what I would like to call backdrop when she actually fired?
Yes. So immediately before the time she pulled the trigger and shot, Officer Lucky was standing immediately to her right and extending over, sort of reaching into the open driver's side door. There was obviously a passenger in the car. And until the time Officer Potter began saying taser, 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 we have that 8-second period of Sergeant Johnson leaning his torso into the vehicle as well. In other words, we're talking about a number of potential targets that could be struck with a bullet in very close proximity. It's generally accepted in policing that officers actually miss their target.
We'll get back to that. I do want to go back out right now. This is a live look here in Mayfield, Kentucky, where President Biden is touring the damage there to see firsthand and get an assessment there. You got the governor of Kentucky as well their White House officials. But let's just listen to a little bit of what we can here on the ground. So as you can see, he's meeting with homeowners here who have really, your heart goes out to them because they lost everything here in Mayfield, Kentucky, and just talking to the president about what was once here and just what maybe they felt like during the storm as it was coming and pushing through on Friday night there. And we heard from the president a little bit ago as he was getting a detailed report of the very latest that what FEMA and crews on the ground continue to have to deal with right now. And a little bit later, we will be hearing from the president. He will be making formal remarks on what he saw today. He received also a bird's eye view from the helicopter showing the damage. And really, when we're talking about this tornado and just how just unusual it was, we're talking about a tornado that was on the ground for 200 miles, just ripping up everything in its path. And also to hear that some of the debris went up to 35,000 feet. And we are hearing reports there that debris is in multiple states. So this really just shows you just how destructive this tornado was. And then also, you know, a lot of the times you get a tornado on the ground, it'll be on the ground for maybe 5 to 20 minutes at most there. But when you have one that's been on there for 200 miles, yeah, that's definitely a cause for concern right there. Live look right now, we got to pull out because, well, that's a traveling roving cam, and right now they are moving to a different position right there to get all of the different shots there of the president on his walking tour right now in Mayfield, Kentucky. What we'll do, everyone, is take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. All top stories and headlines when we return. Back out here live for you on Live Now from Fox Mayfield, Kentucky right now as President Biden continues to tour the damage right there, and the shot froze up there. But we are expecting formal remarks about 4 o'clock Eastern. We'll be featuring that for you, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the traveling press there as well as they are walking through the streets there of one of the hardest hits, Mayfield, Kentucky. And when you take a look at just some of the homes here that people are still just going through right now. Look at that. I mean, that was somebody's, and they're right now, this shot right here, they are walking right past this shot right here. This is on video here, but this is the area right where they are right now. So we'll have and wait for formal remarks there from President Biden a little bit later. I do want to go back out right now to the trial of Kim Potter. Day 6 testimony continues. Let's listen.
So again, if you could just run that through 20154, please. And do you see Mr. Wright's hands there?
Yes, I do. Or at least what appears to be his right hand.
And he is trying to move the shift knob?
Yes.
And does Officer or Sergeant Johnson prohibit that, to keep it from happening?
Yes, he does.
And then if you could run this to 20200, please.
Just stay back.
And if you could just click it a little bit further, please. Now at this point, can you see what Sergeant Johnson is doing?
Yes, I can.
And are you able to see Sergeant Johnson's, what do you perceive him as doing in this situation, Sergeant Johnson?
So As Officer Potter says, taser, 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 Sergeant Johnson's torso is coming back and out of the front passenger side door. His feet are on the ground there. Both of his hands are on the passenger, or at least in the direction of the passenger. I can't make out from this frame exactly what he's holding.
And does he appear to have hold of Mr. Wright?
I don't. I'd have to watch the video. I'm not sure whether he's holding Mr. Wright's hand there as the fingers, or I believe those are Mr. Wright's fingers, but I'd have to watch it to make completely sure.
So during this course of events, was Mr. Wright able to drive the vehicle?
Not with Sergeant Johnson preventing the vehicle from driving, as evidenced by the fact that the vehicle didn't move until later.
And so in your opinion, if a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position had been aware of these facts that we've just seen regarding Officer Johnson, would it have been reasonable and proportional for an officer to use deadly force on Mr. Wright there?
No, not at this point. There was certainly some risk while Mr. Wright was scrambling for the shifter to put the car in gear. Once Sergeant Johnson has backed out of the vehicle and is no longer at risk of being dragged or carried away or anything like that, then there is no threat to him of the vehicle moving at that point.
And if you could let this run to 20201, please. Now, at this point, can you see Sergeant Johnson's position?
Yes.
And where is he located at that time?
Sergeant Johnson is physically outside of the vehicle except for his hands, which are still maybe slightly inside the vehicle. His feet are outside the vehicle. It would appear from the frame his shoulders are outside of the vehicle.
In your opinion, if a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position and was aware that the warnings about the taser caused Sergeant Johnson to back out of the vehicle, would it have been reasonable and proportional for an officer at that time to use deadly force?
No, it would not have been proportional because there is no longer an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to Sergeant Johnson. He's at no threat of being dragged by the vehicle once he's out of the vehicle.
So in order to have used deadly force when the shot was fired, a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would have had to know that Sergeant Johnson was in the car, correct?
Yes.
That and a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would have not been able to perceive that Sergeant Johnson had prevented Mr. Wright from moving the car?
That's correct. The reasonable officer would have had to mistakenly believe that Sergeant Johnson was, that there was still a threat that the vehicle could move at that point.
And the reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would have had to fail to perceive that Sergeant Johnson had actually backed out of the vehicle.
That's correct. A reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would have had to mistake that Sergeant Johnson was still in the vehicle and not in the position that he was shortly before and at the time the shot was fired.
Is there information in this case regarding whether a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would have had some awareness of Sergeant Johnson's position or not?
There is evidence that leads me to conclude that a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would not have been aware of that.
And what is that evidence?
There are a combination of factors. First, officers, the reasonable officer would not assume that another officer had physically entered a vehicle to that extent. There's a great deal of training and guidance to officers to not reach for shifters or keys or the like. So a reasonable officer certainly wouldn't expect another officer to do so. Second, if a reasonable officer did perceive that there was some imminent threat of death or great bodily harm as by being dragged, in other words, that deadly force was justified, what you would expect to see is an officer preparing to deploy a deadly force option, that is to, for example, potentially use a firearm there. Officers are generally trained that they should draw their firearms in anticipation of having to use them if you see an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm coming. That is, if there's a risk that could manifest or could evolve into an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. You generally draw your firearm because lesser force options may not be sufficient to actually address that threat. And then on the back end, Officer Potter's behavior would indicate that the reasonable officer in her position would not have perceived that deadly force had been justified. If you perceive that deadly force is justified, well, then using deadly force is always some cause for concern and deliberation, but not consistent with the behavior that we see.
And had anybody indicated, verbalized that they were going to enter the car?
No, there was no verbal statement from Sergeant Johnson that he was in the car. There was no verbalization from Officer Lucky or from Officer Potter that Sergeant Johnson was in the car. Nothing from Mr. Wright or the passenger in his car.
Is there information regarding a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position to have seen Officer or Sergeant Johnson?
Yes. So although you shouldn't mistake the perspective of a body-worn camera for being exactly the perspective of an officer. There can be differences. That is, a body-worn camera will see more than an officer sees, mostly because an officer's vision, like all human vision, is somewhat limited in focus, and on a body-worn camera, everything's in focus. But for the vast majority of the approximately 8 seconds that Sergeant Johnson was in the car, you can't really make that out at all on Officer Potter's body-worn camera footage. It's not at all uncommon. In fact, it's pretty typical in dynamic situations like this for officers to not keep as close track of each other as they might ideally like to. In this case, for example, Sergeant Potter didn't know what Officer Lucky was doing right on the other side of the car.
The objection is sustained on that, and the jury will disregard that last statement.
Your Honor, may I be heard on that, please?
Yes.
Once again, during these sidebar conversations with attorneys and the judge, they do mute that portion. We are in the 6th day of testimony now. We've been hearing from some of our Fox 9 Minneapolis team members that they do believe it could be possibly today that we could hear from not only Dante Wright's father, but also the final witness of the state's side before arresting and then letting the defense team have their opportunity to call up witnesses. Of those witnesses, we do know that Kim Potter is expected to take a seat up there on the stand. She will be sworn in, and again, she then will be not only asked a number of questions by her own defense team, but then it will come time for the cross-examination. That's when the prosecution team will have their opportunity to also question Kim Potter on her actions that had happened that day. So once again, we are watching live here on
The jury,
Fox.
I'm going to let you go to lunch right now, and we'll get started up again at 1:30. Okay?
And so you're hearing here they are going to be taking a brief break for lunch, this coming at a time when we know that, again, we do have this testimony and trial continuing on right now with an expert who was also on the trial for the Derek Chauvin trial that happened earlier here this year. And those two incidents also a little bit related, because while the Derek Chauvin trial was going on for the death of George Floyd, that's when this incident had happened back in April as well. So thank you again to all of our viewers. As they go into a lunch break, what I want to do is, of course, continue to give you some other news stories that have been taking place here across the country. When we do get that trial back, that will be something we'll get back into later here on Live Now from Fox. But I do see we have our Attorney General. He just sat down to speak. Let's go ahead, listen into that event right here on Live Now from Fox.
More reliable ally than Australia. That is certainly true when it comes to law enforcement. For more than a century, America and Australia have worked together to keep our citizens safe in the face of a wide range of complex and evolving threats. We have worked together to disrupt terrorist plots, to dismantle drug trafficking organizations, to deter violent crime, and to combat cybercrime. In all of our work, we have worked together to keep our country safe. And in that work, we are guided by our shared belief that we must do so in a way that honors the rule of law and protects the civil liberties of our citizens. Today, America and Australia are taking another important step in signing this agreement, which reflects our shared commitment to civil liberties and will deepen our law enforcement cooperation. The agreement is authorized by an important law that Congress passed in 2018, the Cloud Act. The agreement allows the United States to enter into bilateral agreements.
All right, so once again, we're listening into this event live. Seems like they are having just a little bit of audio trouble here as we're hearing him talk about an agreement with Australia. So what we'll do is try to see if there's anything we can do here on our end here on Live Now from Fox, if we're able to get a better feed of that event. Of course, we can always bring that to you later right here on our stream. But we've had plenty of other events going on across the country, including down in Texas. There's been some allegations about jury tampering. There's also out in New York, Governor Hochul, who's speaking about a big expansion to their airports. So much more to come right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, then we'll bring you even more of these stories again here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have a number of different stories coming to us across the country, but I do want to take us out to New York, where we all know we have a rise in crime that's been happening from coast to coast, and in New York City that is especially the case. So now let's go out to the newly elected mayor as he's announcing a new police commissioner.
This is an amazing moment, and you know, quantum physics talks about when you acknowledge the existence of something, it becomes apparent to you. And we have had so much talent in plain sight, but the reality is that we have never acknowledged the existence of it. We never acknowledged the existence of crisis management teams and what Kay Bain and Tony Herbert and others are doing. We never acknowledged the diversification of our city councils like they should be, like our new city council-elect, Julie Wan, who's here. We never acknowledged the existence of the failures that have taken place. And if you don't acknowledge it, you begin to normalize it, and you begin to expect so little. And we never acknowledge the ability of real leadership within the rank and file of law enforcement and those who happen to be women but were able to provide and do the job. Those women have held it down. As we walked in, we saw a captain that's here. We have witnessed so many women who have conducted themselves in a professional way, yet never received the opportunity to do the job on a higher level. Always sitting on the bench, never allowed to get in the game. That is stopping today. That is stopping today. I made it clear on the campaign trail. I am going to find a woman police commissioner. And I was not going to lower my standards. I gave my team a difficult task of finding someone with the qualification, the abilities, understand policing, was on the ground, and something you hear me saying over and over again, emotionally intelligent. Don't tell me about academics. Don't tell me about Ivy League schools. Don't tell me about how many credentials you have. How are you as a human being? Okay. Tell me about your emotional intelligence, a term we don't use often. That is the criteria to serve in an Eric Adams administration. You must not just be academically intelligent, you must be emotionally intelligent. And this is a personification of emotional intelligence, this amazing future police commissioner standing here today. And so I want to thank my brother Kay Bain, the number of lives that he has saved right there in that corner space, committed to be on the ground with the unprecedented coordination with the district attorney here in Queens of taking down major gangs, and his on the ground speaking with people. They had an entire year with no murders. Entire year with no murders. Saving lives. This crisis management system is a real win, but we're not covering all the hot spots. We need to give them the resources they need so that they can do what they're doing in a real way. And I want to commit to the incredible success that Kay Bain and other crisis management teams have put together, and the commitment and dedication like people like Dr. Divine Pryor and his long work of helping people turn their lives around, having me sit down with gang members to find out how we get them out of gangs. This was the architect of doing that, and people didn't understand what we were doing. Dr. Pryor, we had some people saying, what were we doing sitting down with gang members? I used to say, what am I doing sitting down with you?
Exactly.
And then Bishop Taylor. His dad had a church here. Workforce development, giving people resources, building out the entire conversation around banking, having a credit union in this community, showing people what the possibilities are. These are great partners that we have had for so many years. And so I'm proud today not only to speak as the mayor-elect,
Savor that moment. Here you go.
All right, so that was just a small portion we were able to bring to you, as again, this is going to be the very first woman to serve as our NYPD commissioner. But let's keep things in New York. Going to take you out to the current governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. She's talking about a big expansion to JFK's airport.
And it's going to completely transform and modernize this terminal. As I said, I think I've worn down part of the carpeting from the countless times I've run between the terminals trying to catch a connection or go back and forth. Those days are soon going to be over. Enhancing the customer experience has always been a hallmark of the Delta philosophy, making sure that the customers have an opportunity to perhaps even enjoy themselves while they're waiting for a connection or as they're rushing to the plane. And so we'll have new restaurants and new amenities and a whole different experience where it's all brought together, not one or two terminals, but merged into one beautiful one here at Terminal 4. We're adding 150,000 new square feet. That's incredible. That's incredible. 10 new gates. So world, we are ready to accept travelers from around the country, around the globe, right here at our 10 gates for Delta. Also, a new baggage experience, the new ticketing experience. Again, we all travel. We have a chance to see what other communities have. I am so proud to be the governor of a state that says that this airport should be the best, not just in the country, but I want this to be a global leading initiative, and that's what we're doing here today. So I thank them for their faith in us. But also, not just the investments. I also love the idea that you're creating over 1,000 construction jobs, good-paying union jobs, full public labor, private labor agreements, PLAs. And also, thank you for embracing our desire to have a far more diverse workforce, and we'll have a 30% MWB requirement that the Port Authority believes in. And I thank the Port Authority for setting the bar so high, and I thank Delta for meeting that bar. We also want to thank the labor leaders, Gary LaBarbera and others, the men and women who will be building this, and those who continued working on projects during the pandemic. This has been a terribly stressful time for so many individuals, especially in the early months when we had no idea whether just going to your job on a construction site or continuing to try and help keep the airlines alive. The people who worked in the washrooms and the ticket counters and the food places. All those people were at risk every time they left their homes and went to their jobs, but they never, ever gave up. And so I honor all those workers, all the airport workers, everyone part of this whole ecosystem who had to endure tremendous stress, but they always showed up. And for that, we'll always be grateful. And the JFK Redevelopment Community Advisory Council, headed up by Donovan Richard and Greg Meeks, thank you for caring enough about your community that you show up for so many meetings and advocate for this community that deserves so much more. And Southeast Queens will have more opportunities than they've ever had before in the whole region, Southwest Queens and the Nassau part of it. This is a visionary approach to saying we're not just building here, We're expanding out the opportunities to people who live here and have to experience what it's like to live near an airport. They should be the ones who get the benefit of this as well, and that's the philosophy that we believe so strongly in. So I do want to thank Delta and everyone who's been a tremendous partner. Your investment in this infrastructure is critical to our success. And Delta, Ed, I want to also commend you for being such incredible corporate citizens. Your philanthropy in this region, your charitable giving is respected and appreciated, but also standing up for the causes of our time and standing strongly behind the John Lewis Voting Rights Act as a company. And I applaud that. Here in New York, we honor that. We applaud that courage. And other positions that you've taken that may not always have been popular everywhere else in the country. And if you ever feel you're not getting the love you need in any other state, we got plenty of room for your headquarters. I've said it before. I think I had a tweet on that a few years ago that kind of went viral. I won't bring that up again, but we love Delta here. You're part of our family. And thank you for believing in us the way we believe in you. And this is part of the story of our comeback. Right here, right now, you witnessed this part of history. And just in a very short few years, when we're starting to experience what a whole new vision for JFK looks like, all of you have been part of that beautiful story that launches us into an even better future. So thank you. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to bring up the person who knows how to make magic happen and not only meet our expectations, but exceed them every single time I've had the chance to work with him, our leader, Rick Cotton. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Governor. This is a very exciting day for the Port Authority, and I'm really delighted to be here. I want to start by acknowledging some very important people who are in the audience. We have Huntley Lawrence, the Port Authority's Director of Aviation and Chief Operating Officer. And we have Charles Everett, the General Manager of JFK Airport. We also have from Delta, Stephanie Baldwin, Vice President of Delta at JFK Airport. George Guillaume, Director, Delta Airlines at JFK Redevelopment. And we'll hear from JFK IAT in a moment. Roel Hoening, President and CEO, and very strong partner. And I'd also like to recognize, acknowledge all of the Advisory Council members who are here, who made time in their schedule to come here, because they are a very special component of the Port Authority's efforts to redevelop JFK. And thank you, Governor Hochul, for being here today. It really means a lot in terms of supporting projects like this, which are extremely complicated, as you know, and the support from the top really, really is a key element. Now, this is the second time, actually, this week that you've joined us to celebrate a major milestone in the Port Authority's transformation of JFK. On Monday, you announced that the Port Authority had reached an agreement with a consortium of private investors, private investment, to build a privately financed, and got private 3 times into that sentence, new Terminal 1. Now today, we're here to celebrate, and it really is a pleasure. We've worked on this for such a long time. Another major element in the Port Authority's $18 billion JFK transformation plan. And today's milestone is an actual groundbreaking. Something is really happening. A groundbreaking on a $1.5 billion with a B expansion and modernization of Terminal 4. Actual shovels in the ground. do that both literally and figuratively, you'll see at the end of this. Demonstrating the newly found momentum behind the entire Port Authority redevelopment after the pandemic forced a delay of nearly 2 years. Delta is the primary airline in Terminal 4 and also a partner in JFK IAT, who operates Terminal 4, and both of them have been key elements of making this progress. They've been extraordinarily good partners with the port. Ed Bastian, who you'll hear from in a moment, is truly a visionary airline executive who has risen to the challenge of the COVID crisis with extraordinary skill. But Ed has been an extraordinary partner with the Port Authority from really day one when I came to the Port Authority nearly 5 years ago. He was a major force behind Delta's original investment. He was a major force in recognizing the need to rebuild LaGuardia. But he was also, was part of the decision originally to build Terminal 4, and obviously he is the decision maker behind Delta's investment in the current expansion. Ed, we truly thank you.
Once again, we've been listening in as this new plan to expand and build on the JFK airport is being announced and described. Again, they do just say construction should start mid-2022, and the first phase of that construction is expected to open in 2026. We'll continue to give you more news across the country, including take a look at these aerials we're getting in from one of our Philadelphia teams. We do have a house explosion that's being reported in. What we're going to do is take a 2-minute break. We'll give you some of those details on what we know at this time in just 2 minutes.
Slacking you right now.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look at some aerials coming in to us out of the New Jersey area. This just a little bit south of the Philadelphia area. So we do have some information coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk at this time. Going to let you know what we have at this moment. So right now you are taking a look at what's left, what's not left after there was a explosion in a house, this in Vineland, New Jersey. And we have heard that there is at least one person with unknown condition, but they were unfortunately airlifted out of the area to a hospital for treatment. So again, their condition not yet made known. Some of the notes from our teams were saying that they did have this house fully involved in this fire. You can see a lot of the area covered in debris from that explosion. It's possible that it was a propane explosion, and they had heard that there was possibly one female who had been down in the front yard unconscious. So they did ask for some choppers to arrive on scene. They did take one of those people at this time. That's the only person we know of who may have been inside of the home during this time, and they are advising that 2 propane tanks had been actively leaking. There was a strong odor of propane throughout the scene. So this, again, is a live look. We have our officials there, our authorities there down on the ground, and it just looks like a total loss for this home. And unfortunately, again, we do know at least one person was injured, unknown the extent of those injuries, but we were just talking about obviously depending on the type of injury, if you're requesting for a helicopter to come in and evacuate that person, it could be because they have to go to a specific area hospital, if it's a burn unit, or possibly also if they need them to get to some of those medical crews the fastest way possible. So again, you can see some of that smoke still rising up, a lot of debris spread around this home, and unfortunately just devastation here. And just sad to see here as we still have crews taking a look at some of those hot spots that are around the area. So this has been something that we have seen before, unfortunately, especially as we start to get into sometimes these later winter months as well. So just this live look coming in here from our chopper up in the air. You're seeing a lot of those first responders there down on the ground, not only the fire department, but we also have, it looks like some of those local police and sheriffs on the scene, as well as some ambulances, and of course the fire trucks still there. A lot of hose line out to this house as you're seeing still some smoke. That's the other issue, is sometimes when we have our first responders arriving to these scenes, they have to be very cautious because it's unknown. Is there more propane tanks? Do we have some of these smoldering areas? Could there possibly be more threats to those who are responding on scene here? So just wanted to let all of our viewers get this look, as we always do, bring you out to breaking news no matter where it's happening. You can count on us to be on top of it. And again, small details coming in at this time. Crews do look like they have most of those flames out from this house and from this scene, and it looks like unfortunately it's just a pile of rubble at this time, and it's not immediately clear what caused the explosion, but they have been talking about possibly propane tanks that may have exploded here in this area. So again, one victim had been flown to an area hospital for treatment. Their condition not yet known. So we will always keep our eyes open whenever it comes to breaking news. If we do hear of any new developments here, of course, we'll try to keep our viewers updated, as we always do with these breaking news scenes. And that's not the only devastation we've seen lately. We also had some devastation down in Kentucky. We know that President Biden is taking a look firsthand at some of that damage that was left behind from those storms. He will be speaking later today. He's expected to speak and scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern time. That's something you can find on our stream. So no matter where you are, if you're running out and about, you're going somewhere, LiveNOWFox.com is the place to go to always find where you can watch us. So we will have that. But today we did also have the senator from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, start his floor remarks talking about that devastation, talking about the recovery everyone is going to have to deal with. So let's go ahead, listen into his remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
In the aftermath of Western Kentucky's devastating tornado outbreak, I've maintained close contact with state and local officials. My staff has been on the ground since the outset of the crisis, helping residents access federal resources and keeping me up to date with any developments. Toward the end of the week, I'll travel back to Kentucky to meet with my constituents and visit the areas affected. The stories coming out of Kentucky are harrowing. But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover. Kentuckians desperately need help to rebuild, so our universities, normally bitter rivals on the court, are rallying together to raise money and gather supplies for relief efforts. This Christmas is shaping up to be exceptionally difficult for children all across Western Kentucky. So churches are organizing toy drives to help make the holidays a little bit brighter. Western Kentucky community organizations are stretched to the limit. So businesses based in the Commonwealth, from distilleries to car manufacturers to insurance companies, have stepped up and donated literally millions. Remarkable stories of survival and resiliency have trickled out of the disaster zone. Last weekend's storm destroyed much of the First Christian Church in Mayfield, but the congregation discovered their communion table and altar cross fully intact while picking through the rubble. A symbol of hope and rebirth survived amid so much pain. Across town, the Mayfield Health and Rehabilitation Nursing Home was physically devastated when it took a direct hit from the tornado on Friday night. But all 74 of the facility's elderly residents survived with only minor injuries. As one staff member said, this was truly a miracle. And in Bremen, Kentucky, when a man visited the wreckage of his home on Saturday, he discovered his grand piano mostly undamaged despite the storm. Amid the surrounding devastation, he sat down to play and to sing hymns. His songs, shared on social media, warmed the hearts of thousands. These stories of hope have ricocheted across the Commonwealth, bringing smiles and strength to the communities that need them most. And they give me faith that Kentucky will recover from this crisis stronger than ever. Now, Mr. President, on an entirely different matter, today the Senate will pass this year's National Defense Authorization Act by a big bipartisan margin. I've talked for weeks about the importance of this legislation given the global threats and international challenges that face our country, from China to Russia to the fight against terrorists in the Middle East. I'll also be proud to vote for this bill because of the enormous impact it will have on my home state. The proud service members based in Kentucky play an outsized role in our national defense. From deploying across the world to fighting COVID-19 here at home, they do amazing work to keep America safe. In the past week, they've stepped up to provide critical support as Kentucky deals with the aftermath of our devastating tornadoes. Our Commonwealth's heroes and their families deserve our full support, and I'm proud that this year's National Defense Authorization Act delivers for them. Nearly $1 billion for the Assembled Chemical Weapons Alternatives Program that supports the chemical munitions destruction mission at the Bluegrass Army Depot. Robust funding to deter Russia and Europe. The mission of Fort Knox's 5th Corps headquarters. Continued investments in research and modernization that will guarantee our soldiers, including those at Fort Campbell, are prepared to counter emerging threats like China. We've also built on our previous efforts to lift up Kentucky's military families. The bill provides additional funding for modern, high-quality childcare facilities, including $27 million for a new childcare development center at Fort Knox. It authorizes an across-the-board 2.7% pay raise for our troops. This bill is critically important to the service members who make immense sacrifices to keep our nation safe. I'm proud to support it and help cement the Commonwealth's role as America's most military-friendly state. Now, on one final matter, I described yesterday how inflation is hurting families all across our country. Since then, yet another key economic indicator has set an unfortunate record. In the last year, wholesale prices grew at their fastest pace on record. Anyone with a shred of sense knows this is the absolute wrong time to unleash a multi-trillion-dollar taxing and spending spree. Every single day brings new evidence our Democratic colleagues should give the country a break. But the cost of Washington Democrats' latest obsession isn't the only problem. The context of what they want to pass is actually just as bad. We've known since the start of COVID pandemic that Democrats saw it as an opportunity to transform American society. They've actually been quite candid about that. And the reckless taxing and spending spree they're riding behind closed doors is a Trojan horse to let the radical left dictate intimate details to American families. There's a long list of policies inspired by the authors of the Green New Deal, a whole slew of new programs and mandates aimed at fitting the entire country's systems for producing and consuming energy into sort of a California-shaped box. Special subsidies for expensive lifestyle choices like electric vehicles and electric bicycles. New red tape to strangle the most reliable and affordable sources of American industries, of American energy. Subsidies for supply chains that China dominates so that America borrows in order to build back Beijing. And don't forget the so-called civilian climate corps, just what we need at a time of inflation and labor shortages. A Potemkin make-work program for liberal activists. Of course, Washington Democrats intend to grab greater control over the development of America's young people long before they're eligible for made-up green jobs. The spree contains a massive toddler takeover that insults the diversity of American families and their aspirations. It only throws money at a subset of secular childcare centers that woke bureaucrats happen to favor. Forget faith-based options. Forget flexible part-time arrangements. Forget being remotely fair to families with a parent at home. Democrats want to bring their inflation into childcare and make daycare more expensive, more inflexible, and more unfair. And then there's the latest offensive in a long campaign to restrict more of America's health care choices. Democrats' plan would mean more one-size-fits-all programs, more government control, a wet blanket over the world-leading innovation pipeline that creates new cures, and a further gamble with seniors' Medicare when the trust fund is already in danger of insolvency. Then there are the massive tax hikes our colleagues want to use to cover the bill. All those radical changes, all those big government intrusions into family life compared with a crushing tax hikes that would hit our country like a ton of bricks. There are new surcharges on individual taxpayers. There are tax hikes for pass-through businesses. There's a brand new radical scheme to make American industries less competitive that Senate Democrats scribed down with no hearings or committee process. President Biden promised he wouldn't raise taxes 1 penny on anyone making less than $400,000. But experts agree that Democrats' tax hikes would break that promise. People with far less income would be affected. So for goodness sake, in 2022, their bill would give a bigger percentage tax cut to people making more than $1 million every year than to families that pull in between $75,000 and $100,000. That's according to the Joint Committee on Taxation. The average person who makes upward of $1 million gets a bigger tax break from Democrats' bill than the average household that makes just under 6 figures. In large part, that's because of an absurdly expensive tax giveaway the Democrats want to hand out to benefit high-income earners in blue states. Their SALT policy would make the federal government subsidize the property tax bills of people with mansions who choose to live in high-tax states. It's an insane proposition, and it's struggling to even earn support from Democrats rank and file. But their leaders from New York and California are obsessed with it. So go figure. But SALT is only just the beginning of the gravy train this bill steers toward Democrats' pet projects and causes. There's also a tax code tweak that would create a special deduction for union dues, while letting one for charitable contributions actually expire. Another special incentive to the tune of $10 billion would help liberal colleges and universities indoctrinate students in new environmental justice programs, whatever that is. Still others would pour $29 billion into funding a national green bank, $2.5 billion into increasing, listen to this, tree equity, $1.67 billion to bail out news outlets, and an extra billion on top for improving climate resilience of Pacific salmon. An extra billion on top for improving climate resilience of Pacific salmon. And then, of course, there are the extra special ways Democrats want to use this bill to fulfill more personal hometown priorities. Speaker Pelosi didn't end up getting to earmark millions of federal dollars for redeveloping a park in her district, but she did secure one congressman's vote for upping the funding for a defunct regional commission that largely benefits his district by 13,000%. That's old school vote buying, Madam President, Mr. President, a slap in the face to taxpayers. Our own colleague, the Democratic leader, has pledged to use all of his power to personally steer tens of billions of dollars toward a hometown New York City housing authority with a long and storied reputation of corruption, mismanagement, and scandal. So it's hard to wrap your head around all this. That is, unless you subscribe to Washington Democrats' apparent core principle. When the American people are footing the bill, the menu is all you can eat.
All right, once again, the senator wrapping up his remarks, but they did begin talking about that damage that was there in Kentucky. Here is just a look at some of those videos showing the devastation that's been left behind. Again, more than 70 people in the state of Kentucky alone lost their lives because of these storms. President Biden on the grounds in the state looking at some of that damage. Not only was he up in the air, but he also was walking through some of those cities that were hit hard, and he will be making remarks coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern time. That will be something we will have right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Now, we did have President Biden Monday declare that an emergency exists in Tennessee and Illinois after the region had their deadly storm systems on Saturday, and so we just continue to hear these different amazing stories coming out of the state of those who were there during those scary moments. A survivor of the tornadoes that had struck northeastern Arkansas on Friday says she was able to get into a closet with her family just seconds before the twister hit their house. And she had talked with our Fox Weather team and said it was absolute shock. We were scared because we didn't know if another front of the storm was coming through. We were running on adrenaline because we were scared and didn't know what was going on and what was coming next. So again, these are just some of those videos we've been seeing of all that devastation down there, as again, we do have President Biden expected to make remarks. And again, in Kentucky alone, the death toll over 70 people, and there's still been dozens and dozens of more unaccounted for. So we know that the governor there had said that they expect the death toll to continue to grow with the amount of damage and rubble. It may be a week or even more before they have a final count on the number of lost lives. And he said that there are way more people unaccounted for than the current estimate, which had been 109. That was just a few days ago that estimate was. So again, Kentucky was the worst hit state by far, and this was an unusual mid-December swarm of twisters. It had moved across the Midwest and the South. It leveled entire communities and did leave many people dead in multiple states. So 4 twisters had hit the state in all, including one with an extraordinary long path of about 200 miles. They do have about 300 National Guard members who went house to house, checking on people, helping remove debris, and unfortunately, they do have cadaver dogs who are searching for victims. So this will be something we will stay on top of as we hear more stories. And again, President Biden remarks at 4 p.m. Eastern will be something we will stream right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, more news across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to keep you covered on all the top stories that are coming to us across the country. Thanks so much for being here with us. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. And I just want to let all of our viewers know right now we still have our courtroom seal in Hennepin County. That's in Minnesota. Now we are listening in to the Kim Potter trial. Again, she is on the trial for the death of Dante Wright, and she is expected to take the stand sometime, possibly even this week. So we've been hearing the state call up witness after witness, still having them call their witnesses, and we might hear today from Dante's father. So we will be back in the courtroom once they return from that lunch break. But until that time, we've of course still had other press conferences going on that we always keep track of right here for you, replay them. And one of those press conferences was with our White House COVID-19 team. Now, one thing that they've been trying to do is push those booster shots, especially ahead of these holiday months. We know a lot more people in these next few days and weeks ahead are going to be traveling. They're going to be having a lot of family get-togethers. So let's go ahead, listen into the latest update with the team on what to expect here in these next few weeks ahead, especially as also colder weather's been moving in. We all know that we're starting to move indoors. What does this mean for our case numbers as well? It's all going to be coming up here in this briefing that we're playing out for you on Live Now from Fox.
Joining us today, we'll start with an update from Dr. Walensky on Omicron cases in the U.S. and around the world. Over to you, Dr. Walensky.
Good morning. Thank you, Jeff. I'd like to start by walking you through today's data. The current 7-day daily average of cases is about 117,900 cases per day. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 7,800 per day, an increase of about 7.7% over the prior week. And the 7-day average of daily deaths are about 1,100 per day, which is an increase of about 5% over the previous week. And of course, tragically, this week as a nation, we mark 800,000 deaths from this virus. Science is emerging about the Omicron variant with each passing day. Today, I will walk you through the most recent updates. At least 36 states and over 75 countries have reported confirmed cases caused by the Omicron variant. And yesterday, CDC released data that estimate the prevalence of the Omicron variant based on our national genomic sequencing analysis. Although the vast majority of cases continue to be Delta, representing about 96% of cases across the country, the Omicron variant is now estimated to represent about 3% of the cases in the United States. In some areas of the country, the estimates of Omicron are even higher, including in New York and New Jersey, where CDC projects that Omicron could represent about 13% of all cases. In looking at early data on transmissibility of Omicron from other countries, we expect to see the proportion of Omicron cases here in the United States continue to grow in the coming weeks. Early data suggests that Omicron is more transmissible than Delta, with a doubling time of about 2 days. What does this mean for individuals and families as we head into the winter months, a time when families may be gathering with one another over the holidays? It means that it is vital for everyone to get vaccinated and boosted if they are eligible. Given the increase in transmissibility, this also means continuing to be vigilant about masking in public indoor settings in areas of substantial or high community transmission. And as of now, this represents about 90% of all counties in the United States. Vaccination, boosting, and masking are especially critical for those who are most vulnerable, including seniors, pregnant people, and those who are immunocompromised. Tomorrow, we will release data on CDC's COVID data tracker that provide a snapshot of national and state level data on COVID-19 vaccine and booster effectiveness among residents of CMS certified long-term care facilities. The graph displayed here shows COVID-19 cases among nursing home residents by vaccination status, including individuals who are unvaccinated, represented by the top red line, those who are fully vaccinated, represented by the middle blue line, and those who have received an additional booster dose, represented by the bottom green line. As expected, nursing home residents who are unvaccinated have the highest weekly COVID-19 case rates, which increased from 3.4 to 8.8 per thousand nursing home residents between October 31st to December 5th. For those who are fully vaccinated, we are starting to see cases increase, which is likely due to the waning of vaccine protection over time. But the good news is that these data show that nursing home residents who are fully vaccinated and have received a booster dose have a 10 times lower rate of getting SARS-CoV-2 in comparison to those residents who have only received a primary vaccination series or are unvaccinated. These data also show that COVID-19 case counts are increasing among residents who are unvaccinated and those who received a primary series without a booster, while case rates are stable and low among those who received an additional or booster dose. Taken together, these data emphasize the critical importance of boosters to optimize the protection of vaccines over time, and that when boosters are used, that protection works. Throughout the pandemic, we have understood the urgent need to provide protection to our aging populations, and CDC has been actively working to equip nursing homes to best protect their residents and to encourage older Americans to get boosted. These efforts have resulted in approximately 60% of eligible seniors receiving a booster already. And while we've made good progress, we know we have more work to do. CDC is working in close partnership with states, localities, and providers across the country to expand access to boosters and to ensure that every state has access to the resources and support they need to protect those at highest risk, including residents of long-term care facilities. This includes CDC's proactive assistance to long-term care facilities that need help by matching them with a retail pharmacy through the Federal Retail Pharmacy Program to provide an on-site clinic. Thousands of facilities have already already been matched through CDC or by requesting support through their state health department. Given the data presented today, we urge participation of both residents and staff in our booster program. And we are collectively working closely with states at all levels, including weekly calls with governors, state health officers, and immunization programs. Just yesterday, we celebrated the 1-year anniversary of the first COVID-19 vaccine in the United States. And now we have over 200 million Americans fully vaccinated and more than 55 million boosted. In this moment, as we continue to learn more and are guided by the evolving science, it's important to remember that we have far more tools to fight this virus than we ever did just 1 year ago. Thank you, and I'll now turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I'd like to now spend a few minutes talking about the Omicron variant in the light of the effect of boosters. If I could have the first slide. Clearly, because, first slide, please. Clearly, because we have an intense interest on the evolving scenario with Omicron, a number of studies have been done throughout the country and the world to take a look at how we might be prepared in the context of vaccinations. And I'll divide it up into two components. Next slide. The first is to look at selected in vitro neutralization studies, namely the capability of vaccine-induced antibodies to neutralize the new Omicron variant. Next slide. This is data from Pfizer-BioNTech. If you look on the left-hand part of the slide, this is 21 days after the second dose of the Pfizer product. Note the purple bar in the middle on the left, which is Omicron. Clearly a substantial diminution in the pseudovirus neutralization titer, which is measured on the vertical axis. On the right-hand part of the slide, 1 month after the third dose, take a look now again at the purple bar, which has gone up substantially from the 6, which is circled on the left, to 154. Again, this is one of a number of representative studies. Next slide. Another study from the Rockefeller University in New York, funded by the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, again, showing that Omicron exhibits a rather profound degree of neutralization escape, looking at the low levels of the blue triangles on the left part of the panel. However, the 2-dose mRNA vaccinated people who received a booster dose had a substantial increase in neutralizing activity to the tune of a 38-fold increase. Next slide. And most recent data from our own Vaccine Research Center, which is the first in a series of data that will be coming out over the next few days and be published in a preprint server next week. This is a sampling of the data. Again, 2 weeks post-dose, look at the Omicron ID50 neutralizing activity, substantially low. Look at the 3 dots that are even below the level of detection. However, if you look at 2 weeks post the third dose, note the substantial degree of elevation of the neutralizing titer well within the range of neutralizing Omicron. Next slide. Now we look at selected clinical studies. Next slide. As is shown here, this is not looking at booster, it's looking at the effectiveness of a 2-dose Pfizer vaccine against the Omicron variant. On the left-hand part, as has been reported in multiple other studies, the effectiveness against SARS-CoV-2 infection is about 33%, down from 80% to the pre-Omicron era. But note on the right-hand part of the slide that the effectiveness against hospitalization, which is critical, still maintains a 70% effectiveness. Obviously, this is significantly down, but there is the maintaining of a degree of protection against hospitalization. Next slide. Now, if you look at the UK data, if you look at the delta in the blue boxes, you see that effectiveness is significantly lower when you look at the times since the vaccine was given, measured in weeks. However, when you get the booster, which is in the red circles for Omicron, it increases to 75% effectiveness against symptomatic disease with a booster dose. So what is all of this telling us very clearly and very emphatically? Last slide. The Omicron variant undoubtedly compromises the effects of a 2-dose mRNA vaccine-induced antibodies and reduces the overall protection. However, as I showed on a prior slide, considerable protection still maintains against severe disease. The early in vitro and clinical studies that I mentioned indicate that boosters reconstitute the antibody titers and enhance the vaccine protection against Omicron. And so finally, our booster vaccine regimens work against Omicron. At this point, there is no need for a variant-specific booster. And so the message remains clear. If you are unvaccinated, get vaccinated, and particularly in the arena of Omicron, if you are fully vaccinated, get your booster shot. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Dr.
And for our viewers, some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in to the COVID-19 team.
Data that gives us a clearer understanding of the Omicron variant. And as Dr. Fauci just importantly explained, our vaccines work. They continue to provide people protection against this new variant, and booster shots provide the highest level of protection. From day one, President Biden has been laser focused on getting shots in arms. He marshaled a whole of government effort to make vaccines readily available and easy to get at more than 80,000 locations nationwide. And he empowered local leaders with the tools and resources they needed to answer people's questions and get their communities vaccinated. Vaccines are the best line of defense against COVID, plain and simple. They keep people out of the hospital and save lives. The latest data from CDC shows that an unvaccinated individual is 8 times more likely to be hospitalized due to COVID and 14 times more likely to die from COVID compared to a fully vaccinated individual. Just yesterday, a new study from researchers at the Yale University School of Public Health and the Commonwealth Fund quantified the impact of our relentless effort to get Americans vaccinated. Looking at the impact on hospitalizations and death, what you see on this slide is the U.S. vaccination program has already prevented 10.3 million hospitalizations, and it has saved 1.1 million American lives. 1.1 million American lives saved. That's the power of vaccines. That's why we have worked so hard to get shots in arms. And that's why getting more Americans vaccinated and boosted is central to the president's plan to fight COVID and confront Omicron this winter. Since the president announced his winter plan on December 2nd, we've been hard at work executing, using every tool at our disposal. The president's plan is delivering significant results. 60% of all eligible seniors, including 60% of eligible long-term care residents, those most vulnerable, are now boosted. And these numbers increase each day. Overall, we're now getting booster shots to millions of Americans each week. As I said earlier, it's really important to emphasize the importance of everybody getting their booster, but particularly eligible seniors. And we're at 60%, and as Dr. Walensky said, we want that number to go up each and every day. Overall, we're now getting booster shots to millions of Americans each week. In fact, across the first 2 weeks of December, we've gotten 14 million booster shots. That's our highest ever 2-week total. So our booster program is accelerating, and our overall vaccination program is also on the increase. In the first 2 weeks of December, we've gotten 26 million total shots in arms. That's up 40% from the last 2 weeks of November. This is significant progress, putting us in a stronger position as we confront Omicron and head into winter. Let me close with the message that we want every American to hear. If you're eligible for a booster shot, it's critical that you go get boosted today. Don't wait. And please get your kids and yourself fully vaccinated if you haven't already. It's safe and effective, free and easy, and it's the best way to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your communities this holiday season and winter. With that, let's take some questions. Over to you, Kevin.
Thanks, Jeff. We have time for a few questions today, so let's please keep the questions to one question. Sabrina Siddiqui at the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thank you as always for doing the briefing. So given that the Omicron variant compromises the effects of a 2-dose mRNA vaccine and reduces overall protection, I wanted to ask about those who are not eligible for boosters, namely adolescents aged 12 to 15 first started getting the vaccine in May. How confident are we, since they are not eligible for a booster, that that category of adolescents has protection against Omicron? And also, is there any cause for concern that children ages 5 to 11 who are being administered the first round of vaccines would not have sufficient protection against this new variant?
Dr. Fauci.
Well, it's very clear that when you look in general at a population level, that younger individuals have a much more robust immune response than adults, particularly among elderly. So the comparison there is that you would expect a rather substantial power of the immune response. Having said that, we continually look at the durability of response and the level of response in the people that have been followed in the various studies. So this is something that we will continue to examine as to the possibility or necessity of providing boost for that cohort of young people. Thank you.
Next question.
Go to Catherine Bond at Vanity Fair.
Thank you for the briefing and thank you for taking my question. 2 weeks ago, the African Union put out a statement calling on donor countries to no longer send donated COVID vaccine doses that were ad hoc, provided with little notice, and had short shelf lives. They also called on donor countries to include ancillary supplies with those donations, including specialized syringes for the Pfizer doses. My question is, has the White House, in light of this, reconsidered its policy of not including specialized syringes with the Pfizer donations? Or has it made any change to that policy? Thank you.
Well, thanks for the questions. I want to start for the question, and I want to start by saying that the doses that we are sending are not short-lived doses, meaning they have an extended period of shelf life. So that might be happening with other countries' donations, but not with the U.S. donations. And we've sent 320 million doses now to 110 countries, and that's more than every other country in the world combined. And as you know, that's part of an overall commitment of a minimum of 1.2 billion doses donated with no strings attached, and we plan on building on that total across time. I think importantly, the U.S. State Department and USAID are leading the administration's efforts to work to turn vaccines into vaccinations. And that does mean that we need to make sure that there are enough syringes and needles. And our team has been helping with the global effort to ensure that there are the syringes and needles. The AID team and the state team are working to help train health workers to vaccinate people on the ground, run local media campaigns, and also to launch what we've done here, mobile vaccination clinics. Just last week, USAID added $400 million. That brings a total of $1.7 billion for global vaccine readiness. Administrator Power made that announcement last week, and that includes within that 400 efforts to bolster the cold chain storage in various countries, set up field hospitals, train health workers, build data systems, and support campaigns to increase vaccine confidence. So we'll continue to do all we can to support getting vaccines to countries, and then importantly, as you point out, taking vaccines and make sure that they become needles and arms and actual vaccinations, and that includes efforts to support with the needles and syringes needed to do just that. Next question, please.
Let's go to Jeremy Diamond at CNN.
Hey, thanks very much for doing the briefing. So tomorrow, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is meeting to discuss the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I'm wondering if Dr. Walensky could say why that meeting was called and whether you believe that the benefits of getting J&J no longer outweigh the risks. And then secondly, given the rapid spread of Omicron and the data on protection against Omicron from a booster shot versus a 2-dose regimen that Dr. Fauci just presented, isn't it time to change the definition of fully vaccinated to 3 doses? And if not, what more data are you waiting on to make that decision? Thank you.
So Dr. Walensky on the ACIP and then on the definition of fully vaccinated.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Jeremy. So ACIP meets intermittently to review the safety data of all of their vaccines, and I will look forward to their discussions tomorrow and to review of those data and to any recommendations that come thereafter. In terms of the definition of fully vaccinated, as you know, the definition right now is 2 doses of an mRNA vaccine or a single dose of the J&J vaccine. Certainly, as Dr. Fauci has demonstrated, and even our CDC data have also demonstrated, we are continuing to follow that science, and it is literally evolving daily. And as that science evolves, we will continue to review the data and update our recommendations as necessary.
Next question.
All right, go through a few more. Josh Wingrove at Bloomberg.
Hi there, thank you so much. Can you give us a sense of what employers and schools should be doing right now? We're seeing a lot of employers put on hold their return to office strategies. We're seeing schools and colleges move to virtual or warn about the need to move to virtual. We're seeing widespread outbreaks in Major League Sports leagues, for instance. Do we think that this is mostly the Delta surge that we're seeing across the Midwest and Northeast, or is this believed to be that plus Omicron? And do you think overall that we need to be, in essence, locking down a little bit again? Should employers, should schools be taking the precautions that we're seeing, or are they overreacting? Thank you.
Dr. Walensky.
Yeah, maybe I'll start, Josh, and just say, you know, our guidance from the CDC has actually been very clear as to what we should be doing in preventing these cases from happening. Of course, as we've been saying, getting vaccinated, getting boosted, especially with emerging data, that the boost will really be helpful, both with regard to Delta, but also with regard to Omicron. But also, our masking guidance has actually not changed. In areas of substantial or high transmission, we should be having public indoor masking for everyone, vaccinated or unvaccinated. That is 90% of the counties right now. Adding ventilation, adding distancing and hand washing, all of those continue to hold and continue to serve us very well in preventing disease. And we would just encourage local jurisdictions to employ the interventions that we know work.
Yeah, I would just add, consistent with what Dr. Walensky just said, you know, we have the tools to fight this virus, including Omicron, and we're in a very different and stronger place than we were a year ago, and there is no need to lock down. We have effective vaccines, Dr. Fauci just talked about, including against Omicron. We have booster shots for all adults. We have now a vaccine for kids age 5 and 11. That means we now have vaccines for 95% of Americans. We know how to keep our kids in school and our businesses open, and we're not going to shut down our economy in any way. We're going to keep our schools and our businesses open. Next question.
Go to Serena Marshall at Now This News.
Thank you so much for doing this. I was wondering how much more widespread.
Hey, Serena, you're cutting out.
We're having trouble hearing you.
Hey, Sarita, we'll just get back to you. Let's go ahead and go to our last question. Let's go to Brenda Goodman at WebMD.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Americans are really tired, and there's kind of a feeling of exhaustion out there from people that I'm talking to. You know, we're heading into our third year, and Omicron is just right around the corner. And I think people are trying to read a really confusing set of tea leaves. You know, it's more transmissible. The illness it causes may be less severe, particularly if you have some kind of underlying immunity. So given all this complex stew of factors, and I know you've been looking at all of them, how worried should Americans be about Omicron, which is, you know, could be causing a surge we've heard around, you know, January or so?
Dr. Fauci?
Yeah, well, again, getting back to the theme that we have all been underscoring, if you are unvaccinated, you are very vulnerable, not only to the existing Delta surge that we are experiencing, but also to Omicron. And when you hear about Omicron being less severe or not, and you hear about those other things, it doesn't matter. If you are unvaccinated, you need to get vaccinated to diminish your vulnerability. And if you are vaccinated, to get boosted. It is very difficult to predict, as you say, to read the tea leaves. So if you can't read the tea leaves accurately, then do the things that we've been recommending. All of the recommendations from the CDC about prudence and wearing masks in indoor crowded places that are public settings, but also continue to understand the importance for yourselves and your families and your community of getting vaccinated. Those are the tools we have. If we didn't have these tools, I would be telling you to really, really be worried. But we have tools. So get vaccinated, get boosted, and the alleviation of the concern, even though we take all of this very seriously. Back to you, Jeff.
Good. Well, thank you, everybody. We look forward to the next briefing.
All right, and that does wrap things up for the White House COVID-19 response team. And just to reiterate something that was said during today's briefing, they said, according to the latest data from the CDC, unvaccinated people are 8 times more likely to be hospitalized from COVID-19 and 14 times more likely to die from COVID compared to a fully vaccinated individual. So just some of those numbers we wanted to reiterate as they continue to push, not only for the vaccine, but also for the booster shots as they are available now to those who have already had their first 2 doses. Let's take a look at the Dow. It looks like things turning around here, up more than 130 points as we are finally into the green, getting near the end of the closing bell for the day. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. And when we come back, President Biden, well, he is in Kentucky. He's been touring just some of that tornado damage. We'll give you some more on that story when we return, coming up here on Live Now from Fox again in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a look at some video that just came in about 10 minutes ago to our desk here as President Biden is in Kentucky. He is taking some tours of some of the damage that's been left behind as some communities had been wiped out after those deadly storms had struck. And we've been hearing so many different stories from some of those individuals. And we did also have Kentucky United Telethon had raised more than $3 million for tornado victims. The total includes $50,000 from Ohio State's men's basketball coach, and he is a Kentucky native. This telethon will help with all of those victims after the weekend's deadly tornadoes in western Kentucky. Again, we have more than 70 lives that had been lost because of this storm. So you can see here President Biden, he had arrived in Kentucky here on Wednesday, and we've been seeing him tour around, and so he's been taking a look around. Right now we have a count of at least 88 people killed, including 74 in Kentucky when these severe storms hit parts of the Midwest and the South. This happening again over the weekend. The president did speak with the Kentucky governor upon his arrival, and he had gotten a storm briefing at the airport in Mayfield. And then he was joined also with our Homeland Security Secretary, Mayorkas, and he told state and local leaders to don't hesitate to ask for anything from the federal government. So you're just seeing some of that devastation right here as the president is walking through some of these communities. Now, the president did also take an aerial tour of damage in Mayfield. It followed then by a ground tour through some of the roads that have been lined with destruction. And here he is once again seeing some of the people shaking their hands. And earlier this week, Biden had tweeted, "I'm in Kentucky," or earlier today said, "I'm in Kentucky today to meet with local leaders and to survey the damage from the tornadoes and extreme weather. It will take all of us working together to recover and begin rebuilding, and we are committed to providing whatever support is needed for however long it takes." Now, he will be making some remarks coming up again at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be something you can watch right here with us on Live Now from Fox. As you know, we always keep you covered whenever it is not only breaking news, but also live events coming to us from across the country. So 4 p.m. Eastern Time is what time he is expected to speak. You can see here he has a number of people there with the cities and the state leaders walking alongside Biden, but he's also speaking with some of those people who are there who have been impacted and hit the hardest. Now, this again has been a devastating, catastrophic EF5 tornado, and it's not been documented in the United States in more than 8 years. That's the longest span between 5 rated twisters in historical records dating back to 1950. So this EF5 tornado struck in Oklahoma back on May 20th of 2013. So again, as we are looking at some of these different patterns that have been making their way across the United States, this is just one of those facts we wanted to bring to you. An EF5 tornado has been documented in 19 states, ranging as far north as Fargo, North Dakota, to as far south as central Texas, as far east as Ohio, to its border with Pennsylvania. So Alabama, Oklahoma have recorded the greatest number of tornadoes with a rating of 5 on the scale, which even such twisters since 1950. So we continue to keep a look at all of the weather. And what do you do when these tornadoes come? Of course, you can't stop them. Whatever is in its path is going to be destroyed. But there are a lot of great ways to stay alerted. Of course, keeping your phones up to date, and watches and warnings are always alerting you with those different levels, and especially when it comes to those warnings, you want to heed them and find the safest place in your home. So this is going to be on the lowest level in the center of your home. You want to be on the floor, away from windows. You want to try to put up as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. So an interior closet or a hall is best if you don't have a basement. Also, make sure you have emergency supplies ready to go. And if you do have a tornado come through the area, even if your home might not be destroyed, well, you can see here, there may be other parts of the city that have been destroyed. You could lose power for several days. So you want to make sure to have things like your first aid kit, flashlights, batteries, maybe even a whistle to signal for help if you need to on hand. So keep those important documents in a safe place as well. Hard to think about all of those things afterwards. So that's why we always try to keep people prepared ahead of time as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at what is to come still here with some of the weather that is here in the United States. You can see we have our totals up for temperatures. And this again is showing us that there is an outbreak of severe storms that are going to produce some destructive wind gusts. A few nighttime tornadoes could be possible, may be strong in parts of upper Midwest here on Wednesday evening, and forecasters are saying this threat does appear unprecedented for this region in December. So again, NOAA Storm Prediction Center has hoisted a moderate risk area, second highest threat level that can be issued for severe weather in southeastern Minnesota, northern, central, and western Iowa, and also far west central Wisconsin. So we do want all of our viewers watching with us just to be prepared. Make sure you have those weather apps on your phone. And of course, always stay up to date with your local Fox station. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, bringing you more news across the country when we return again here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to pop up that seal in the Hennepin County courthouse as we are still waiting for the Kim Potter trial to return. Lunch break extended for an unknown reason at this time, but we are still keeping you up to date as we may possibly have the state calling its final witness to the stand today. We are hearing that Dante Wright's father is expected to take the stand, and this is the 6th day of testimony. And as we enter into another day, another week here, we will be also letting you take a listen in as Kim Potter is expected to take the stand. So she could do that possibly Thursday or even on Friday. So looks like we have some shaky movements here on the seal. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on this here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, listen in just to a bit of that coverage we have with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team as we continue to hear some more testimony happening here today. Do want to also remind our viewers, we also do have President Biden who will be speaking in Kentucky. He again will be making remarks on that tornado damage that is expected to be around 4 p.m. Eastern time And just getting an update, actually, he is now expected to speak even earlier, so possibly in the 3:00 p.m. Eastern time. So good thing we always keep you up to date with the latest, and as soon as we hear something, we pass it along to our viewers as well. So that schedule did change. Looks like he may be running a little bit ahead of time. So now you can expect him to speak within this next hour. So this will be something we will definitely be in live for you right here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we do have him stepping up to this podium that's set up. You can just see some of that damage and destruction behind this podium. And unfortunately, we have lost so many lives over these deadly storms that happened over this weekend. More than 80 people, more than 70 of those people in the state of Kentucky alone. So did want to just give you these updates, especially as we just had this come in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, that the president, instead of speaking at 4 p.m. Eastern, is now expected to speak at 3 p.m. Eastern within this next hour is what the guidance we've been given. So as I mentioned, we still do have our courtroom seal for our Kim Potter trial. Let's go back with our Fox 9 team as we're listening into just some of the earlier testimony that happened here today.
I'm not sure how to categorize this one, but I'm one of the members of the Civilian Advisory Council for the Columbia Police Department. In that capacity, I provide some consulting to that agency, or at least input to that agency, as well as doing a range of talks for other law enforcement actors, not traditional police agencies. For example, last week I was giving some talks and training to the state attorney's office in Jacksonville, Florida.
That's my next question, is have you done some speeches or presentations to groups in this area?
I have, yes, quite a few.
And can you just tell us what kinds of groups you've given presentations to?
Sure. I've spoken before the Fourth Circuit Judicial Conference, a conference of judges and prominent lawyers in the Fourth Judicial Circuit, Federal Circuit, to the American Judicial Association.
Well, hello everyone. Once again, Tim Blotz back here again in the Fox 9 newsroom, where we now have some movement inside the court from this extended lunch break that's now gone almost an hour and a half. Judge Regina Chu, who you see there standing in the right-hand box, has not yet taken her seat, but she wanted to get court underway at about 1:30 here from this lunch break. Now just 2:02 here Central Time. So let's take you back into the courtroom as the jury is about to make its way back in for the re-questioning here, the extended questioning of Professor Seth Stoughton, who is the state's use of force expert in their case.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, I apologize for getting your lunches late, so it won't happen again, okay? All right, Mr. Frank, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Stoughton, I think when we took the lunch break, you were telling the jury something about the incident, and I think you actually just used the wrong name. I think you used Ms. Potter's name instead of Sergeant Johnson's name. But can you then just tell us what you were telling the jury just before we broke?
Yes, and I apologize for that error. My point was that there are situations where a reasonable officer on the scene will not know what another officer is doing. And in this case, Sergeant Johnson testified, for example, that he did not know what Officer Lucky was doing at one point.
And how does that inform your opinion about what a reasonable person in Officer Potter's position would have known at the time of firing the fatal shot?
Sure. So back to the determination of whether a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would have identified an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm if the reasonable officer was not aware of Sergeant Johnson's actions, for example, was not aware that he had entered the vehicle, then there would be no imminent threat. If a reasonable officer, in Officer Johnson's position, was aware of that and was also aware that Sergeant Johnson was preventing the vehicle from moving, or was aware that Sergeant Johnson had exited the vehicle prior to the shot being fired, then there would be no conclusion that there was an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
If a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position had been aware that Sergeant Johnson was in the vehicle at the time she used deadly force, would it have been reasonable for an officer in that position to use deadly force?
Assuming that the reasonable officer would have been aware that Sergeant Johnson had entered the vehicle and would not have been aware that he had prevented the vehicle from moving and that he had exited the vehicle, the use of deadly force would have been proportional. That is, it would not have been excessive based on the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. It still would have been inappropriate because of the proximity of two other officers and the passenger.
And what if, well, you've reviewed the body-worn camera videos in this case?
Yes.
And you saw during these moments leading up to the fatal shooting where Mr. Wright was positioned?
Yes.
And does it inform your opinion regarding the use of deadly force, whether, or the fact of Mr. Wright's position during these moments?
Yes, it does. If he's not in a position to get the car moving, for example, then there wouldn't be any particular imminent threat of someone getting dragged by a car that couldn't move. So the fact that Mr. Wright was fully in the driver's seat, the fact that his hands were in the area of the wheel or the shifter, the fact that his feet were on or in the area of the pedals, all suggests that he is in a position to make that vehicle move without a whole lot of trouble. That's relevant because of a great deal of guidance to officers to not use deadly force against vehicle operators. Vehicle operators here being someone who is either driving a vehicle in motion, or is in the immediate position of being able to put that vehicle into motion. And the reason for that guidance is because shooting someone in that position is highly unlikely to actually address the threat presented by the vehicle. So generally accepted police guidance now is to not shoot at a vehicle when the vehicle itself is the weapon. You might return fire if someone in the vehicle is shooting at you, but when the vehicle itself is being used as the weapon, you generally don't want to shoot at it, because if the use of deadly force is effective, that is, if it kills somebody, at best what you've created is a potential unguided hazard, and it's highly likely that someone's going to stomp on the accelerator or lose control of a moving vehicle or a vehicle that they set into motion.
Would it be consistent or inconsistent for a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position at the time of using deadly force to believe that there is an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to others, and yet and also believe that the person was not operating the vehicle?
No, those are contradictory and inconsistent with each other. If you believe that the vehicle is not in a position to be put into motion, then there is no imminent threat. If you believe that the vehicle is going to be put into motion, then you really don't want to use deadly force against that individual, because you're liable to make the situation worse, not better.
Now, I want to ask you to assume another fact for purposes of your testimony today. I would ask you to assume that Officer Potter or that a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position at some point during this episode had seen what she described as a scared look on Sergeant Johnson's face. Would that affect your opinions today?
No.
Why not?
Use of force situations are scary. There's, I suppose, one, the inherent difficulty of accurately reading in a high-stress environment someone else's facial expression. That is, an officer could misread frustrated or stressed as scared. And two, just because someone else looks scared really doesn't help inform whether they are scared, whether they are reasonably scared, whether that, even if they are scared, whether they are scared of an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. It's not particularly communicative of anything relevant to the analysis.
Now I'm going to go to put up Exhibit 13, please. And I'm going to ask you to please go to 20201. Would you agree, for our purposes today, that this is at or right after the moment the shot was fired?
Yes.
And do you see anything in here indicating that Sergeant Johnson was visible to Officer Potter?
No.
And so then, based on all this, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as to whether Officer Potter's use of deadly force in shooting Mr. Wright with a gun was justified?
I do, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That the available evidence leads me to conclude that a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would not have concluded that there was an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and thus that the use of deadly force was excessive, that is, disproportionate to the threat presented. And regardless of whether the reasonable officer would have perceived an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, the use of deadly force under the circumstances was inappropriate because of the danger that it created to the other two officers and the passenger in Mr. Wright's vehicle.
Now I want to turn to the decision to use a taser.
Yes.
And have you also formulated an opinion about then Officer Potter's apparent decision to use a taser?
Yes, although she did not actually use a taser, as I said earlier, I believe the evidence indicates that she intended to use a taser. So yes, I've come to a conclusion about the apparent decision to deploy and discharge a taser.
Now, is this would this be considered the use of force, regular force, or deadly force? How would you characterize it?
The use of a taser is, under most circumstances, properly considered a less lethal use of force. There are situations where it can carry a substantial likelihood of death or great bodily harm, but under most situations, the use of a taser is considered an intermediate or less lethal weapon.
And what is the standard for the type of force or amount of force that an officer can use when it's less than lethal force?
So again, adopting that same framework or perspective of the reasonable officer on the scene, the question is whether the use of less lethal force is objectively reasonable. That is, reasonable to the reasonable officer on the scene. I apologize for double reasonabling you, but that's the standard.
And so in reaching an opinion, did you attempt to determine whether there was a threat at the time of using attempting to use the taser?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in that regard?
I concluded that Mr. Wright did present a threat of escape. That is, there was an ability, opportunity, and apparent intention to flee the arrest. That the officers had the legal authority to detain or arrest Mr. Wright, detain him for purposes of dealing with the traffic violations as well as the investigation into potential marijuana possession, and arrest him for the outstanding warrant. So by attempting to flee the way he did, he was presenting a threat of escape.
And what about the possibility of apprehending him later? Are you factoring that into your decision today, your opinion today?
Yes. So when when the threat being presented is the threat of escape, it is important to note that we're talking about the threat of escaping custody right now. There are a number of situations where there are tactical benefits or officer safety benefits to not arresting someone immediately, to arresting them later. Of course, you have to know who they are and have some idea of where to find them. In this case, the officers had information about who Mr. Wright was, who his brother was, their various addresses and contact information. So although he did present an imminent threat of escape, it certainly factors into the analysis that he was unlikely to avoid future apprehension. In a situation like that, officers typically either go and get him on the outstanding warrant or have new warrants written up and go and find him later.
And did you all also, in coming to this opinion, consider whether there was a threat of harm presented by the situation at all?
Yes, I did.
And just briefly describe for us what your opinion is in that regard for this situation, the apparent attempt to use a taser.
Yes, so rather mirroring the opinion with regard to the use of deadly force, the reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would not have identified an imminent threat of physical harm from Mr. Wright. The evidence is that he was not assaultive, it's merely that he was trying to flee. And again, we've already talked about the positioning of Sergeant Johnson and a reasonable officer's awareness of that.
So you've just addressed any potential threat from Mr. Wright, correct?
Yes.
Threat of harm, I should say.
A threat of physical harm, yes.
And then you did also consider whether there was a threat of harm to the other officers at the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And we've already gone through that. With regard to the deadly harm, is your opinion about the threat of harm essentially the same?
It is substantially the same, yes.
And did you also consider the appropriateness of the actual decision to try and use the taser?
Yes, I did, using that same framework of trying to identify foreseeable effects and weigh them against the foreseeable threat, or the effects of the threatened behavior, the threatened escape in this case.
And what is your opinion, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty about the decision to attempt to use a taser at that point in time?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
Taser use is inappropriate under those circumstances for very similar reasons as why using deadly force against the operator of a motor vehicle is inappropriate. It's really dangerous to incapacitate the way that a taser can incapacitate someone who is in a position to get a vehicle moving. You can create an unguided hazard. If the taser was effective in achieving what the manufacturer refers to as neuromuscular incapacitation, and if the taser was ineffective, if it did not achieve neuromuscular incapacitation, if it just caused pain, what we call pain compliance, then you're providing an incentive for someone to flee in that circumstance. So you're likely to actually incentivize someone to effect their flight.
Are you familiar with taser training?
I am, yes.
And how a taser operates?
Yes, I wouldn't identify myself as a technical expert in all of the electrical components, but as a use of force tool, yes, I'm very familiar with it.
You're familiar with some of the reasons why there might not be a successful taser discharge, as you referenced earlier?
Yes, absolutely.
And in this situation, based on your review of all of the evidence, what have you identified as the potential problems achieving a successful taser discharge?
The single biggest problem is lack of probe spread. So to be effective, the taser has to send little micro pulses of electricity from one spot on the body to another. neuromuscular incapacitation is effectively involuntary contraction of the muscles that really occurs between where the two prongs hit, or maybe in the area immediately around where the two prongs are. Essentially, electricity flows from one into the other, and while it's passing through the muscles in between, it causes contractions. So when the taser spread is big enough, which Axon's, the manufacturer's general guidance is in the 7 to 15 feet range, and what some guidance says is in the 10 to 12 foot minimum range, the prongs are more likely to spread out and hit the body in a way that they're distant enough that they cause neuromuscular incapacitation. When the taser is too close to the person, when it's discharged, the prongs don't spread out sufficiently. They hit too close together. So the area of involuntary muscle contraction is very, very limited. It's very painful, but it doesn't cause the type of incapacitation that results in the dysfunction of the body. That's why it's pain compliance, that is using pain to try and obtain someone's compliance, as opposed to what's often referred to as motor dysfunction, where you're preventing the body from working the way that the person wants it to.
And so based on your review of all the evidence, information provided to you in the case, was Mr. Wright's position relative to Officer Potter at the time a factor in whether the use of the taser was appropriate at the time?
Absolutely it is. That's part of the determination about whether you are likely to achieve neuromuscular incapacitation. In other words, it's about the foreseeable effects of the force option of the weapon.
In your review, was Mr. Wright in a position to operate the vehicle?
He was in a position to operate the vehicle immediately before and at the time of the taser, I'm sorry, we'll say the intended taser discharge, yes.
So do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty on whether it was reasonable for an officer in Officer Potter's position to decide to use a taser when she grabbed her gun instead and shot Mr. Wright?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The use of a taser under the circumstances was unreasonable and inconsistent with generally accepted practices. If the taser had not been successful in achieving neuromuscular incapacitation, if it had just resulted in pain, it's highly likely to just incentivize Mr. Wright to flee, the exact opposite of what it was apparently intended to address. If it was successful in achieving neuromuscular incapacitation, it created the potential to turn the vehicle into an unguided hazard. Even if the probe spread blocks the muscles, involuntarily causes muscle contraction between where they hit, does not mean that the person's extremities are affected. It's entirely possible for someone to stomp down on the gas, for example. So either way, in that situation, whether the taser was successful or unsuccessful in achieving neuromuscular incapacitation, the results are not good for the police.
Are you familiar, based on your training, your experience in this field, with the topic of weapons confusion, confusing a gun?
I am, yes.
And have you done some research into that history?
Yes.
And is this something that is known?
It's very well known in policing, yes.
And are you familiar, have you learned approximately how often this has happened?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how often has it happened?
So tasers, as we now know them, were introduced in 1993. Since 2001, which is the first taser weapons confusion case that I'm aware of, there have been less than 20 incidents of weapons confusion, where an individual officer uses their firearm thinking that it was a taser.
And have there been things done to try and avoid those things from happening?
Yes, the manufacturer, policing, individual officers, there are a range of steps that seek to avoid the cases of weapons confusion.
Can you describe those for the jury, please?
Sure. So I think we can probably break them into three buckets. The first bucket is how the weapon is actually carried. The early Taser confusion cases, actually almost all of the Taser confusion cases, involve what's called a strong side draw or a dominant side draw. This is when the Taser is holstered on the same side of the officer's body that the firearm is holstered on. The first, actually, I forget the exact number. It's at least the first 9 or 10 or 12 weapons confusion cases involved this same side or strong side draw issue. After the first couple of Taser confusion cases, Axon, then Taser International, the manufacturer has since changed names, and other commentators began to suggest, recommend, and in many cases now require that officers carry the Taser on a non-dominant side, what's sometimes called a reaction side, on the opposite hip than the officer carries their firearm. Going a little bit further, there have been a couple of Taser confusion cases involving non-dominant side cross draw or reaction side cross draw. That's when an officer who is right-handed would carry the Taser on the left hip, but in a way that they have to reach across themselves to draw it. So it's often recommended today, and many agencies require or strongly suggest that officers carry the Taser holstered in a non-dominant side or reaction side straight draw. That's where the officer uses their non-dominant hand, whatever hand is the opposite one that they use for their firearm, to actually draw the Taser. If you picture the way that a weapon is holstered on an officer's belt, if we're talking about a right-handed officer, the Taser would be on the left hip, handle facing backwards to be drawn with the officer's left hand. That's the first category.
And what's the second?
All right, once again, we've been listening in here to a testimony on the 6th day here of the Kim Potter trial in Minneapolis, and we have been listening as the state's still questioning their use of force experts. So we will be back into this courthouse throughout the rest of the day, of course, throughout the week as well, as we are hearing that the state could possibly wrap up their witnesses, and then it would be the defense team's turn. Also, we do have that live shot of President Biden. He is expected to be making some remarks as he's been touring some of the damage that had been left by some of that severe weather over the weekend. We'll be bringing you his remarks here very soon on Live Now from Fox. But of course, it's not the only wild weather we've been seeing across the country. We've also had a lot of big snow. The storm had dumped feet of snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. It also triggered an avalanche warning. So how are avalanches formed? What kind of weather causes them? What we're going to do is bring in Fox Weather's Max Gordon, who's joining us from South Lake Tahoe with just some of these answers. And thanks so much, Max, for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good afternoon from South Lake Tahoe. So avalanches typically form when there's unstable snow combined with a steep enough slope for a slide to occur. Usually that slope has to be about 30 degrees or so. Then there has to be some sort of trigger. That can either be a skier or maybe a tree falling on the mountain. Now, according to the Sierra Avalanche Center, intense storms with heavy amounts of snowfall in a short period of time increase the likelihood of an avalanche. That's what we've seen here in the Lake Tahoe area, and that's why there's been an avalanche warning over the past few days. The Sierra Avalanche Center also issues an advisory every day all winter long to get the word out about avalanche conditions. According to the Sierra Avalanche Center, the biggest clue that there could be an avalanche in an area is the sign of a recent avalanche. Shooting cracks in the snow and collapsing snowpack, signs of snow instability are also things to look out for when you're out on the slopes.
Any place in the mountainous west with mountains and snow, you can have avalanches. Last year was we had 37 deaths in the United States. That was the worst a year for avalanche deaths in I think over 100 years.
The folks over at the Sierra Avalanche Center also say that if you get caught in an avalanche, you should start digging out immediately because it might be a while before help arrives. It's also a good idea to ski or snowboard with a buddy, a partner, so that they can help you out as well if you get caught in one of those avalanches. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, a lot of great warnings to heed, especially when you're out there trying to enjoy some of those very first moments in the snow, but again, you want to be as safe as possible. So thank you again, Fox Weather's Max Gordon joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate that update. Just want to take us back out to that weather map as well as we continue to watch some of these temperatures and storms continuing to move across the United States. You can count on us to be on top of all the weather events you need to know about. Going to step away for a 2-minute break, bringing you more news across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see we do have the media being pushed as they are following along with President Biden. He is in Kentucky taking a look at just some of the storm damage that had been left behind after dozens of lives had been lost. He's in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. He will be making some remarks. So this is just some video of him walking and talking with some of the folks who have unfortunately had to deal with that devastation and destruction. Here's a shot of that podium. As soon as he does have those remarks, of course, we'll jump into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox. But we're also going to be keeping you in that Kim Potter trial out in Minneapolis as we continue to listen in to testimony from the state's use of force experts. And once more, as soon as President Biden steps up, we'll jump into that live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Yellow is the most common for the Taser models in a way that the firearm is not. And although I can't really describe this very well, they feel different in the hand. They're at a tactile level. A Taser does not feel like a firearm except in the most superficial sense where anything with a handle on it and a trigger does.
And are you aware of approximately how many law enforcement officers are out there with Tasers working?
I don't have a good...
I object to this also, lack of foundation.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
I don't have a precise number. The information from Axon and the last agency surveys that I'm aware of suggests that most police agencies have Tasers now. I don't have a good percentage of exactly how many officers have Tasers, but they are pretty ubiquitous, if not universal, in policing.
And the fact that there have only been, let's say, approximately 20 weapons confusion cases, based on your training and experience, what does that tell you about the three buckets that you talked about earlier?
The vast...
I object to this improper opinion of the witness based on something he doesn't know anything about.
All right. Counsel, do you want to conclude?
All right, everyone. So you can see they did go into sidebar right now. The state's witness here, this use of force expert, has been on the stand all day today. And pretty soon we will be getting remarks there from President Biden in Kentucky. You can see the shot there in the bottom right. Podium is set up ready for him as you're looking at a street that unfortunately is just totally wiped out. And they're using that as the backdrop there to really bring it home here that President Biden is on the ground here and touring the devastation from this very, very deadly tornado. As we wait for the sidebar to come out, let's just show you these live raw images that we have here for you right now. Remember, it's always live, raw, and unfiltered right here as we are bringing you President Biden on the ground there in Kentucky. Get a first-hand look at all of the devastation from this tornado that happened back on Friday night. If you remember that, we were giving you full coverage when it was happening, and just showing you everything that was happening with not only Kentucky, but Edwardsville, Illinois, and so many other places, Arkansas, as well as Missouri, getting hit hard during this very, very historic stretch there of deadly tornadoes. You can see the media gathering here, just trying to get any shot that they can. A lot of Secret Service, as you can imagine, here on the street. And the president now wearing his mask. Didn't have it there for a moment, but now the mask is back on. Talking to locals there and in the community, talking about maybe what they were feeling as the tornado was coming. Talking to these survivors. And just trying to get some guidance here from the president as federal resources will be happening. You can see the governor there consoling his wife as you look at this destruction. Really hits home for so many here that a lot of people don't have homes at this moment. All right, so we'll keep an eye on this as soon as President Biden hits the podium. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go back out right now to back at the trial in the Kim Potter trial, everyone. Well, they just went to another sidebar, so we'll stay out of that right now. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking another live look here in Kentucky as President Biden comforting some tornado survivors here in Kentucky as they are talking to him, and soon there will be remarks made. But a great shot here of the president with these two that have lost everything and getting some comfort right now from the president of the United States.
That's what everybody is saying. It's disappointing because you don't know.
One year thought I get to meet you. I'm fine. I'll see you before we reach out. I'm going to say God bless you. That was me.
All press up for cars. Up on the sidewalk, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so right there, the media being told to go to another area here, and you're just looking at this block right here, and every home just destroyed. You got debris there all over. You heard in the background there chainsaws continuing to rip there, and that's what happens so many times, you know, even just hours after a horrible storm or a tornado in the Midwest. What'll happen is you'll have just those horrible sounds of the wind, thunder, lightning, and then within hours after the storm passes, you hear those sounds of the chainsaw already getting to work there, trying to clear up debris and get it out of people's areas. But this one, a difficult one for so many here in this town where they're still trying to come to grips with a new reality that they don't have a home, all their prized possessions gone or destroyed. And think about everything that, you know, you got inside your own home. You got furniture and mementos and so many other things, knickknacks that you have collected throughout the years, and that could all be gone. And at the end of the day, you're not really even thinking about that. You're thinking about, well, our loved ones are still here. We survived, and hopefully that's the case. But think about the ones that don't have their loved ones right now because of this deadly storm. There are many, over 70 just in Kentucky, families grieving, all trying to find some sort of memory for their loved one and try to think back to the good times while still having to go through a loss of a home and do all of the insurance stuff and still trying to then bury your loved one. So very, very difficult time on many measures when a natural disaster comes through and really puts a spiral into your life in something that you didn't think could happen and something that could be gone in an instant. And right now we're just taking a look at different angles and shots here that we have the president on the ground here, moments away right now from coming to the podium, and we'll be getting a fresh look at that. You're watching Live Now from Fox. As always, thank you for joining us.
Guys, you have to come down to the sidewalk so you don't trip on the power lines, and then we're heading to the intersection.
All right, you just heard there from one of the White House handlers here that they're going to the intersection here, so that might be the podium right here, where he will be addressing not only Kentucky, but the nation here as we saw this destruction, especially when it came to light over the weekend, just how widespread this damage was. We'll keep an eye on that, everybody, and we'll play out some other news here of the day while we do wait for the president in just a little bit. Oh, got another shot here. Let's go back.
Yeah, let's go approach. That's what we're trained with.
Yes, we are. No, he can't deny. You couldn't deny it.
No, I couldn't deny it.
No way out. No way out.
These are my best friends right here. All right. Rough time. Still are. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm telling everybody around here while ago, don't think they ain't off that wall. That's where it is, right there on the wall right there. That's what we look forward to. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
We're heading back. Follow me, guys. Follow me. This way. Follow the blonde. Thank you. Sorry.
As you can see here, live, raw, and always unfiltered here for you as we're showing you just moments away from President Biden to be making remarks here. It looks like we are now at the podium here. You can see the media members getting ready now for the president to address the nation here in Kentucky. And when you just saw that last couple there, just showing you the destruction that was right outside of their, what would have been their garage area, and you still saw a Christmas wreath there. And that was able to survive, and just shows you a little bit of Christmas is still left here in Kentucky, and the spirit will continue to go on right now.
Oop. Here, give me your water. Take it, sir.
Other than Biden,
Looks like President Biden went across the street from where he was, and we're getting another shot there of a family that is being consoled here by the president. We'll keep an eye on this, and heavy security, as always, Secret Service all around as well. As soon as the president there gets to the podium, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go back out right now to Minnesota, where the trial continues for Kim Potter.
Are what a reasonable officer knew in Officer Potter's position. That's exactly what this witness testified to. A reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would have known that he had been identified and could be potentially apprehended later. He didn't guarantee it was going to happen. He said that a reasonable officer would have known that. Now, that might have been wrong. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is a reasonable officer at that moment would have understood that. It doesn't change anything that there is the unknown incidents unknown to Officer Potter, because a reasonable officer in that position wouldn't have had that information. So no door has been opened to put in what is essentially character evidence under 404B. That's what they're trying to do here, is to make it look like Mr. Wright wanted to flee. That's not the issue, right? The issue is what Officer Potter knew to apply that reasonable officer standard.
And there isn't any evidence that, obviously right now, that Officer Potter was aware that he had fled in the past and done whatever acts to evade warrants or whatever. If Officer Potter wasn't aware of that, I believe it's covered under my prior ruling that any prior bad acts, alleged bad acts on the part of Dante Wright would not be admissible.
May I speak to that?
Yes.
Well, the expert has testified he's reviewed thousands of pages. We don't believe he's reviewed an inch-thick file on Dante Wright. On every time he gets arrested, he tries to escape. Every court appearance he misses. Every time he can get away, he can get away. And so now we have an expert who's articulated that this really shouldn't have been a lethal force matter. No taser should have been shot because eventually we'll find this kid. I mean, that's his opinion. And it's false. We'll find him, he'll be easily arrested, no big deal. And so they've got an articulated opinion they put forth to these jurors. They're writing it down like crazy on their notes. A few of them are anyway. And we need to rebut the falsehood of that opinion. And, I realize your ruling was that since you didn't know about certain things about Dante Wright, we're limited. But I briefed the 703 issue, and you didn't rule on that yet. Mm-hmm. And I was waiting for this issue to either not be brought up or to be introduced into evidence. And now they've introduced a false predicate into the trial. And a false inference and false facts denies us due process. NAPU versus Illinois. We either have to correct it, or if your ruling is that we can't ask about it, I have to move for mistrial, and we will come in after the break with a thick packet, and I'll make an offer of proof of every time this kid has run away and not been found.
Okay. All right. Mr. Frank, I'll let you just briefly.
Yes, Sharon, please, thank you. And I will not pound on the table because I don't think I need to. You can see clearly what the real purpose of trying to offer this evidence is 404B. It's character evidence. But nonetheless, there has been no false impression given to the jury because the witness's entire testimony was couched in terms of what a reasonable officer would have done or known, or what would have been, what they would have done based on what that officer knew at the time. That's been the entire context of his testimony. He never misrepresented that to the jury. He never said, that he was guaranteeing they would have caught him later. That's not his opinion. So his opinion was carefully stated, appropriately stated, and did not open the door to any of this stuff, whether it's an inch thick or not. None of it was known to Officer Potter, and it's not relevant to the issues in the case. Okay.
I'm going to take a break and think about that. So I'll be back in 5 minutes, and I'm just going to read his expert opinions again. And I am concerned about this because I do think that the jury has gotten the impression that he could have easily been apprehended later. And there is a basis for believing that he wouldn't have. So I'll take a break. I'll be back in 5.
All right, interesting stuff right there that we were just hearing, where the judge now is going to take a break and decide on this motion here, where the defense wants to bring up the fact that Dante Wright in the past has fled from police. They want that to be brought into evidence because they are fearing, because of the witness that was on the stand talking about giving his opinion, saying, well, if the cops just let him go, he would have been easily found maybe in hours or the next day, and the defense does not agree with that, and they want to change the record and also bring up some evidence of their own. Let's listen to a little bit of Fox 9 Minneapolis.
The judge excusing the jury while both sides make some legal arguments about some potential evidence that just came up on Dante Wright's past and whether he has escaped in the past. I want to bring in both my colleagues, Paul Bloom, and one of our legal analysts today, Mike Bryant, who's a trial attorney here in town. Gentlemen, I'm going to offer it up to you. Mike, why don't we start with you and explain to us what is happening now and why it's important?
Well, what the defense is arguing is that the prosecution opened the door. So what that means is the judge has made a ruling, and that the party who won the ruling took advantage of that and brought in evidence that then it would be unfair not to allow you to now bring in the evidence you wanted to bring in. The defense wants to get in front of this jury that Dante Wright would leave the scene lots of times, and that there's this whole number of times that he left the scene. And so it was common for him to leave the scene. They're claiming they need that because they want to show that it wasn't easy to get this guy once he ran away. Because they're arguing that the jury might have gotten the impression from the testimony from this expert that it's easy to get this guy if he runs away. So that's how they're getting it in. The prosecution is saying that's not why they want it in. They want it in for what's called character evidence, to make it look like the victim in the case, the Mr. Wright who died, was a bad guy and therefore it was okay for bad things to happen to him. That's the position that the prosecution is taking. So they're saying that's not the reason it comes in. Now, we've heard some technical arguments because when they read the rules on expert testimony, the prosecution argued you can give an expert things that aren't admissible in order for them to come to their opinion, and that's okay. They just can't present those things unless they're admissible in and of themselves. A comparison to this, I would say, was like the Rittenhouse trial, where the court got mad at the prosecution for going into some issues on Mr. Rittenhouse's testimony. The court got mad because the prosecutor didn't do what the defense did, which was approach the bench and say, "Judge, I know you made this ruling. I know you have this opinion, but we think they've opened the door and we should have a right to bring this information forward." And that was what that judge got all worked up about in that earlier trial, is that the prosecution didn't do that. Because that's the proper way to do that, is go up, tell the judge, let the judge know what you want to do. And then if the judge think it's fair, they'll let you do it. Initially, she almost let it in. Now she's thinking about it, and we'll see what Judge Chu does when she comes back from the break.
And Mike, Paul Bloom here, also watching along in the newsroom. I point out I am in this newsroom. I am a news reporter. I am not a lawyer, although I did get into law school once upon a time. I appreciate the legal analysis, but this is a big moment. This is a big moment in this case. The defense has argued tooth and nail from the start. They want sort of the prior information of Dante Wright on the record. They want the jury to know that he has fled prior arrests, that he has been arrested before. Now, all of a sudden, the state's use of force, their main expert, comes up and he doubles down. He says the deadly use of force of a gun, not justified. The less lethal use of force, a taser, obviously not deployed, but her intentions by all accounts, not justified. An overreaction. No imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And the worst thing that happens if Dante Wright gets away, they know who he is. They can eventually catch up to him. And he testifies to that. And you heard Paul Lang explain that the jury's taking feverish notes, catch up with Dante Wright after this arrest. And the defense is saying, no, it is not that easy. He has escaped. They have an inch-thick folder ready to go. And if they don't get their way here, they're going to demand another mistrial. I think this is a big moment in this case. And Judge Chu, I know she took 5 minutes to gather her thoughts and her notes, but I think this is critical as this case moves forward.
Well, the prosecution wants to get in, or excuse me, the defense wants to get in as many things about Mr. Wright as possible. And the question of whether or not it's truly being put in so that it can say this guy ran away lots of times or not, we'll see if that's really what they're using it for. The prosecution's arguing they really want to just make him look bad, and that's really what they're trying to do. And none of that was in her head when she decided to use the taser or the gun. That if she had those things in her head and say, hey, this guy runs away a lot, then that would be fair game if she testifies to that. But if she doesn't know that, then it really doesn't matter because it can't have that impact.
If the judge does come back and allows this testimony to go forward, does defense then bring that up in their own case tomorrow, or will they be allowed to bring that up in cross-examination here?
Well, the judge, what was interesting, she gave a...
Officer Potter was aware of these prior attempts to flee.
Well, later in the trial, I'll make an offer.
Okay. All right, can we bring the... Yes, I know you object. Okay, can we bring the jury in? Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll have to catch that on the other side of President Biden. He is now coming up to the podium here, and we will hear his remarks here from the ground in Kentucky after the devastating tornado impact to this community and so many others.
Worst tornado disaster in the history of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. It brought 200 miles of death and destruction, killing infants and elderly alike, wiping out towns almost entirely, and leaving our landscape almost unrecognizable. This town is part of who I am. I spent Christmases on a porch that, thank God, is still standing, not too far from here. My granddad would put me on his tractor and drive me around town, which is a pretty big deal for a little kiddo. I buried my kin right here in town, just down the road. To me, this was always a safe place. Bad things did not happen here until Saturday. If you look around here, or Mayfield, in Muhlenberg County and a number of other towns, you might think that we are broken, but we are not. In Kentucky, we are good people. We love one another, and we lean on one another. We open our homes to those in need, not just today, but every day. And we will repair our homes, our businesses, and we will repair our lives. We will do all of that together. As a people, we're not alone. The generosity and outpouring of love, pure, unconditional love from around this country and around this world has been overwhelming. Millions of dollars and more water, diapers, sweatshirts, household goods than we could ever count have poured in. As a state, we are also not alone. President Biden and the federal government have offered more aid and acted faster than we have ever seen in the history of the United States of America. I received 3 personal calls from the president on day 1. First, when he could get through, and then at the end of the day, saying, what else do you need? We got an immediate disaster declaration, which doesn't happen. And just, I think on the same day, not even a full day later, a major disaster declaration. And you know what? Starting yesterday, there were people here in FEMA shirts walking house to house to start processing people's claims to get them back on their feet. We've gone from looking for our dead to starting to haul away the death and destruction around us. And the steps to start rebuilding have already begun. I cannot thank the president enough. And I know our federal delegation feels the same way. They have been hugely supportive. Thank you, Congressman Comer, for being strong for this community and for pushing for everything we need in Washington, D.C. You've been a wonderful partner. I hope the people of Kentucky know that I care deeply about them, and the president does too. He's here in Dawson Springs, Kentucky, because we're hurting. I am so thankful for the full, unwavering support of our federal delegation. I'm so thankful for the president that has said yes to every ask we've made. And you know, he's going to have some news about another ask that I made. One that I thought there was no way that we could get a yes to. But it's going to mean the federal government isn't just here, isn't just doing things we've never seen before, but is fully behind every single family that has suffered any loss. On behalf of Brittany and I, to the people of Kentucky, we love you. And I never thought in my life I'd be able to introduce a president. And I wish there were different circumstances. But I'm still very honored to be able to introduce a president in my dad's hometown, President Joe Biden.
Gov, thank you. I want to introduce you a new friend of mine. This is Dane. Dane lived down the street. And Dane and he has cousins who are all together. And one cousin, I don't know where she is. There she is. Come on up here, honey. Can you see me? Come here. She is about to graduate from UK on Friday. And I just want you to meet him. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting, but I got a chance to hang out with the whole extended family down there. And I want you to meet a soon-to-be graduate who wants to go on to graduate school. Come on up here, honey.
And we're proud of you. We're proud of you.
What's your first name?
Abby.
Abby is here, and we're going to figure something special for her graduation day. But imagine that. This Friday, she graduates from UK. I kid and say the best thing that ever came out of Kentucky was my sister-in-law. And she is... she's all blue. She went to UK, then she went to Duke Law School, and she married my brother. We're all thankful to everybody for her marrying my brother. And at any rate, so you got to remember me when you're president, right?
Yeah.
Okay? Thank you. I just want you to meet the folks I was just hanging with. Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Andy, thank you, Gov. The introduction. Your forbearance is commendable. This has to be an emotional moment. For you, the family, for the congressman, for all of you congressmen, thanks for the passport into your district. Appreciate it. And I want to also thank everyone here that took the time to be here. And one of the things, back in the 1900s, Dawson Springs was a place where people came to be healed because of the mineral waters. Literally, it was a place you came to heal. Now it's our turn to help the entire town to heal. You know, I granted the request for the first emergency declaration and major disaster declaration the moment I received it, because I got to know the governor's father, and I knew nothing would come that wasn't real. I mean it, for real. And yesterday I also approved an emergency declaration for the state of Illinois and Tennessee. And I intend to do whatever it takes, as long as it takes to support your state, your local leaders, and as you recover and rebuild, because you will recover and you will rebuild. You know, the scope and scale of this destruction is almost beyond belief. When you look around here, it's just almost beyond belief. These tornadoes devoured everything in their path. And, you know, as I flew over here in the helicopter, you can look down and you see a house 20 yards away from a house that's devastated, and the house is in good shape. I mean, it's just, tornadoes are such devastating storms. Back where I'm from, we're used to hurricanes and floods and high water, but these tornadoes are just something totally different. And they're not, it devoured everything in the path, your homes, your businesses, your houses of worship, your dreams, your lives. And you know, the governor confirmed there, I think you said 74 fatalities so far, Gov, in Kentucky, and making these among the deadliest tornadoes to ever strike this state. Almost 14 people are confirmed dead in other states, with dozens of people still fearful of where they are. I met one, I don't have permission to use their name, but I met one couple on the way up, said they're still looking for 4 of their friends. They don't know where they are. And those who have lost someone, there's no words for the pain of losing someone. A lot of us know it. A lot of us understand it, especially around the holidays when everything's supposed to be happy and joyful. It was a long time ago. I got a phone call around the holidays and found out that I was in Washington as a young senator, not sworn in yet, about to be hiring staff, and I got a call saying from a first responder that there'd been an accident. A tractor trailer broadside at my wife with a Christmas tree on top and my 3 kids inside. My wife and daughter are dead. But my mother, God love her, used to always say, out of everything terrible, something good will happen. Something good has to happen out of this. It just can't be all bad. We've got to make it better. And so, folks, those who have lost someone know how tough it is. And you know how tough it is. You know, in Mayfield, just hours before the storm, we just came from Mayfield, the Gibson Pharmacy had been full of families with children waiting to meet Santa. Now it's completely gone. And so many businesses vital to the community have been so damaged and destroyed, in your town as well. There's a saying in small towns, people know about it when you're born, and they care about it when you die. They know about it when you're born, and they care about it when you die. Well, in so many places, destruction was met with compassion. Neighbors and first responders racing to help and save each other's lives and support. I mean, I'm not joking. I asked when I got to Mayfield, what the first thing my first responders, FEMA, what they heard. They said they were amazed. All they heard was about people just going out helping one another. Everybody, just stepping up. It's incredible. It's incredible how you all step up. And so, folks, you know, the fact is, I'm going to make sure the federal government steps up and makes sure we do every single thing. For years and years, as U.S. Senator and then as Vice President, I come from Delaware, we have a lot of serious storms. Hurricanes, oceans rising, a whole range of things. But you know what? It always took a long time. There's no reason why it should take any time. We have the wherewithal to get it done. And we're going to get every single thing you need. And I'm going to make sure the federal government does what's needed. At the state's request, 4 FEMA search and rescue teams are working here in Kentucky right now. For those without power, FEMA's already provided 61 generators. The Army Corps of Engineers has a temporary power install teams ready to assist if needed. And we provided critical supplies thus far, and a lot more to come. 144,000 liters of drinking water, 24,000 meals, 74,000. And look, thousands of cots and blankets. There are seven shelters open in Kentucky, which are now taking care of 300 occupants, but a lot more is going to occur. Of course, housing is a key. Because of COVID, we want to make sure people are out of those shelters as quickly as they can because of COVID. And ultimately, we want to start to provide some certainty for people. I've been involved in responding to a lot of disasters, and you can see it in people's faces what they're really looking for. And look around, I say to the press, what they're looking for is just to be able to put their head down on a pillow, be able to close their eyes, take a deep breath, go to sleep, and make sure their kids are okay. That's what people are looking for right now. But a lot of hard work is going to happen in the next 2 and 3 months to bring it all the way back. And so, folks, the governor, I want to provide you the certainty as well. I just approved the request that I wasn't sure I had the authority to do, but it turns out I do. The government's going to cover 100% of the cost. 100% of the cost for the first 30 days for all the emergency work, from clearing everything to every single cost the federal government's going to take care of. And it includes debris removal, cost of overtime and law enforcement, emergency service personnel, and shelter. And that'll get you through. And by the way, I want to thank your wife. She started a toy drive for this part of the state to make sure, how many, come here. I'm taking credit for something I have nothing to do with.
How could you?
But tell them what you got so far.
Well, as of this morning, we think that we have around 20,000 gifts donated, and we've got 3 more days to go.
20,000 gifts, so no kid's going to go to sleep wherever they get to sleep tonight without a gift. God love you. And look, we also need to recognize that people have suffered mental and emotional injuries. The cost of this sometimes are unseen and unknown. People talk about post-traumatic stress in the battlefield as I travel through Afghanistan and Iraq. Well, guess what? There's a lot of post-traumatic stress that comes from lying in your house and all of a sudden the roof goes blowing off and you wonder whether your kids are around. I really mean it. So, you know, with the shock of losing a home and a business, the grief of losing someone, it's happening right before the holidays, as I said, and we're going to make sure that you have all the help you need, including the kind of mental help that's needed to help people through difficult times. And folks, you know, the FEMA has opened mobile disaster recovery centers in Mayfield and in Dawson Springs, and it has disaster survivor assistance teams on the ground here in Kentucky to help people register for assistance. As I said when I talked to the governor, not only that we're going to get what you need, we're going to make sure you know everything's available, because you don't always know all that is available, and that's what we're going to do. And folks, you know, if you live in infected areas, which all of you who are standing here watching me do, you know, you visit disasterassistance.gov, or call 1-800-621-FEMA. That's 1-800-621-3362. I promise you, you're going to heal, we're going to recover, you're going to rebuild, you're going to be stronger than you were before. We're going to build back better than it was. And when I come back, I got one beautiful lady and her husband promised me a meal. She's apparently a hell of a cook, so I'm coming back for the meal. So thank you for being here. And to all the families here, keep the faith. We're going to get this done. I promise you, the governor's not walking away, your county judge is not walking away, your congressman's not walking away, no one's walking away. We're in this for the long haul. Thank you very much for your patience. Not now. We don't need it yet. We don't need it now. You know, there has been, because of weather disasters, just this year, over $99 billion in losses. $99 billion in losses. And as I flew over, I was telling folks here, as I was out with the governor of California and Idaho and other states, as you fly over those territories for the better part of an hour, looking down, every single solitary thing is leveled because of the fires. Nothing there. The forest, the homes, the businesses. And guess what? So much area has burned this year because of weather and climate changes that is larger than the entire state of New Jersey. The entire state of New Jersey. That's how much land has been burned to the ground. So we got a lot to do. We got a lot to do, but the American people are ready to do it. This is the United States of America. There's not a darn thing we can't do. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it right there. President Biden saying that for the first 30 days, the federal government will be picking up the tab for emergency repairs and emergency services here for the people of Kentucky and, of course, Dawson Springs, as well as Mayfield and so many other communities that have been devastated from this tornado. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and we're going to come back, and now we'll be hearing from the defense cross-examine the state's witness here for
describe it that way.
The Kim Potter trial. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take that quick 2-minute break.
That's about correct, yes.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. Let's go back out right now to the Kim Potter trial. Day 6 of testimony. We are going to see now the defense cross-examine the state's witness here.
Get this right. What your last piece of testimony was that when the officers attempted to handcuff Mr. Wright because they had his address and name, and it was a minor violation, that they should have just let him go? Is that what you're saying?
No, that mischaracterizes my testimony and opinions.
What are you saying about it? I thought you said that they should let him go because they had his name and address. Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, well then I misheard you. What did you say? They should let him go?
No, I did not say they should let him go.
What did you say?
I said that the fact they had identified him and had his address is a relevant consideration in balancing the threat of escape or evasion.
Of what? I'm sorry.
The threat of escape or evasion.
Okay, and if he attempted to escape, what should the officers have done?
Use reasonable force to prevent the escape.
And they do that when they were trying to stop him from escaping?
Are you asking me in this case? No.
They didn't. And
at an early point, I would say yes, although we didn't talk about that. But at the point of using deadly force, no. As I testified, that was excessive and unreasonable, inappropriate, and inconsistent with generally accepted police practices.
Yes, but I thought I was not talking about deadly force. I was talking about your first opinion in your report about using the taser. And your report seemed to reflect that because they would find him some other time or somebody else would get him, that they should not have tried to stop him. Is that what your report says?
It's not, no.
Okay. Well, let's go back. You started working as a police officer, what year, 2001?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And you worked as a police officer for 4 years and 7 months after that? Is that right?
Something like that, full-time, an additional 6 months as a reservist. The plaque on my wall says 5 years, but I'd have to calculate the exact number of months.
All right, well, let's assume it's 5 years, and it doesn't matter.
Sure.
That was 15 years ago, I believe, right? About that?
Yes. I left
and have you worked as a patrol officer since 15 years ago?
No.
And during the time you were a patrol officer, and we did some history here, how many first of all, do you know what a critical incident is?
Yes.
How many critical incidents did you have in the 5 years that you were a law enforcement officer?
Oh, I was involved in maybe a dozen.
Okay, name one. I'm talking about a critical incident where a gun was used.
Sure. So my first one was in field training. I was not the shooting officer. My field training officer.
Maybe you misunderstood me. I'm not talking field training. I'm talking out in the area, being a patrol officer and having a real life incident. Did you have any of those?
Your Honor, I hate to be the third person talking at a time, but could the court please remind Mr. Gray that only one person can talk at a time? They should let the witness.
Right, and if he could answer my question, Your Honor.
All right, okay. You may continue, but yet for the benefit of the court reporter, please remember not to talk over each other.
Okay.
All right.
So what I'm talking about is when real life, when you're out on a patrol alone and you have a critical incident situation, how many of those did you have?
I was involved in, although not the shooting officer, I was involved in perhaps a dozen or so.
Of an officer shooting?
Either an officer shooting, an officer potentially being shot at, a significant use of force that we would classify as a critical incident.
Were you ever the one that shot the gun?
No.
Were you ever the one that was shot at?
No.
Were you ever in a situation such as the one that you saw in this video, the chaotic incident of this sort?
Someone attempting to flee an arrest and traffic stop? Sure, a number of times.
Okay, well, did they have a bench warrant for a weapons violation?
I don't remember specifically. I know certainly there were people who fled who had outstanding warrants of different types.
Well, I'm talking about an incident. Did you ever chase somebody that had a weapons warrant?
I'm sorry, that had a weapons.
Well, okay. I'm talking about a critical incident where you were involved yourself personally, and a man broke away from you, didn't want to be handcuffed, and either drove off or ran off. Did you have any incidents like that?
I had a number of incidents where people who did not want to be arrested either drove off or ran off. They did not result in an officer-involved shooting, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so the person that drove off, if you can remember one specifically, did you have a person that drove off or that fought the handcuffs and jumped in the vehicle? That person had a warrant for a weapons violation, had no driver's license, no insurance, and a temporary restraining order against him against the female, and the officers did not know who the female was in the vehicle. Did you ever have an incident like that?
I can't say that I had that particular collection of facts as an officer, no.
Did your heart ever race, and did you ever get real excited when somebody left your custody and ran off?
Of course.
Okay. So you're aware that's what happens. Your adrenaline starts pumping. Is that right?
Yeah, colloquially, sure.
Okay. And you had that police officers patrol for about 5 years, give or take. And during the 5 years, you never was a trainer. You were a trainee, except in computer training, correct?
I taught report writing to officers, the policies that we used. I got a number of different training.
You answered the question. And just answer my question, okay?
I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand your question.
I guess you don't. Okay, so during the time you were a police officer, you never was a trainer for use of force, for shooting a gun, or any kind of conflict with a citizen, correct? You weren't a trainer.
No, I earned a number of instructor certifications, including several in use of force disciplines.
You were a trainer for the officers back there in 2001, 2005. You trained other officers on the use of force. Are you testifying to that today?
No, I'm testifying that I earned several instructor certifications.
Did you hear my question? Did you ever train any officers back there when you were a patrol officer? Did you ever train any officers on the use of force at the police department you were in?
At the police department, no. I was not what we considered to be a defensive tactics instructor.
And you were actually a trainee, correct?
At the beginning of my career, sure.
And as far as, do you remember what a spear drill is?
A spear, as in Tony Blauer's spear system?
I don't know, but in your records you didn't choose to participate in a spear drill. You remember that?
No, I don't. If that's the spear system drill, no.
Do you remember not participating in it?
I remember.
I can refresh your memory if you want.
Sure. I remember at one point getting a fever in the middle of defensive tactics training and getting pulled out.
Thank you. And I'm going to check your honor on relevance grounds.
Your objection is overruled.
Read it yourself.
Sure.
Sure what?
I've read it.
Okay, and what, does it refresh your memory?
Looks like my entire squad at the time is listed.
I asked you if it refreshes your memory or not. That's a yes or no, sir.
Not of this particular. I suppose it refreshes my memory as to what?
As to whether or not you wouldn't participate in the spear drill.
No, not particularly.
You don't remember? It did happen though, didn't it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Too long ago? Is that right? Is it too long ago to remember?
Perhaps some combination of too long ago and simply not memorable.
Then you probably don't remember a lot of things that you did as a patrol officer, is that right?
Oh, I'm sure there are all kinds of things that I've forgotten.
15 years ago?
Sure.
And when you were approached to work in this case, you signed a contract, correct?
Yes.
And the contract calls for, what was the hourly rate?
I believe it was $2.90 an hour with 10 hours on days of expected testimony.
Okay, and up till now you've billed them about $10,000, would that be fair?
Something in that range, about 35 hours worth.
And since November, strike that. The cap on your contract is $50,000, correct?
I don't remember.
Oh, I'll show it to you.
Union approach.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. Actually, totally, I believe it might be $95,000. Take a read on that paragraph and see what you can figure out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've misstated my rate. It's $2.95, not $2.90.
What else does that say?
It says quite a bit. What are you referring to?
The cap. How much is the cap?
The cap, I suppose if that's the total obligation clause, it will not exceed $95,000.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, did you remember to ask your questions at the podium for the benefit of the court reporter?
Now,
was that spear drill late June?
I'm sorry, I didn't ask you a question. The stop on this case last April 11th, you looked at that. That was legal, wasn't it?
The traffic stop itself? Yes.
And the arrest was legal, correct?
Yes, officers had probable cause to arrest for the bench warrant.
Well, besides the bench warrant, you knew that Wright did not have a license, correct? You learned that from this case, did you not?
Yes.
You learned that he didn't have car insurance, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you learned that the registration of the tabs on the car were old, outdated.
Expired, yes.
Yes. And you learned that there was a lady in the car also, and when they pulled up his record, he had a temporary restraining order in order for protection for some lady, correct?
Yes.
And the officers did not know at that time who the lady was in the car, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then when they went up to arrest Mr. Wright, they had a special awareness, did they not, based on what you read, about a firearm being in that car, correct?
No, there were no specific and articulable facts that there was a firearm in the car.
Okay. But you as a patrol officer 15 years now, from 15 years ago, you would agree with me that there are many more weapons and firearms and cars and on person than there were 15 years ago. Do you agree with that?
I don't think there's any valid statistical evidence to support that.
And you as a patrol officer, now, 15 years later, it would not bother you a bit about a weapon and being in that car or being on his person, knowing that he had a weapons warrant against him. That wouldn't raise your suspicions or concern at all when you went back up to that car. Is that right?
That's not my testimony.
Well, would it raise your concern when you went back up to the car to arrest Mr. Wright that he had a weapons warrant outstanding, a bench warrant? He didn't show up, a judge ordered it. Would that raise your concerns about a weapon being in the car?
There is always...
It calls for a yes or no, by the way. Yes, it would raise my concerns, or no, it wouldn't.
I can't fairly answer the question with a yes or no.
Okay, well then don't answer it. So you can't answer that question because you don't know?
No, sir. I can't fairly answer the question with a yes or no.
All right. And the arrest of Mr. Wright at the car, when they got him out of the car, they said, "You're under arrest." All three said it, correct?
I know at least two of them said it.
Two said it, and Officer Lucky was trying to handcuff him, correct?
Yes.
And before Mr. Wright broke away from Officer Lucky, everything was according to protocol. They did everything correct, the officers. Am I right on that?
I would not describe it as the best tactical approach, no.
Okay, but there wasn't any unreasonable force involved, was there?
No, not at that point.
And you wouldn't describe it that way, but you haven't been a police officer for 15 years, have you?
That's about correct, yes.
Yes. So the arrest, the handcuffing of him was legal, correct? The attempt to handcuff him?
Yes.
Okay. And Wright's break away from that handcuffing, trying to get back in his car and actually getting back in it, that would be illegal, correct?
Yes.
The objection is overruled. The answer will stand.
And only as a result of what Mr. Wright did by doing that was what happened, and was chaos after that, correct? Would you agree chaos as far as the video that you saw?
I don't think it was only because of that, but certainly that was a predicate factor.
Well, Mr. Wright, he's the one that started it, correct? Nothing would have happened except for the fact that he broke away once he learned there was a warrant. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. And do you agree that the video of the incident showed chaos? That it was very fast acting? I think it lasted, I can't remember here. Let's see, 5:19. About 30 seconds total from when he got out of the car. Is that correct?
Object, Your Honor, it's been asked and answered.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
So, do you remember that? I'll ask you specifically. When Wright stepped out of the vehicle, it was 5 seconds between that time and the time he was told he was under arrest. Do you remember that?
That sounds about right.
And once he was told under arrest, 14 seconds later, and you remember in the video, that's when Officer Lucky was attempting to handcuff him. 14 seconds later, Wright pulled away and gets back in the driver's seat. Is that accurate about?
That sounds about right, yes.
And then 3 seconds after that, and if he tried to get back in the driver's seat, was trying to, 3 seconds after that, if you remember the video, Ms. Potter went around to the left side and said, "I'll tase you." Remember that?
Yes.
And let me ask you a question. When somebody says, "I'll tase you," that's a warning to the person being arrested to stop or you'll get tased. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, the purpose of the warning is to generate compliance.
Yes, and in addition to that, When two officers, Johnson and Lucky, are wrestling with the guy, that's telling Mr. Wright that, hey, we don't want you to leave, we want you to be arrested. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I think it would have been abundantly clear to someone in Mr. Wright's position that the officers were attempting to arrest him.
And would that raise your suspicion at all as to why in the world would this man, Mr. Wright, attempt to get away from 3 law enforcement officers?
As to the reasons for it?
Yes, besides the warrant.
Objection, speculation.
He's the expert.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Would that go in your mind at all that this guy with 3 officers there, the one officer say, I'll tase you, the other officer, Lucky, at first is wrestling with him and he doesn't stop? Would that cause you to be concerned that maybe he's wanted for something else?
Not unless
wouldn't that be good
warrant
police work? I'm sorry.
Without the warrant showing up on a system, I would not be concerned that he was wanted for something else, no.
That wouldn't concern you, that a young guy is trying to get away from 3 officers, 2 officers, at least one, Officer Lucky, who you might remember if you saw the video, is a rather tall fellow, and Officer Potter are trying to stop him. He's wrestling with them, and Potter's saying, I'll tase you. And nothing would enter your mind, I suppose because you haven't been a police officer in 15 years.
Objection, Honor.
Would it enter your mind at all? Pardon?
Mr. Gray, if an objection is made, can you stop talking, please, so I can rule on it? All right. The objection is overruled.
Thank you. So you've heard my description. And you're the use of force expert, the police procedure expert, correct?
Yes.
And would that raise any suspicion in your mind that maybe this kid's got some other issues? No?
The question you had asked originally was, would it raise a suspicion that he was wanted on something else? And without another outstanding warrant for him to be wanted on would appear in the system, the answer is no. Would it raise some speculative risk that there might be other things going on? Without specific and articulable facts, you have at best a risk. You have some speculation of possibility, but you don't have the sufficient basis for legal action. There's no threat, if you will.
I understand that, but it also causes the officers to have that suspicion. We got to stop this fellow. Maybe there's something else there that we don't know about. Another investigation, not a warrant, but he's being investigated for another serious felony.
Your Honor, I object. Can we be heard, please?
I'm going to sustain the objection, and the jury is to disregard that last question, and you are not permitted to answer.
Now, when you wrote your report, you assumed that Officer Johnson was not in the car at the time of the gunshot, correct?
I would say I concluded that rather than assumed it.
Okay, and you concluded it because you said that you couldn't see him in the car?
That on synchronized versions of the video, it was pretty clear that he was no longer in the car at the time of the gunshot.
Okay, so the car, the reason he got out of the car was because when Miss Potter said taser, 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 that would be a warning to the other 2 officers to release him, correct?
I can't speculate as to his motivation, but it's possible.
Well, is that the signal? If you're the taser man here, the expert, isn't that the signal? Taser, 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 to tell the officers to back off? We're going to shoot this electricity at them?
The warning of tasers has a couple of meanings, a couple of purposes.
Well, one of the purposes is taser, taser, taser tells the officers to get away from him because I'm going to tase him, correct?
I would say it tells officers to remove themselves from the taser target area.
Okay.
Again, clerk, please, sir.
Well, Your Honor, if you would answer the questions yes or no, which I'm asking them like that, instead of giving me a statement afterwards, I would appreciate that he be instructed not to do that.
Still, again, one person at a time, okay? You're going to have a really messy record if you don't comply with it.
Judge, I can't hear what you're saying.
I said one person talking at a time, okay? So don't talk over him, and wait until the question's finished before you answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so after Wright's told he's under arrest, by watching and reading of the reports and watching the video, 14 seconds later, Wright pulls away and gets back in the driver's side. Do you agree with that?
I apologize. Did you want me to answer the previous question about the taser?
I thought you did. I thought you agreed that it was a warning to the other officers to back off. You didn't say that?
No, not exactly.
Okay. Well, what did you say? Go ahead.
It's a warning for officers to remove themselves from the target area. Officers are trained to apprehend someone who's under the influence of a taser. You can grab, for example, someone's arms even while they're being tased in the torso. So it's not a warning to absent themselves and move 5 feet away or something like that. It is a warning that the taser is going to be used. The other significant reason for that taser warning is so that officers don't confuse the pop of the compressed nitrogen for gunfire, so they don't mistake the taser discharge for gunfire.
Okay, and one of the reasons is that to back off the individual, if they've got their arms on him when he's tased, to take their hands off of him because they might get a shock too, correct? Is that one of the reasons?
No, I would not say to take their hands off of someone, because you often want to apprehend someone while they're being tased.
Okay.
So it's to warn them that a taser is about to be used. If their hands are on someone's torso, which is the typical target area, you certainly don't want to be in that area of effect, but it's not to back off of them entirely now.
All right. 3 seconds after Potter says, "I'll tase you," Kimberly Potter, first 5 seconds, Wright pulls away and Potter says, "I'll tase you," after 5 seconds. Now, on the video, after she said that at 2:01:55, did you see Mr. Wright at all say, "I give up," or "I won't fight anymore," or anything of that nature?
No, he was never compliant.
And that would be a warning that she was going to tase him, correct? If he didn't stop.
Her statement, "I'll tase you," is certainly a warning of an impending taser discharge, yes.
And if he would have stopped, you're assuming that the police officer wouldn't have tased him, correct?
Yes, that is a fair assumption.
And then at 3 seconds later, Mr. Wright, according to the video, is still fighting with the officers, and Potter says again, "I'll tase you." And did that affect Mr. Wright at all? Did he stop fighting at all when Ms. Potter said for the second time, "I'll tase you"?
No, he was never fully compliant.
He wasn't compliant at all, was he? What do you mean fully compliant? He was fighting, wasn't he?
After pulling away from Officer Lucky, he was never compliant.
Before that? Okay.
Before that, he was compliant. Yes, yeah. He was not fully compliant throughout the interaction. He was not compliant after the pulling away.
I'm asking you about during the time he wasn't compliant, sir. Can you understand that? You know what I'm talking about?
He was, I think so. He was not compliant in the time where he was not compliant.
And the warning, "I'll tase you," the second warning, for 4 seconds he continued to fight with the officers, and the taser was pointed at him, according to the video, correct?
No.
No?
No taser was pointed at him.
You're right. The gun was pointed at him.
Yes.
Thank you. And by the way, the new taser, the 7, did you know that taser and the one that Ms. Potter got a month before, or A month before this, she got the new Taser, Taser 7. Prior to that, she had a different Taser. And the different Taser had a yellow handle and a yellow top, where the new Taser, the 7, had a black handle and a black top. Did you know that?
I believe there was...
Did you know that? That calls for a yes or no. Answer the question, yes or no, please.
I don't think that's an accurate description of the Taser.
The Taser that she had?
The X7.
I'm talking about, okay, the Taser 7, the top was black and the handle was black, correct? The rest of it was yellow. Fair statement?
There was... can you clarify what you mean by the top of the Taser?
Where you put you got your handle here, and right here was black from where the handle is over here.
Yeah, there's yellow on the sides of the part that protrudes from the thumb side of the hand in a grip, yes.
Yes, but the handle is black and the top is black, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And, well, you're the Taser expert, wouldn't you know that?
There are a number of different models of Taser still in use.
Did you know that the Taser that she had before this, 3 weeks before this, was all yellow? Did you know that?
That was the X26P, as I recall, and I believe the model, I don't remember the coloration of the model she had.
Okay, so you didn't know that. That's your answer, right?
I don't recall offhand. I can see if it's in my report if you'd like.
You also had in your report that Potter was not aware of Johnson being in the car. You remember that, writing that in the report?
That's a slightly inaccurate description of my report.
Well, you said that you couldn't. Well, what did you say?
I said the available evidence indicates that she was not aware of that.
Okay, and now the available evidence is that he was in the car, he testified he was in the car, and he was fighting with Mr. Wright before the shot. Did you read that testimony, or did you hear about it?
I heard the testimony, and that is consistent with the body camera video. He was in the car and struggling with Mr. Wright prior to the gunshot.
Okay, and it was a second prior to the gunshot, correct? The taser, and then the Potter fires a gun? 1 second or less?
Between
taser, and the gun being fired.
Yes, by the end of that warning, it was a relatively short period of time, within a second.
The answer is yes. Would you answer my questions if you can with a yes or no? It'd be a lot easier.
Well, taser takes some time to say. By the time at the end of that warning, I agree, it was less than a second before the gunshot.
And that's when the officers took their hands off him, correct?
I'm sorry? No, the officers had their hands on him well before the gunshot.
Yes, but when did they take their hands off him? It was before the gunshot, wasn't it?
Sergeant Johnson took his hands off of Mr. Wright and backed out of the vehicle prior to the gunshot. Officer Lucky had hands at least in the direction of Mr. Wright. I don't remember offhand if they were making contact at the time of the gunshot. Okay. It was immediately after the gunshot that Officer Lucky backed away.
Is your testimony that Mr. Johnson's part of his body was not still in the car?
I testified earlier that his hands were still in the car. He had backed his torso out of the vehicle. His hands were still in contact with either the passenger or perhaps Mr. Wright's right hand.
So he was in the passenger's doorway, and he's leaning over with his hands on Mr. Wright. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying he was backed out of the open front passenger door. His hands were either on the passenger or on Mr. Wright's right hand that was in front of the passenger.
Okay. Well, that's what I thought I said. That's all right.
Members of the jury, I think we're overdue for a break, so we're going to take our 20 after
their legal thoughts on a matter involving some past attempts to escape by Dante Wright. And the defense all along has been trying to get that admitted into court. The prosecution may have slipped that in, at least part of the questioning here, and the judge came back and ruled that she was not going to allow those past attempts to escape to be admitted. I want to bring in Paul Bloom here because, Paul, you view this as significant.
I certainly think the issue was significant. The judge has since ruled, and she is going to keep out this evidence about Dante Wright's attempting to flee prior arrests, prior traffic stops. And just to set the stage, I know we're just moments away from calling in our legal expert, trial attorney Mike Bryant, but during the testimony of the state use of force and police policy expert, he basically testified in his assessment of the totality of the circumstances that Kimberly Potter was not justified in either using her gun in terms of what actually happened, nor was she justified to use her taser, which apparently he agreed, and now it would appear that everybody agrees she meant to use her taser. But both deadly use of force and less lethal use of force, given that Dante Wright was at the car, was at the steering wheel, and that he could have fled, neither use of force applied here, that it was disproportionate to the situation, and he testified that they had his ID. They could have just let him go and caught up with him later. And the defense was irate. You saw Paul Lang. He said that's just not true. There was no just catching up with Dante Wright, that he had a history of fleeing, and the defense demanded to introduce further evidence and at the very least clear up the record that it would not just be so easy to go eventually catch up to Dante Wright. So anyway, in the end, they took the break. Judge Chu thought about it for 5 minutes, and she came back, and right before Earl Gray began his cross-examination, did say that evidence will remain out. So the jurors never heard about it. They're not going to hear about it unless some other development occurs. So this idea of Dante Wright fleeing, outside of Seth Stoughton's quick reference to the idea of catching up with him later, the jury hears no more about that. So with Mike Bryant now on the line with us. Mike, you were with us as the judge was just coming back onto the bench. We didn't quite hear her ruling. It was quick. It was 20 seconds. I just tweeted it out if people want to watch it back, Paul Bloom _Fox9. And she said, it doesn't come in. She wants to keep all prior bad behaviors of Dante Wright out of the view, out of the ears of jurors, unless Kim Potter specifically knew about it at the time of the traffic stop. So, Mike, the legal analysis here on why Judge Chu is leaving it out, and furthermore, did Judge Chu get this ruling right, given what the state expert said on the witness stand?
Well, you start with when you look at evidence is whether it's more prejudicial than probative. And what probative means is it's something that would help the jury make a decision. The court decided earlier in motions in limine that were done before the trial that the only way anything would come in about Mr. Wright's priors was if Ms. Potter testified and said she knew these things at the time. So her decision was based upon those things. The defense argued at the beginning, they went up to the bench and they asked to open the door, that by opening the door, they're saying that the prosecution brought in evidence that made this stuff important to the jury and to the jury, so we should be allowed to go into it. And they claim they have this giant file that shows the number of times that he's fled versus what the expert says that it would have been easy to pick him up. So that's the weighing that the judge did. Now, the prosecution made an argument under the rules that there are things that are allowed for an expert to rely upon that aren't in themselves admissible, as long as you're not trying to bring in those things. And their argument was they're not really trying to bring this in to say that the expert's wrong. They're really trying to bring this in to say that Dante Wright is a really bad guy, and as a result, it's okay to shoot him. That's what the prosecution's argument comes down to. The judge weighed that and decided she's going to stick to her prior ruling. She's going to keep those things out unless Ms. Potter testifies that she knew these things. And we still haven't heard from her yet. And we don't know for sure what she's going to say that she knew. So, you know, she's been able to sit here during the trial, listen to lots of things, and it'll be interesting to see what she says was in her head at the time.
And Mike, continuing with Paul Bloom here, I don't want to overstate the situation. I am a novice observer of the courts. I just wonder, that type of decision, this idea that the state expert, kind of their last-ditch expert that the jury's going to hear from, did introduce this idea that it would be easy to catch up with Dante Wright. Clearly, there is some evidence that the defense is holding. I mean, Paul Lang said if the ruling went against him, he was going to come back and declare a mistrial. That clearly did not happen. But does this all of a sudden, if there is a conviction, is this an appealable issue? Like, do you see it as that significant, or am I overstating that judge's ruling right there?
No, it'll be an issue on appeal. If she's convicted, you'll see that as one of the arguments that it should be looked at again by the Court of Appeals. Now, what'll be interesting about that is if the prosecution makes that any part of their argument or comes back with any of the defense experts and uses those items. If that happens, then we'll probably see again another motion. We may see another attempt at trying to get it in, or the prosecution may let it go, so that at best this is just that one question, and then they'll argue harmless error if it ever gets appealed, if there's a conviction.
Hello, Mike. Tim Blotz here. I find all of this interesting because it appears to me that Earl Gray and Paul Lang clearly intend to ask Miss Potter about what she knew about Dante Wright when they made that traffic stop. What kind of prior experience that she had with him, and did he know or she know that he actually tried to flee from other incidents?
Well, this is the interesting part you get when you get a witness who's never testified before, given statements before. So this will be the first time, because she's taken till this point the fifth. She's going to give up her rights under the Constitution and testify. The whole decision by the judge is based upon what is it that was in her head at the time of this incident that took place. Did she know enough? They're going to ask her about what she knew about what was going on with her partner, what she knew about what was going on with her, with the background with Mr. Wright. Those are going to be things that bring in these other items, because she's going to be able to say, I knew this, and I knew this, and I knew this. Now, what'll be interesting is the cross-examination of her, and whether or not the prosecution is going to say, well, you knew all this, and based upon all this, you know what the use of a gun is, and you know what the use of a taser is, and your choice was use a taser. And since you didn't use a gun, you didn't think it was that bad, correct? And it'll be interesting how they go after her on cross-examination along those lines.
Mike, I can't help but feel that all of this is somewhat of a sideshow. I'm trying to put myself into the seats of the jurors here who are not attorneys. Only one of them, an alternate juror.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Next story, we're going to go out to New York City, where it was a big day for the New York City Police Department as they have a new milestone right now. And to tell us all about it right now, let's go out to Fox 5 New York's Antoine Lewis with the very latest. Antoine.
A very new milestone to tell you about. Now, just to give you some landscape here, we're coming to you from Long Island City, Queens, which you're familiar with the city structure. It's one of the boroughs outside surrounding Manhattan. But as we are talking about today, the New York City mayor-elect named a police commissioner-elect, if you will, of appointee. She'll take the job on January 1st. She, that is the key word, because she is the first female police commissioner in the history of the NYPD.
In this city, in this moment, I have come full circle. And it is with a humble heart and clear eyes about the tasks and challenges ahead that I accept the position of New York City Police Commissioner.
And Keishant Sewell will make history as the first female New York City Police Commissioner once Mayor-elect Eric Adams' administration takes office next month. Adams making good on a campaign promise to name a woman as the city's top cop.
We have witnessed so many women who have conducted themselves in a professional way, yet never received the opportunity to do the job on a higher level. That is stopping today.
Sewell spent nearly 25 years with the Nassau County Police Department, beginning as a patrol officer, eventually working her way up to chief of detectives. And she inherits some very serious challenges. Sewell will try to reduce increases in violence on city subways and on city streets. Both she and Adams went to Flatbush, Brooklyn Wednesday, where police were still investigating the shooting death of a 20-year-old deli worker killed Tuesday night.
We cannot build bridges with clenched fists. Open hands allow us to shape.
It's really unacceptable. I don't want to speak to the actual incident that happened here because that is in the hands of the investigators at this time. When we get on board and we can take a look at fresh eyes on what's going on here, we hope to be able to answer the problems that are happening.
Adams introduced Sewell from Queensbridge houses in Long Island City Wednesday morning, which is where the new police commissioner is from. And residents like Mary Rivers, who's lived in the houses for 40 years, hopes that background will translate to effective leadership. What do you hope she brings to the table, being that she grew up here, you know?
There's a lot of things she could bring to the table, that if she brings it.
We are at a pivotal moment in New York as our city faces the twin challenges of public safety and police accountability. They are not mutually exclusive.
And as you come back to us, again, the first female and the third African-American to hold the title of police commissioner, following in the footsteps of Benjamin Ward in the 1980s and Lee Brown in the 1990s.
All right, Antoine Lewis reporting live for us from Fox 5 New York. Thank you so much for this insight as well as this update. We appreciate it.
No problem.
And we'll continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break while we have it, and we'll get out to some other news here of the day.
Your Honor, may I approach to retrieve Exhibit 203?
Yes, you may.
And Professor Stoughton, I will represent to you that Exhibit 203 has been previously received in evidence as the taser that Ms. Potter wore on the day of this incident. And, Your Honor, if I may approach, I'd like to have the witness explain what he understands the difference in the coloring of the two models.
You may approach.
Thank you. And I'd like to first, for the record and for everybody in the courtroom, the battery has been removed from that taser, correct?
It has, yes.
So it's incapable of firing?
Yes, and yes, that's correct.
So, and if you could just point out to the jury the differences in the two, just trying to remember to stay close enough to the microphone to be heard.
Sure. So the Taser X26P, as I recall, has two different coloration patterns. It has an all-black model, and there is, I believe, an all-yellow model where the entire top is yellow. This is the X7 where, except for this strip, the handle is black, and then the top of the Taser is half yellow, half black. The sides, as you can see, are predominantly yellow, but for the release switches there.
And then I would like to show you Exhibit 13, and I would ask that it go, that's the body-worn camera of Ms. Potter, and ask you to go to 20156, please. And while Mr. Miller is doing that, Your Honor, may I approach the witness to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you see that portion of Exhibit 13 on the screen in front of you?
I do, yes.
And for the record, it does, the timestamp reflects 20156. Would the yellow markings on Exhibit 203, Officer Potter's Taser, have been visible if it had been in Ms. Potter's hand rather than her Glock?
Yes, had the firearm been a Taser, the yellow markings would have been very clearly distinguishable on this picture.
You were asked about the interaction between Mr. Wright and the officers, Lucky and Johnson, and the word I believe that Mr. Gray used was fighting. Do you recall him asking you those questions?
Yes.
Was there a time when Mr. Wright was compliant?
There was a time when Mr. Wright was compliant prior to pulling away from Officer Lucky's attempt to handcuff him, yes.
And then after that, did you see any evidence that Mr. Wright was assaulting the officers?
No, the evidence, both in the material I reviewed as well as the testimony, suggests he was not aggressive or assaultive in the sense of, for example, trying to strike the officers or retrieve a weapon or the like.
But he was trying to get away?
Yes.
So is the word fighting one that you would use to characterize Mr. Wright's behavior?
I can understand how that word would be used casually. It's not the word that I would use.
What word would you use?
You could use resisting, actively resisting, even struggling. Fighting, I think, for me at least, connotes a degree of aggression or assaultive behavior that is lacking in this case.
Mr. Gray asked you if you would agree that if Mr. Wright hadn't decided to be non-compliant and pull away from the officers, none of this would have happened. Do you recall that question?
I do.
When, well, based on your training and experience in this field, once an individual attempts to pull away from the officers, are the officers still required to use reasonable force?
They are. The idea that merely because someone resists an officer sort of allows officers to do anything at all is one of the points that we talk about in the book. Should be a two-staged question. First, did the individual resist in a way that justified some use of force? And then if so, how much, what type of force, how severe is the force that officers could use in that particular circumstances? So the fact that someone is resisting can certainly justify some force, but does not allow officers to use any amount of force in response.
And you were asked about your incidents when you were working as a police officer. Do you recall being questioned about that?
I do.
And you were asked if, when you got into incidents, whether your adrenaline started pumping?
Yes.
And I think you said that, what, colloquially or casually, or one way of saying it?
Sure, yes. Yes.
Based on your training and experience in the field that you currently work in, Professor Stoughton, when an officer gets into those situations and, to use the phrase, the adrenaline starts pumping, are they still required to use reasonable force?
Absolutely.
When you were working as a police officer, did you have to, when you started a shift or went to work, have to think about being able to act reasonably as a police officer?
Object, Your Honor, it's outside the scope of my cross-examination.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Yes. Prior to every shift that I worked, it was my habit, as I was putting on my vest, as I was strapping on my gun belt, to review my equipment to make sure that I was emotionally, I suppose we would say now, emotionally in a position to do my job.
That's all I have, Your Honor, and if I may approach the bench to return the exhibit.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Gray?
Yes, just a couple. Mr. Stoughton, you do agree on that video, you do agree that when Mr. Wright broke away from attempting to be handcuffed, that he tried to get into the car, got in the car, and if the officers had let him go, he would have taken off in that car. Is that right?
Yeah.
I'll let the answer stand.
I think that's the logical conclusion of what he was trying to do, yes.
Yes. And if he had taken off in that car because the officers were there, not in their car, they were standing out in the street, you would logically conclude that he'd take off quite fast, correct?
I don't think there's enough information to say their low-speed flight is not uncommon in vehicles.
Usually when somebody takes off from 3 officers and 2 squad cars, you drive slowly.
I'd say it's not uncommon for someone to flee a traffic stop at low rates of speed or high rates of speed.
They're both the same, is that what you're saying?
No, they're different rates of speed.
Okay, well, so wouldn't it be reasonable for a person fleeing from the law enforcement officers, 3 of them, 2 squads, to leave in a fast manner?
I don't think it's particularly reasonable to flee from an arrest.
Would it be reasonable to flee if you're stoned on marijuana?
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
You were aware, were you not, based on you knew the testimony here, that the autopsy witness said that he had a high rate of marijuana. Were you aware of that?
I am aware of that. It didn't factor into my analysis because it wasn't information available to the reasonable officer at the time.
But you would agree, would you not, that it would be a danger to the public to have somebody driving a vehicle high on marijuana? Fair statement.
Objection or irrelevance?
Yes, the objection is sustained.
Okay. Sure. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Frank, any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. You may step down.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Aubrey Wright.
Do we have a standing objection?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Wright, please come forward and stand behind the witness chair right next to me. And will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this trial? All right. You may take a seat. And could you please remove your mask? State your full name and spell it.
It's Aubrey Wright, A-R-B-U-E-Y. Last name is Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Okay, Mr. Wright, a couple things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. So you have to answer orally instead of shaking your head. And please don't say uh-huh and uh-huh and because that doesn't come out on the record. Also, if you don't understand the question, please let the questioning lawyer know and it will be clarified. If an objection is made, you need to stop talking immediately and not answer the question unless I tell you to do so. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
And only one person can talk at a time because the court reporter can't take down two people talking at the same time. Wait until the question is finished before you start answering.
Okay.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you some questions just about who you are and have you introduce yourself so the jury can learn a little bit about you, okay?
Okay.
How old are you, sir?
42.
And what city do you live in?
Minneapolis.
How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
And are you working now?
Currently not.
And are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Katie Wright.
And does Katie Wright also go by her legal name, Katie Bryant?
Yes.
Do you and Katie have any children together?
We have 3.
And could you tell the jury their names, please?
Dante Wright, Destiny Wright, and Diamond Wright.
And is Dante, your son Dante, is he no longer with us?
No.
Was Dante the oldest of the 3 children?
Yes, he was our firstborn.
What was Dante's role as the older brother to 2 younger girls?
His role to the younger girls was the big brother, to look after them, watch after them.
And what was his relationship like with his younger sisters growing up?
The relationship with the younger sisters was like a big brother. Joked a lot, always constantly following behind them, making sure they were okay.
And did you and your wife, Katie, and your children, Dante and Diamond and Destiny, all live together up until Dante's death?
Yes, we did.
Do you also have some other children from a previous relationship?
I do.
And how many other children do you have?
I have 2 other kids prior to our relationship, Marcus Wright and Monica Wright.
And where do Marcus and Monica live?
They live in North Carolina.
So between you and your wife, Katie, how many children do you have altogether?
Oh, she had 2 kids prior to our relationship, so we had 7 altogether.
So getting back to your life with Dante growing up and his younger sisters, what kinds of things did you and your family do together for fun to pass the time?
Well, we got together every Sunday we would have cookouts and stuff like that. Family days, we would do movies and stuff like that. We did a lot of things as a family, as a group, because we're like all we have, so.
Cookouts, you said?
Cookouts constantly every Sunday, every weekend, pretty much.
Did Dante have any favorite foods?
Well, yeah, he did. He liked chicken, I guess. We all did. So.
Was that a family favorite at the cookouts?
Pizza. Excuse me?
Was chicken a family favorite at the cookouts?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Did he like sports?
He loved basketball. He played pretty well. He was a left-hander, so he was pretty good.
And as he grew older, into his teenage years and beyond, did he have a variety of different jobs that he worked?
Had a lot of different jobs. I even got him a job with me before.
And when you say you got him a job, was there a time where you and Dante worked together?
Yeah, it was the time we worked together. I was his boss, and I was happy, to have my son coming on to work with me.
Where was it that you two were working together?
I was a manager at Famous Footwear.
And about how long did you two work together at Famous Footwear?
About a year. About a year. He worked there about a year with me.
About how long was that before he died that you two worked together?
Well, it was his last day was when the COVID hit. So his last day working with me was right in the beginning of the COVID.
So about a year ago is when you guys stopped working together. How was it for you working with your son, Dante?
It was great. It was challenging, to work with my son. I tried to let him understand the difference between where at work I'm your boss and at home I'm your dad. It's a difference. So, but it was funny. Like it was this one time where I had sent him home because he was on his phone at work and he wasn't supposed to be on the phone at work. I was like, yo, we gotta go home. And so he went and asked my boss, is it okay if my dad sends me home? And I'm like, my boss like, yeah, he's your boss. And I'm like, well, you need to go home. And I come out in the hallway and he's still there. And I'm like, well, why are you still here? And he's like, well, Dad, I rode with you. I couldn't go home because you're my ride. I think it's funny, but yeah, that was a funny thing that happened at work.
So not only were you working together, but you were driving to and from work together?
Yeah, every day, yeah.
You got to spend some quality time together.
Yep, spend a lot of time together.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer Exhibit 240.
Any objection to 240? Okay, I previously ruled on it over defense objection, and 240 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you. If we could publish it, please, and put it on the screen. All right, there's a picture on the screen now. It's Exhibit 240. Could you just explain to the jury what's shown in this picture? Take a minute if you need one.
Picture of me and Dante. You see how, I was holding him. See how his arm, we had a close relationship. He was me and my wife's first child.
And was this picture at your home?
Yes.
Was this not long before he passed away?
This was right before he passed away.
And if we could put on the screen Exhibit 3, please. That's already been admitted. Did your son Dante also have a son of his own?
Yes.
And
first and only child. That's my grandson, Dante Jr.
And your grandson's name you said is Dante Jr.?
Yes.
How was it seeing your son Dante as a father?
Excuse me.
How was it to see your son as a father?
Man, to see him as a father, it was like I was so happy for him because he was so happy. He was so happy about Junior. And this was my chance to be a grandfather.
Did they have a close relationship?
Yes.
And did Dante Jr. spend a lot of time with your family as well?
Yeah, Dante Jr., Dante lived with us. Junior was pretty much there every day. And he loved his son.
And do you love your son, Dante, a lot as well?
A lot. I love Dante. He was loved.
Do you miss him?
I miss him a lot, every day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Is there any cross? All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You may step down. Does the state have any further witnesses?
Okay, so it looks like they are in a sidebar conversation right now. There in the courtroom, we are hearing from Dante Wright's father. He's on the stand. He just broke down, his voice breaking with emotion, asking the court for justice there, saying he misses his son. We're going to get a live report for a recap of what happened in court today there in the Twin Cities in about the next hour, as we continue to follow all the latest out of the Kim Potter trial, facing manslaughter charges in the shooting death of Dante Wright this spring. Let's listen back in.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to stop right now, and I'm going to let you go home, but I want to remind you, and I've told you this before, I don't mean to insult you, but it's very, very important that you not listen to any news reports about this case. Don't read any articles, don't, any podcasts, don't do any research on the case. And stay off social media about this case, okay? Now, I heard that we might be having some bad weather tonight, and tomorrow the roads may be a little icy, so I do want to start on time tomorrow at 9 o'clock, so please take that into consideration, the fact that it might take you longer to get places tomorrow morning, okay? All right. Have a nice night, and we'll see you, and drive safely tomorrow morning, okay?
All right, there looks like proceedings today have wrapped up. The judge reminding the jury not to look at any outside sources of information with regard to the trial happening. They are going to be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, weather pending. The judge kind of warning about imminent weather. The roads could be icy for the jury to get back to trial. And so we're going to be continuing to follow all the latest on the trial of Kim Potter. This is day 6 of testimony. We'll be speaking with our reporters at Fox 9 in Minneapolis who've been covering it very, very closely in the next hour here. Possibly motions might be filed. Let's listen back in, though.
Your Honor, in the anticipation that the state is going to rest tomorrow, we have noticed that the defense is going to call some witnesses. The defense has provided a somewhat lengthy list of witnesses that I believe would be characterized as 404A1 witnesses or character witnesses. I got note of at least probably 12 witnesses. I just wanted to know, this is essentially a prospective motion to prohibit needless cumulative evidence of 404A character evidence. So far, we've heard from Johnson, who's elicited a character opinion, Fleslin, who's issued a character opinion supportive of the officer, Sergeant Peterson, who's also been offered a character opinion. I, based on the discovery, anticipate that Colleen Fricke will share one, and then also former Chief Gannon. That would be 5 to date. That would be notwithstanding, I think, the 10 pending based on their witness order. The court has heard the needlessly cumulative objection raised by the defense, I guess repeatedly since the trial began, and the court has sustained some of those objections. Here the shoe is on the other foot. At this time, the state is objecting to the defendant's apparent intention to present additional character evidence beyond that of Fricke and Gannon's. at some point, Your Honor, and we think it would be after Gannon's testimony, that would constitute the needless presentation of cumulative evidence. We're bringing this up prospectively now because given the abundance of witnesses, I think that if the court properly guides the defense, they can have their choice as to who among them they would want to call if they chose to go a different direction. You have not seen and will not see the state attempt to contradict these opinions shared. Repeated testimony along the same lines illuminates nothing further, and it's an improper effort to bring a chorus on these issues where I think soloists have already done the job. At some point, such testimony has no probative value. It's duplicative, and the state's position obviously is, after Gannon testifies, 5 is enough. When we have addressed these issues of cumulative evidence so far, the state has referenced to State v. Amos. That would be at 347 Northwest 2nd, 498. That's a Minnesota Supreme Court case of 1984. Essentially, in that case, a party decided they wanted to parade a bunch of witnesses into court to testify that a particular location was notorious for drug dealing and gambling. The court allowed 3 witnesses to provide such testimony, but after that did exclude further testimony as being needlessly cumulative. Here we have the same point. We have heard from these witnesses. The state is not even objecting to the defense calling Fricke and Gannon for those purposes, but at that point it seems like the point has been made and that the court is certainly within its discretion to exclude further character evidence. There isn't perhaps a 404A1 case directly on point, Your Honor, but there is a case within the Spriegel realm. I'd reference State v. Washington. That's 693 Northwest 2nd, 195 at page 203. In that case, the Supreme Court noted that it was proper to limit Spriegel evidence at a certain point to reduce the risk that juries will become fixed on it and will blur the lines between evaluating the elements of the offenses charged and simply the evidence of the defendant's character. I think that it's right for the court to consider that, and I do believe that it's timely, although a bit prospective, for the court, for the state to raise that motion at this time. That's the state's first motion with regard to this. I believe the state has 2 other 404A1 motions. We could hear this first, or I could give it to you all now. Which would you prefer?
Okay, I would like the defense to respond at the podium. Mr. Ng, how many character witnesses are you intending on
Well,
calling?
we're not going to call 12. We had 5 scheduled for tomorrow. Sam Smith, Lisa Thies, Ann Curtis, Frank Roth, and Tom Hall. We were going to evaluate when they got in how many we were going to use. I'm somewhat sensitive to their claim, although I'm somewhat insensitive to the idea that the state has been efficient in their presentation. I find their presentation to be entirely redundant, and so the claim here that we can't spend 15 minutes
Okay, so right now we are witnessing both the prosecution and the defense right now go back and forth. The prosecution is objecting. They're filing a motion. They do not want the defense to present tomorrow 5 character witnesses on behalf of Kim Potter. Right now, let's take it out to Kentucky. We're watching these live pictures right now as President Biden will be leaving to go back to Washington after surveying damage there, meeting with affected residents. He's right there with Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. And so he's been there for the majority of the day. And there's Marine One that will take him back to Fort Campbell in Kentucky and back to Washington. You can see right there, meeting with, I believe that's the mayor of Mayfield, Kentucky, along with Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. So we just wanted to make sure we showed you these live pictures. We're going to get a live report out of Mayfield, Kentucky in about 5 minutes' time. But you can see there the president will be making his way back to Washington. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We just want to show you those live pictures. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Wednesday afternoon. We'll be back with more in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. And as you know, President Biden visiting Kentucky today. He had a firsthand look at the tornado damage in some really hard-hit areas. Now 5 days after twisters tore through the heartland and left nearly 90 people dead. The president speaking to survivors and local officials about the federal response there as recovery ramps up. Joining me live from Mayfield, Kentucky right now is Fox's Stephen Goen. Stephen, how was the president, interacting with affected residents today, and how long was he on the ground?
Andrew, it was about a day-long trip for the president. He's just about to leave the state right now. And what I can tell you was he was shocked. He said he had never laid eyes on storm damage quite like this. But he said he was also amazed at how this community is coming together to help each other through this tough time. The president started his day traveling to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Then he came to Mayfield to tour storm damage here, both in the air and on the ground. While walking through the devastation on the streets here, he shook hands with people who were literally picking up the pieces, and he prayed with local leaders. In a briefing with Governor Andy Beshear and other officials, Biden stressed that the federal government will be lending its help here in the weeks and months to come.
There may be things available that would be helpful 6 weeks, 6 months from now that you're unaware of. And so I've instructed my team to make you all aware of everything that is available from a federal level.
Now, the president also toured storm damage in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. That's a nearby community that was also hit pretty hard. At least 13 people died there. The president has previously declared a major disaster declaration for the area. In western Kentucky, 8 counties are a part of that. It's going to free up those much-needed federal funds. Today, the president noting that weather events in the U.S. this year may have cost more than $99 billion, and these tornadoes this past weekend are only adding to that cost. Now, FEMA has its resources deployed here as part of a federal effort. Generators, food, and water have been provided. 500 National Guard troops have also been deployed here on the ground to help in these recovery efforts, and they will be lasting a long time. Andrew.
Stephen, thanks so much for that update. You've been on the ground for so long there, kind of surveying as well, reporting from down there. Give us a sense, now we're almost a week later from these really affected areas that have to go through this severe weather. What's it like there on the ground? Have you talked to people? Are they still picking up the pieces?
They're still picking up the pieces, and they will be for some time now, but I can tell you from when we first got here, and you really couldn't even drive on the roads after those first few days after the tornadoes. Now things are starting to improve. Things have been swept to the side. We've seen a lot of heavy machinery here, picking up all those broken pieces of houses and bricks and wires and taking them and putting them into trucks and hauling all of that away. But there's still so much of it here. When it comes to the people that we've spoken to, so many say they are just lucky to be alive, even though they don't have maybe their livelihood, they don't have their homes anymore. They say they were lucky to walk away, maybe uninjured, although they know so many people who are still missing and so many people who have died. So there is hope in this community, but it is mixed with a lot of sorrow and heartache, obviously, from what has happened here. Andrew.
All right, Fox's Stephen Goen there live for us in Mayfield, Kentucky. We appreciate your reporting, Stephen, and we'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, right now, speaking, though, of severe weather, it looks like another really large band of storms is working their way through the Great Plains here, Iowa, Nebraska, and the like. You can see we just put our XRAD radar system up. That is the scope of the picture right now. This is a huge system from north to east there, from Iowa down to Kansas. Tornado warnings are in effect for parts of Iowa, for parts of Nebraska. And so right now we do have a live picture out of Sioux City, Iowa. At the moment, you can see there some rainfall is being measured. You can see the rain droplets on this city camera there. In the meantime, but let's take it out to Fox Weather as they continue to follow another spate of really severe storms through America's heartland.
You just mentioned it, John, and I'm glad you brought it up. The simple fact that it's the month of December. In terms of weather like this, you know, this is basically a spring setup just plopped in the month of December. Is this unprecedented for Iowa, or have you seen something like this before?
I've been in this business for almost 30 years now, and I have not seen something like this in December where you've got a mid-70s degree day, and then on top of that, you're going to have a really serious squall line come across the state that is spawning tornadoes even as we speak. I've never seen it. I think December for Iowa maybe has had 6 tornadoes ever. I'm afraid we might break that this evening.
And I think that's just so critical, too, because so many people let their defenses down. One, you're in an area that's not really used to seeing tornadoes, especially not seeing them this time of year. After record warmth, now we have this front moving through aggressively. People listening that are in Iowa, that are ahead of this thing, what should they be doing now to prepare for what is to come?
Well, it's one of the things you're helping us do right now is increase that awareness. That's the big thing for this evening, is make sure you're aware. And don't be that standard person that wants to go out and say, I'm going to go look at the tornado. No, they're going too fast. If you do get in a tornado warning, don't go outside. Make your first step down into the basement or an area of protection. Don't go out and look at it. The rate these storms are going, if you've noted 80, 90 miles an hour, they're going to be on top of you before you know it. So if you do have that ability, get yourself in a basement, make sure you're safe, make sure you're checking on your family and friends. Just, be aware. That's the big message for this evening.
Here's another question for you. Since it has been so nice lately, right? You've been seeing some really warm temperatures, and the fact that the storm system is just going to really, I think, race up on cities quickly. Do you think the combination of those two things are going to play together to possibly catch people off guard, even if there is a little bit of daylight left?
I have 2 reasons to be optimistic that won't happen. First off, was a tornado outbreak you had down in Kentucky. That's a very recent memory. And then we are only 15 months removed from having a very similar derecho windstorm go barreling across the state. I'm optimistic that a lot of Iowans remember the damage that it did cause, and they're going to take the right steps to protect themselves and their families.
All right, well, John, we're going to be watching everything from here. I know you have a busy and long night ahead of you, and just praying everyone is just safe and protected tonight. Thank you for checking in with us. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you in probably the near future. Let's go ahead and take it over to meteorologist Bridget Mahoney, who's going to be just revisiting those tornadoes in Nebraska. Bridget.
Yeah, we are tracking this line that is now just moving really out of Nebraska, but working into Iowa. That's where we actually have an active tornado warning. And with this tornado warning, we have confirmation on the ground. So Atlantic, you need to listen up. Make sure you are going into your safe place immediately. The National Weather Service is warning you that you need to expect 80-mile-per-hour winds within the next several minutes. Here's a zoom in on that tornado warning. This goes into effect all the way until 5 o'clock local time, so just about 9 more minutes. But we can't be certain. The National Weather Service may extend this either in aerial coverage as well as time. As we look at this product, this is a look at the rotation that we are seeing in the area. It looks just north of Lewis, just north of Highway 6, and just to the south and the west of Atlantic, where you see some of that green. That's weaker, maybe a little bit less impressive rotation, but still rotation nevertheless. We are seeing a few pockets of stronger rotation as we zoom in on this system. Now, this is not the only tornado warning in this vicinity. We continue to see them a bit farther to the north. Again, this is just east of Omaha, Nebraska. So now outside of Nebraska, but you can see Harlan, that's where we have some really heavy rain as well as some rotation. Here's a look closer. We actually have a new report of radar indicated as well as confirmed tornado on the ground. This is just to the east of Portsmouth and also just to the west of Harlan. This is near Persia. That is where they have this tornado that has now been confirmed on the ground. So we see that warning extend to the north and the east, and that is the direction this is tracking. I'm not sure if we can get a track on exactly how fast that rotation is moving, but history with this system shows it's moving at a very, very good clip. I've seen the rotation move anywhere from 60, 70, even 80 miles per hour. As we track it out here, it looks right around 60 miles per hour. So as you look, Carroll, 532, Manning, expect this rotation overhead of you at 517. Hopefully you are hearing sirens going off in your community. Again, sirens are not always reliable. I know each and every county kind of does it up to their discretion. So if you're in any of this highlighted area with the red, that is where you need to be taking shelter as of now. Again, we have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground, not only confirmed by radar, but also because they have been spotted on the ground by either a trained professional or emergency management. Here's a look at some of the wind that we are seeing within the clouds. You can see very fast moving wind, anywhere from 80 up to 90 miles per hour. That could indicate some of the down gusts that we see, downdrafts, but really what it's also indicating is some of the rotation that we have seen. I have been going through the storm reports, numerous storm reports in the wake of this system. That's what you likely are going to be dealing with as this continues to move off to the east. Again, Omaha, Nebraska, we have heard from people in the area that they saw it very quickly for about 20 minutes or so. Now seeing several reports, I believe. Earlier, I saw a report on the National Weather Service chat that there was actually a building collapsed in Omaha. I'll try to find that, but that was due to a downed tree. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a tornado that lands in your area. Any of these damaging winds in excess of 58 miles per hour can bring some branches down or even a tree down, and that's why it's very important to get in your safe space, even if you're not necessarily in a tornado-warned area, some of these gusty winds. What we can see here with the big line of storms, you can see almost every single segment of this storm at least has a severe thunderstorm warning. If not, several portions of this line have tornado warnings, indicating that bowing segment that's really giving you those gusty winds. You can see widespread threat likely going to pick up for Atchison, Iowa at 5:01, so within the next 5 minutes. St. Joe, 5:07, that's in Missouri. Jefferson, 5:12. That's where you can expect some of this heavy rain. Now, we are tracking it out from the heaviest rain, but you're going to see the gusty winds really pick up out ahead of the rain. So don't expect to wait for the rain to see the biggest threat. I would say the biggest threat is going to come maybe 5 to 10 minutes before you start to see some of the lightning as well as some of the heavy rain. Again, almost every segment of this storm system under at least one type of warning, whether it be severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, that continues to extend all the way south through the western border of Missouri into Kansas. Here's a closer look at some of those tornado-warned storms. Harlan, let's zoom in for you. That's where you have that tornado warning. I believe this one was confirmed on the ground. It looks just to the north of Harlan. We're circling some of that rotation there that we see. It is 7 miles northwest of Denison, moving northwest or northeast at 65 miles per hour. So, Irwin, you're in the direct path of, again, that confirmed tornado that is on the ground. You can see another tornado warning just to the north, also in Denison. Nick?
All right, Bridget, thank you very much. As we'll take it from here. Great job. And that line right there certainly means business. I mean, the whole thing is at the very least, severe thunderstorm warned, and there are tons of tornado warnings all within that entire squall line. As you look right through Sioux City and just east now of Sioux City down to St. Joseph. So if you're just tuning into our screen here, we have another unbelievable setup here. It's eerily similar to what we had less than a week ago, and the fact that we've got a very dynamic system moving moving cold air into an area of very warm air as well. So a lot of wind energy with this system.
Yeah, and this is so at this point, you're looking at the report coming in, and this is out of Lake Quivira. This is just southwest of Kansas City. A tree falling on a person. Imagine, this is a report from the emergency manager talking about minor injuries. So at this point, it doesn't look like anybody was severely hurt, but just goes to show you that this storm, this line of storms is quite dangerous, and this is why you want to seek shelter immediately. So that's one of them, but we have several wind reports with very strong winds, upwards of 65 to 90 miles per hour associated with this line of storms, but also ahead of it. You have wind alerts. Now, here's the interesting thing. Here's what's atypical. We're watching this line of thunderstorms, and we have confirmed tornadoes associated with it. This is going to move through. It's moving rapidly. You have strong winds ahead of it. You have strong winds associated with it. We're going to see strong winds continuing behind it. That is atypical when you see a front move through. You have severe alerts through this evening and expanding for much of Iowa, even all the way down towards parts of Missouri, sneaking into Kansas there, and even clipping southern Minnesota. We could be seeing severe weather as well. This is also not normal for them this time of year. Damaging wind threats, this would be through this evening, and these are the areas highlighted where we're watching this line of storms really push through at this time, and you have the potential for seeing 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts. That is hurricane strength right there. Also with these tornadoes, when we get confirmation of that, can't emphasize enough not to be out there.
All right, we thank our great folks there at Fox Weather who've been leading us through yet another severe storm system working its way through the American heartland there. Reports of tornadoes have been made on the ground in Iowa, and we have that live look out of Sioux City, Iowa at the moment. And so we'll be updating you on this severe weather system. Just want to put up our radar system as well. You can see how serious this is. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to be talking about the Omicron variant, hospital worker shortages as well. We also have this live look. Remember, just yesterday, we hit a very grim milestone here in the country. 800,000 Americans now have succumbed to COVID-19, and they are ringing bells there at the Washington National Cathedral 800 times. And you can see all of those candles lit there in the nation's capital. So we'll have more on that in just a moment. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us on your Wednesday afternoon. We are live, raw, and unfiltered, as you know, a live event that just popped up. I just want to show a brief preview of this here to go into our next topic. Looks like the Surgeon General being joined by the Second Gentleman and the First Lady talking about the need to get more Americans boosted with vaccines there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. In the meantime, though, we're going to talk about hospital worker shortages right now. The Bureau of Labor Statistics found that hospital employment decreased by almost 100,000 from February 2020 to September 2021, and 30% of healthcare workers have considered leaving the profession during the course of the pandemic. Joining me to discuss all of this is Rick Pollack. He is the CEO of the American Hospital Association. Mr. Pollack, thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Are you concerned of a possible surge with the Omicron variant with those statistics I just cited?
No question about it. In fact, in the last 24 hours, we've seen 113,000 new cases, over 1,600 deaths, and that's just from Delta alone. So we're very concerned about the situation, and it really is a crisis that we're dealing with.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the Delta variant is still there. That's something, you know, we have to remind a lot of people too. But the new Omicron variant as well, so many hospitals are bracing for a potential winter surge. But also I wanted to talk about this other issue with healthcare workers. You know, we know there is a shortage, but there seems to be a reluctance or a hesitancy for some of them to get vaccinated themselves. I want to cite statistics from the CDC in September. They said 30% of healthcare workers remained unvaccinated as of September. What do you attribute that to?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that that's September, and those numbers have been going up. We've been encouraging those numbers to go up, not only for the workforce, but for the entire population overall. And the shortages that we're facing in terms of the workforce are really not related to that as much as they're related to the fact that people are tired and they're getting stressed out and they're getting demoralized by the fact that so many of the people that they have to take care of are unvaccinated and are faced with conditions that could have been avoided if they got vaccinated. Remember, our folks have been going for 2 years now, full throttle. And the workforce shortage and the need to maintain resiliency within our workforce is something that's front and center. It's a national emergency in many ways.
You know, and if the situation arises where Omicron does present a grave threat to hospitals going into the winter months with staff shortages, how are hospitals preparing for that? We know their workforces are already overwhelmed. Do they have any measures they can take to alleviate, you know, such a pain in the future?
Well, you know, right now, I think what's important to recognize is that we are filled to capacity in so many areas in the country. And this is Delta, but it's also the flu season. And it's also for a lot of regular care that was deferred over the course of the last year or so. What will generally happen is that we'll have to staff more appropriately for those conditions that are the most severe. And we'll have to make sure that we're staffed in a way that, you know, is adjusted to take care of the sickest people. What it means downstream is access to regular services may be harder to find or access by virtue of the fact that we're so overloaded taking care of those people with COVID and flu and things that get them into serious situations. The answer to all of this, frankly, is for everybody to get vaccinated and to get boosted. That would reduce the capacity. In the meantime, we also have to increase the pipeline in terms of people being trained and entering the workforce so that we can have more people coming in. I got to say, you know, workforce shortages is nothing new. We've been faced with that for some time. What's new is the impact of COVID and these other factors, which has exacerbated an already challenging situation.
I want to get your view on some of the actions some governors have taken preemptively to stem any type of Omicron surge going into the winter. New York Governor Kathy Hochul canceled elective surgeries in the state of New York, I believe until January 15th. Do you think that is the right move? Is that what state leaders should be doing to prepare?
Every state and every local jurisdiction has to make their own decisions based upon what they're facing in their own community. I know that it's not just New York. There are other states that have had to delay non-emergent care. And that is a step that has to be taken with great caution. So it's not just New York. There are a lot of other states that are doing it. There are different situations in a lot of different states. Sometimes the hospitals themselves need to make that decision on their own to make sure that they are able to take care of the sickest patients that are entering the facilities.
Okay, so on a hospital by hospital basis, is it your view, because there was this SCOTUS ruling just a couple of days ago, they will not block a vaccine mandate going back to New York for healthcare workers there, even for religious exemptions, rather. Is it your view at the American Hospital Association, do you support some type of exemptions for healthcare workers if they do not want to get the vaccine?
Well, first of all, you should know that we as the American Hospital Association support hospitals that have taken the approach of having mandatory vaccination for their workforce. So those that have chosen to go that way, we support them in doing that, but we also understand that things need to, be accommodated at the local community level based upon the facts and circumstances of those individual communities. In terms of exemptions, everything is very muddled now between the actions that have been taken by various courts, and it's going to have to be clarified through the court system. CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, they have delayed the implementation of the mandate as it relates to healthcare facilities. When it comes to exemptions, to your question, when it comes to exemptions for religious reasons, what we're looking for is some direction so that we can deal with it on a national basis in a consistent way. We don't have a problem with sincere religious exemptions.
And just lastly, sir, we have been, talking about will the definition of fully vaccinated change going into next year with more Americans getting their booster shots. What is the association's position or view on that? Do you think the definition for Americans being fully vaccinated will no longer include just the 2-dose regimen, but a 3-dose regimen?
We'll follow the directions of the clinicians and the scientists and what CDC recommends on that. I suspect that, fully vaccinated definition ultimately will be with the booster, because we found in experience that the booster is very effective in making sure that people are protected. But we'll wait to get the signals from CDC and the clinicians on that.
All right. Well, we appreciate your time for that wide-ranging conversation there. Rick Pollock, the CEO of the American Hospital Association. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks for having me.
And right now, like we were just previewing that event there in Milwaukee, looks like the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, has just taken to the podium as being joined by the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and the Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, urging more and more Americans, and especially children. Of course, now children aged 5 to 11 can go out and get the vaccine. So we're going to just preview that. We're going to get back, though, to this severe weather at this hour. As you know, we've been following all the latest out of America's heartland there, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, right in the Great Plains, experiencing severe weather. We know thunderstorms are moving through. Tornadoes have touched down on the ground. Let's go out now to Fox Weather with the latest.
Interstate 80 and power flashes associated with that tornado. Again, that's in Cass County, Iowa, in Brayton. These storms are moving aggressively fast. So when we look at this tornado on the ground isn't something to mess with. This is at the point the sun is setting. You need to get to a safe spot, not outside trying to confirm it for yourself. You got some heavy rain associated. This is looking at that rotation. So the areas of green would be weaker. The darker you go would mean looking like we have strong rotation. That's what we're looking at here on the velocity map. And you're noticing when we look at those winds and where they're spinning and how tightly rapidly they are spinning. We're getting a pretty decent read on that. And again, this was ground confirmed in Cass County, Iowa. So we're zooming in on some of those winds right now. You're looking at some of the rotation. This would be just north of Manning right here. At this point, a confirmed tornado on the ground, and this would be heading in a northeasterly direction. And these are moving pretty fast. These are moving faster than the line of storms that we saw last week when we were with you, watching these storms race through Arkansas just last week. It's a very similar to setup to what we had. And noticing all those areas with the red would be the tornado warnings. We have confirmation at this point on some tornadoes on the ground, and following Interstate 80 where we have had reports of damage. So it is riding along I-80 heading towards Des Moines. At this point, Des Moines encompassed in the severe thunderstorm threat, but it is heading in that way. And what we've seen, okay, so at this point, Des Moines being warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. 80 mile per hour, that is extremely strong. We're going to be approaching hurricane strength with some of these winds. And at this point, the line is about 45 miles away. And if it is moving around, what would you say, Sam, around 80 miles per hour? It's going to be there in no time, so less than an hour. You have less than an hour right now. As you take a look, around 65 miles per hour, so timing it out. So let's see, West Des Moines at 5:57. So now would be the time to respond and get to the safe spot that you need to go to. Tracking it out to Urbandale at 5:57, same with West Des Moines, and then Ankeny at 6:02 and Des Moines at 6:02. So we're giving you ample times to prepare, but this would be the time to get to the safe spot, to alert who you need to alert. And again, this is going to be racing towards you. Urbandale would be the first one at 5:57. You have the strong winds ahead of this front as well. So as we showed earlier on the bigger picture, it's almost bowing out. And whenever that happens and you get that push from behind, you tend to see the strongest and fastest winds right at the notch point, the head point of that. And that's exactly what it's doing. There's that area of low pressure. Here's that front swinging through. And as it moves northeast, it is moving very rapidly. Think of a speeding car. Not something you can really outrun at this point. We've had confirmation of these tornadoes on the ground. We've had confirmation of damage in the area. And some of the damage reports, by the way, aren't just coming with this line. They're coming ahead of it in areas through Iowa that we saw in Nebraska. There's that area of low pressure. Nick mentioned the snow squall warnings that we have just behind it. So at this point, Nebraska getting hit with severe weather, severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, as other areas just to the west see whiteout conditions with some snow falling, gusty winds, and within that snow, you could also see some winds of around 65 miles per hour gusts. So that is also dangerous and life-threatening. You should not be getting on the road. Now, these are quick moving. It's very quick. It'll be in and out of the way, but this would be a threat for Buffalo, Nebraska right now, where you in Dawson County, where you had that snow squall warning in effect till 5:30 Central Time. So about 15 more minutes of that. This is a very dynamic and very strong area of low pressure that just continues to strengthen. And ahead of it, it has a lot of fuel. You have these strong southerly winds that are pushing up that warm, humid air. That's acting as a fuel to really feed into these storms. Nothing really to stop it at this point, which is why we continue to see these warnings continue to pop up along it. You are lining this entire line, around 200 miles or so of severe weather right now. That is an extensive area where even then everybody going to be subjected to about 70-mile-per-hour winds, if not stronger. Timing it out for you as it continues to head forward. Rockwell City getting there. Well, let's take it over to Fort Dodge at 5:39. Urbandale at 5:48. So it is heading in towards Iowa, towards Des Moines, toward Ames, towards Fort Dodge, even as you take it further south. And that is what we're going to be continuing to follow. Again, we've had confirmation of some of these tornadoes. We're taking a live look. This is going to be out in, I believe, Osceola, Iowa. So this would be, I believe, just ahead of the storm. Osceola, let's see here. Where would that be in response to this line here? All right, so we're going to figure that out, but it looks like it might be ahead. You see the clouds lowering, thickening. That'd be Osceola, Iowa. All right. So this is the storm heading towards that area, I believe. So this would be just to the east of that line of activity. Very eerie shot. Now, in some areas, thank you, Bridget. It is south of Des Moines. So south of Des Moines is where we're looking right now. So we're talking about the front that's going to be. Just ahead, yeah. So it's just to the east. So you have about, from that camera perspective, 44 miles to go. If it's moving around 75 miles per hour, it is going to be there within less than an hour. So let's go ahead and check in with Bridget as we continue to follow severe weather, confirmation of tornadoes, and very dangerous, life-threatening conditions racing across Nebraska. And Bridget, now into Iowa.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to take a quick look at Kansas City, but I would like to mention, Marissa, Dallas County, that is just to the west of Des Moines. They actually have activated their tornado siren. So as you approach Des Moines, that's where you are likely going to start to hear some of those tornado warnings. But this is a big system that spreads farther off to the south. So let's talk about another major metro area, Kansas City, St. Joseph, just north of Kansas City. It's just about an hour drive north along I-29. That is where tornado warnings already extending into that. I don't believe that tornado warning in St. Joseph has been confirmed on the ground, but you can see Topeka kind of in the thick of it as it marches off to the east very quickly. I think in Topeka, your conditions are going to improve really rapidly within the next 20 minutes or so. And that has been the trend with this line. You see a very quick hit of heavy wind as well as heavy rain, and that is what's marching east really quickly into the Kansas City metro area. So right now in KC, it's about 5:19 in the evening. The sun has set. It's getting dark, and of course, it's that prime time rush home. So a lot of people likely out on the roadways. It's going to be dark, and it is going to be very hard to drive as we head into the next hour or so. You can see just about 30 miles out with these storms traveling around 60 plus miles per hour. It only is going to take, I would say, about 15 to 30 minutes to arrive on the doorstep, including portions of western Kansas like Overland Park, that's in Kansas, but an area of Kansas City that a lot of people live in. Here's a look as we look at those severe thunderstorm warnings. It looks like north and western portions of Kansas City now under that severe thunderstorm warning. That's until 6:15. So that's extending for the next hour. The National Weather Service taking these warnings out for an extended amount of time. That's because they simply know what to expect along this line of thunderstorms and what we have seen so far in this path. We do have tornado warnings just to the north of the Kansas City metro area. And as I look here, I'm in a National Weather Service chat. We are seeing numerous storm warnings and storm reports come in by the minute, really by the second. I've seen a lot of trees down, even power lines down, reported in portions of Iowa, and that's what you likely could expect within the next several hours from Kansas now into Missouri. And I know Nick actually mentioned the possibility that this could be a derecho. That's really defined by a very large swath of damaging winds in excess of 58 miles per hour. Now, it has to encompass a swath of 250 miles. But we know with this system, it's moving very quickly. It's packing a punch, and this likely is going to continue to extend farther off to the south. So we can't confirm that it's one of those derechos until after the event. The National Weather Service would have to go out and look at the damage. But if we see these wind reports and the wind damages in excess of 58 miles per hour for a path of around 250 miles per hour, that indicates that. And I know Iowa, they actually saw that about now 2 years ago. It was on August 10th of 2020 where they saw extensive damage. And that's, you know, it could be similar to what we see into this evening. You can see the widespread swath of this, warnings extending from north all the way to the south. Nick.
Yeah, Bridget, you know, probably some people that are listening or watching on their device are like, yeah, what's a derecho? What's this? What's that? And that's definitely a meteorological term that we help to classify events like this, big time, you know, long-lived straight line wind events. But in the immediate future, who cares what's coming your way or what it's called? Take shelter. I mean, it's just that clear. Big time wind, heavy rain, possibly tornadoes, hail, and it's all kind of encompassed within this one large squall line. So, you know, we'll we'll leave it up to us to classify what's going on in the long term. In the short term, you just have to really do what you can to take shelter. Interesting little tidbit here from Weather Command. As areas like Ames right now, for example, they're not under any warning right now, right? But they're already sounding their tornado alarms. And a lot of communities are already doing that, or doing that for non-tornadic reasons, just because there's 70, 80 mile per hour winds out there and they want people to stay inside and take shelter. So here's Ames, Iowa on the map right here. You can see they're not quite under any warning polygon, whether it's tornado or severe thunderstorm, and they're already sounding their alarms. Yeah, and there's Ames right there on your screen, full screen. You can see the clouds there. It almost looks like there's what are classified as mammatus clouds, which indicate severe weather sometimes. It's hard to see if that's actually what's going on with that cloud structure or not, but in any event, it doesn't matter because severe weather is coming whether or not those exist in the atmosphere right now or not. And also, we've got Des Moines, Iowa here in the crosshairs for, at this moment, a severe thunderstorm warning. No doubt, though, as this squall line continues to push eastbound, that could turn into an area that is warned for tornadoes, as this clearly has a history of not only producing tornado warnings, but holding those tornado warnings as this storm system continues to push further and further eastbound. So this is kind of the northern edge of this squall line here from St. Joseph just through and northwest of Ames right now. And again, every part of this warned squall line here, at least as of last check, was packing a punch of 70 mile per hour winds at the very least. Some of these gusts within some of these storms are likely higher than that. And we're getting all kinds of reports that, yeah, there's damage all over the place, flipped over semi-trucks in the wake of this thing. And this is going to continue right on through the evening here. We've got several more hours of this. So that's what we're up against. Go ahead, Mindy, and tell me what you just said in my ear. All right, so let's get it back over to Marissa, I believe, who's got just a fresh perspective. Yeah, she's got a fresh perspective on what's going on here.
Yeah, we're just going to kind of reset and look at some of the storm reports. We're following this line of thunderstorms. We have had confirmation in Nebraska of tornadoes, some of them near Atlantic, the most recent one moving I-80. So these are the things that we're following. This is a dangerous line of storms, and as well as tornado producing cells that we're seeing race across and moving out of Kansas. This is one of the wildfires, one of the fires at this point being picked up in Kansas. So I can't give you a cause at this point, but this would be just north of Hayes, a fire being reported. So this is what we're looking at from satellite. So it could have been a product of these storms that's yet to be confirmed, but there's still some pretty gusty winds in that area, so it's something we're going to keep an eye on. Fire weather alerts. So we're going to take it a little bit further south. This is one of the other big concerns. As you get this deepening area of low pressure pushing northeast, you have very strong winds that have been coming out of eastern New Mexico up through the Texas, Oklahoma panhandle, and these wind reports are just massive and expansive right now. So this is over the past 3 hours only when we've really seen this weather pick up. And we're talking about 375 wind reports in some areas through Colorado. We saw winds upwards of 100 miles per hour, which would be hurricane strength. Now, that would be not a major hurricane strength, but hurricane strength nonetheless. Here are some of those wind alerts, high wind warnings, as well as wind advisories. These are lasting through Friday. So you had the strong winds, some of you seeing them ahead of this line of storms. You're going to see the strong winds as this front pushes through. But behind it, you have very gusty winds that are going to extend through Friday, which is why we have that high wind warning. We could see some further power outages. We could also continue to see that threat of winds as we head in through the end of the week. So we're not done with it just yet. Also, with some of those severe alerts, noticing it is trimming down. So they're trimming down, but that's because these are following the line of storms. So notice the tornado watch really through central Iowa at this point and still extending. Can't forget about Minnesota there, that southern part of Minnesota, and then all the way down through parts of Missouri and Kansas. But it is shrinking because at this point we're following that line of thunderstorms and also noticing these tornado warnings that continue to pop because of confirmation of tornadoes on the ground in Nebraska. Here's a look at some of those damaging winds also that we're looking at. And Nick, these are the areas that we're currently looking at for severe weather.
Yeah, for sure. You just mentioned part of Minnesota there under the moderate risk for severe weather here in the month of December. They've never seen a December tornado ever, and they're under the gun for that. They've also got damaging wind threats for 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts. You see that hatched area. It's that white polka dot blob. That's what we call a hatched area, and that goes from St. Joseph right up through Minneapolis. So at the very least, the folks there in Minneapolis going to see the potential for up to triple-digit wind gusts on top of heavy rain, hail, and yeah, maybe some tornado activity. So this truly is another big-time outbreak, severe weather outbreak across the nation's midsection into the northern plains here. Again, absolute chaos here as we take a peek at what's going on in this area here, trying to get my bearings, and it looks like we've got two areas of rotation on our velocity product here. This is in Nebraska. All right, so
into Iowa.
Yep, Nebraska heading into Iowa. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, okay, we're in Iowa.
It is Iowa. Okay, yeah.
We're in Iowa, just west of Des Moines. So we were just right here. Yep. All right. And so Perry, especially Jefferson. I mean, if you're in Jefferson, you absolutely need to get into your safe place. And then I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this correctly or not, but Rippey. It almost looks like two areas of rotation are both headed right into your direction. Same with Jamaica there. So obviously you're going to want to take cover right now and make sure you and your family are safe. And at the very least, I mean, it looks like there is big wind coming too. The potential for even straight line wind within some of those areas of rotation. These are generally pushing north and east. That's why you see those polygon boxes pointed that way. So we've got northeast wind guiding all of this as it pushes itself further into portions of Iowa here. And you know what? We're just gonna, yeah, that's a good idea. We're going to follow, monitor, or track both areas of rotation here as we look ahead. And yeah, it looks like 5:34 is the time for Jefferson, right?
So yeah, local time 5:34. So you're talking about in about 5 minutes over Jefferson. So that would be an immediate area of concern right now. It is imminent at this point, and it's going to continue to push northeast. A lot of these cells averaging between 65 to 80 miles per hour. The latest confirmation that we had was right near Atlantic with a tornado spotted by a ground spotter hopping over Interstate 80. And you're looking at these winds, and you have the rotation that we're noticing, but we're also noticing some straight line winds ahead of the front here. That gust front, you have rain falling very quickly, heavy rain. You have evaporative cooling. It creates this rush of air. And so those are also going to be threatening in itself and can cause quite a bit of damage, as they can also exceed 60 miles per hour in strength. Highlighting this front right here, noticing it is bowing out a little bit. And when you talk about bowing, Nick, you have the perfect analogy. When you pull a bow and arrow and you intensify that pressure on it, and that's what you have here. You're bowing out, so that line right there, you see that curvature, and that's where you tend to have the fastest push of that air behind in through that front, and also just some of the strongest winds, and that tends to be quite a threat. Notice we have several tornado warnings, especially on the northern end of this line here, and it really is cutting through all of Iowa at this point. Is continuing to move northeast and very quick, and a lot of these areas the storm went through. We heard from Bridget Sitzer earlier saying it was in and out seemingly within minutes.
Yeah.
But that just also goes to show that if you are in front of it, you have very little time to respond depending on where exactly you are at this moment.
All right, looks like we do have somebody on the phone that we do want to chat with here, just to give everybody a little bit of perspective on what's going on. And again, we've got everything flashing there for you on the Fox Weather Alert System. So, you know what? We actually did just see a tornado watch come down for parts of Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, and Wisconsin. It looks like that's going until 11 o'clock this evening. So here we go. Joining us now by phone a resident of Clive, Iowa. This is Megan Norbum, and she's hearing sirens go off. Megan, can you hear us?
I can.
Well, thank you for being on Fox Weather, and we're glad that you're safe. Set the scene here. The sirens are going off. What are you noticing weather-wise right outside of your home?
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually kind of in the calm before the storm. The sirens have gone off twice now, and I've watched it from the beginning of the day through the afternoon, just go from bright and sunny to dark and gloomy. And we're in that point right now where the winds are picking up slowly and then it'll die out. And right now it's very windy. You probably hear that in the phone. We'll probably get another round of tornado sirens shortly here, but I know a lot of western Iowa, where my family is, has lost their power at this point and are seeking shelter in their basement as well.
And let me ask you too, Megan, just to put it into perspective, you're in Clive, right? So nearest city that I'm thinking right now, looking on the map, Sioux City, where are you in response to, geographically speaking? What would be the nearest big city to you?
We are about 10 minutes west of Des Moines.
Okay.
10 minutes west of Des Moines.
So
okay, so it is knocking on your door. Yeah. And first, want to make sure you are somewhere safe and somewhere you are okay to be on the phone with us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. It hasn't started raining, or we're monitoring the situation. We got the news on, actually, and we'll definitely go down to the basement once it gets a little bit more severe. But, yeah, we're safe for now.
And you say we. Do you have your family that you are with?
My significant other is also here, and our dog.
And your dog, right? They're also part of the family. Yeah, one of the things we've been looking at, these storms coming in at a time when people are heading home from work, kids are getting out of school. Now, at this point, were you able to leave your place of business and get home, or did you have any, at least, I guess, did that come up as a part of the day as we got closer to this storm coming in?
Yeah, we actually, our office is closed early today, and luckily so, we have heard a lot of different reports. Oh, there go the sirens again.
One of the most eerie sounds.
We've heard a lot of reports of semis on I-80 tipping over from the strong winds. I'm not sure if that was because of a tornado or a thunderstorm.
Okay.
But we might actually go down to the basement.
There you go. I was just going to say, Megan, we're gonna let you go. Sounds like you do need to get in your safe place, but thank you for taking a little bit of time for us here. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Be safe. All right, let's go ahead and get it over to Bridget Mahoney, who's got a little bit more on the situation out there.
Yeah, we actually have a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. It looks like this is just to the north as well as west of Des Moines, Iowa. That is where close to at least where we just spoke with Megan. You can see some of these warnings fairly extensive. As we zoom in here, some of the communities involved with this is Jefferson. Again, this is a warning that is active and confirmed on the ground, expiring within the next 25 minutes, but it looks like it is continuing to move to the north and the east. It looks like the thick of the rotation is just 2 miles. Was that to the north and the west? The west of Jefferson. So you can see it. We're circling those two areas of rotation. It looks like we could see two couplets there that are rotating. Again, one of them, at least one of them, was confirmed on the ground. So if you are in the path of this as it moves to the north and the east, you need to be taking shelter immediately, because we have that ground verification where we know some of this rotation is making it to the ground. Widespread, including portions of Dallas County as well as Jefferson. That's Jefferson, the city in Iowa. It looks like Ogden is just outside of that warning in Iowa, but likely going to be approaching this. It looks like also another tornado warning issued. This is 8 miles northwest of South Twin Lake. Or 12 miles northwest of Rockwell City. Let's put a main track on this as it continues to move to the north and the east. You can see some of these cities involved. That's where Boone will arrive around 5:54, Madrid 6:57, and then into Ames, Iowa around 6:08. So these are moving fairly quickly. You're likely going to hear the siren sound out ahead of this, but that's when you need to take cover action right away. It may not actually be raining where you are. It may be actually pretty calm, but you need to take action before you start to really see some of that severe weather. There are several tornadoes warnings issued by the Des Moines National Weather Service. Let's zoom out here so we can see. It's mainly north of Des Moines not included in on that tornado warning. But again, still downtown Des Moines likely seeing gusty winds arriving within the next I would say about 10 minutes or so, as it still is about 20 to maybe 30 miles out from the central portion of Des Moines. You can see along I-80, that's where you're starting to see some of the heavy rain, including Polk, Iowa, that severe thunderstorm warning continues. It looks like the National Weather Service has actually expired that tornado warning for Carroll as well as Crawford, Iowa. So if you're in those communities, you are now in the clear. Sam, what did you want to show? Okay, let's look at some of these alerts. This is actually expanded up to the north and the east. We have really a widespread tornado watch that includes almost the entire state of Iowa, with the exception of the western portion right along the Missouri River. That's that area, not in that tornado watch, but any of those areas shaded in red, that's where you could see some quick spin up tornadoes with this line of storms that continues to march off to the east. Also now including central portions of Wisconsin. It looks like Madison, at least the western half of Madison, Wisconsin, under that tornado watch, including Minneapolis as well. So some big urban areas in the threat for some of this severe weather into this evening. Kansas City, you're not under that tornado watch, but you do have that thunderstorm watch that likely is going to continue for the next hour or two. It looks like through 8 p.m., but Kansas City, you're on that storm really on the doorstep. Okay, as we look closer, this is a closer look at radar in Jefferson. This is a zoom in on Iowa. So Jefferson in Iowa, it looks like that rotation is north of you. So you are still in that tornado warning, but still in the clear. Let's circle some of that. It looks like a lot of it is fairly broad, but we are seeing what you see here, some indication of some strong rotation. I know at least embedded in some of these labels that we say strong, we have seen at least one of them confirmed on the ground. I'm not sure exactly which community that was for, but anywhere just north of Jefferson through Rippey, Iowa, down south, that's where we have some strong rotation. The thing is, it is hard for the radar to exactly detect if the tornado is on the ground. The only thing the radar can do, scanning the upper levels of the clouds, that's where we see some of that rotation, indicating if it's tighter, think of an ice skater. If it spins around quicker, that's likely to touch down to the ground. So we use these tools, but we really need people on the ground, like emergency managers as well as storm chasers, to confirm for us and verify that that is in fact what we are seeing. It's a widespread line that continues across central Iowa. Des Moines, you're still dry. Some of you watching in Des Moines, Iowa, likely saying, what are you talking about? We're completely fine. You're not going to be that for too much longer. You're going to see the winds pick up as well as some of that really heavy rain. On top of it, I've actually seen reports of numerous lightning strikes, several power outages, and I know likely some of these communities that you see here on the map without power. Hopefully it won't last for long as the system continues to be a fairly quick hit, but you're likely going to see the power go out. And the good thing is you can bring the Fox Weather app. If your phone's charged, you can still stick with us here on Fox Weather as we are going to really continue to track this system all the way through the evening. We will be on air through every single warning that we continue to have so far this evening. You can see where it's at right now and where it has come from, tracking through Omaha, even Lincoln earlier. Very widespread system, all thanks to an area of low pressure. I've actually also learned today, this shows how wacky this weather system is. Today in Grand Island, Nebraska, they broke a record high. That high, 69 degrees. The previous record, 67. So shattering it by 2 degrees. But back out to the west in central portions of Nebraska, very close to Grand Island, you're starting to see some snowfall. So these temperatures have plummeted within 30 degrees within the last several hours, and now starting to see some snow squall warnings. So you can see just how quickly this weather is changing from record highs near 70 degrees in central Nebraska, also extending into Kansas, that are dropping behind this line, very violent line. So you'll see warm air out ahead of it, but then temperatures dropping. So, you know, if you are going outside later on this evening, I know a lot of people trying to assess the damage. It is going to be a bit chilly as we head into the overnight hours. But again, we're mainly watching this line that continues to work through Des Moines as well as Kansas City. Marissa, Nick?
And it's so, interesting you mentioned the temperatures, Bridget. Kansas City still talking about 70 degrees right now. Once that front comes through, once those storms come through, we're going to be seeing that change and we'll be pivoting into those cooler temperatures. But also in Kansas, when we talk about the severe weather threat, reports of tennis ball size hail, as well as the threat of 70-mile-per-hour winds that are expected with that storm that's going to be pushing in. So this would be out of Kansas. This would be Johnson County specifically in Kansas right now. That storm continuing to move northeast and expected to impact Gardner, Edgerton, and Olathe. And actually, that's exactly what we're looking at now. So you see those areas that are highlighted. So these are where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, we don't have an active tornado warning in these areas. But these severe thunderstorms, still nothing to mess around with. A wind gust of 70 miles per hour can be just as damaging with some of these things that we've been seeing along the line as well.
Yeah, we just heard that Kansas City is now under that severe thunderstorm warning. As you mentioned, 80-mile-per-hour winds are pretty much expected, almost a slam dunk as these storms roll through the area. This part of the squall line here hasn't produced as much tornadic activity, right? And obviously, tornadoes are very destructive, and they get the headlines. But with this particular system, you can't let your guard down at all, because high wind of this magnitude, 80, maybe even 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, could seriously cause as much, maybe even more damage than a low-end tornado would. So what you're going to want to do in a high wind situation, like what you're going to find yourself in here very shortly in Kansas City, is stay clear of hazards from above. That's first and foremost. You're going to want to get indoors quickly. Be aware of any loose items that could become projectiles. And we're talking about anything when you're talking wind gusts of maybe 80 or 90 or even 100. Garbage cans, patio furniture, trampolines can really get picked up and moved around during situations like this. And there is just a ton of wind energy, big area of low pressure, and there's a tight wind gradient out there. And it's not just these areas that are under the gun for thunderstorms. We're talking about even as far back south and west as New Mexico and Texas. Heck, they were dealing with dust storms earlier today. And
so you're watching Live Now from Fox. That was Fox Weather breaking down some of this major weather that's moving through Kansas specifically. They're talking about severe weather, thunderstorm warnings in Kansas City. We're also getting some live looks across the country. Take a look at this. This is one of our vehicles that is kind of driving around Omaha, Nebraska at this time. They're seeing some pretty bad weather. The majority of the focus, though, recently for us has been on Kentucky. As we know, President Biden made his way there. Going to pull up a few of these tweets for you from throughout the day. But take a look at this. Tornado sirens going off in Iowa. This was from hours and hours ago, but this just shows you a look from down on the ground. But going forward to President Biden's visit today, he just tweeted out in the past hour, there's been 74 confirmed fatalities in Kentucky, at least 14 people confirmed dead in other states, and dozens still missing. He says, to those who have lost someone, there are no words to ease the pain of losing a loved one. Jill and I are keeping you in our prayers. And we have our Fox Weather team that is out there. Fox Weather's Robert Ray tweeting out and saying that President Biden was touring the devastation in western Kentucky. And there were images like this all across Mayfield and Dawson Springs. He's been doing some really great reporting out there. And then all the way over to Denver, wind storms coming through, knocking out power, causing damage. You can see this tree falling into a home, and they're not the only state that's seeing this right now. Wind gusts in Kansas of up to 95 miles per hour. And then Will Nunley also with Fox Weather saying the memorial outside of the Mayfield courthouse is quite moving. You can see all of the flowers that have been set up to memorialize all of the people whose lives were taken due to these horrendous, horrendous storms. In another tweet from Fox Weather, they say that Colorado looked like this morning with wind gusts of 107 miles per hour, causing flying dust and debris as well. So Colorado, definitely not a stranger to all of these storms across the country. Severe winds moving up to 84 miles per hour, but the most recent I saw was 93 miles per hour out in Kansas. So we'll be keeping our eyes on all of that. And last but not least, out of Los Angeles, frozen windows, and not a lot of Los Angeles people carry around ice scrapers. Doesn't get too cold in Los Angeles, but it has been cold the past couple of days. A frost advisory there in LA this morning. So keep your eyes on all of the weather events across the country. We're going to take this time to go out to a commercial break. When we come back, another big story of the day, the Kim Potter trial. Will be going out for a live recap. Everything that you need to know from today. Dante Wright's father taking the stand. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Day 6 of the Kim Potter trial. We took it all live for you here throughout the day. The state bringing its final witnesses to the stand, including the father of Dante Wright. To break it all down for us, we have Fox 9's Paul Bloom joining us from the studio. Paul, a busy day today and emotional testimony from his father, right?
A very important day in this trial, in that we do believe these are the last final witnesses the state is going to call under its primary case. They didn't formally rest at the end of today. They'll probably sleep on this and then do so in the morning. But we absolutely think these final witnesses, the state's paid use of force expert who came in to assess Kimberly Potter's actions that day, and then, as you mentioned it, Dante Wright's father, Arbery Wright. Now, what's interesting in Minnesota court law, if you will, or court practices, is it allows for what we call spark of life testimony. It says really nothing to do with the incident, the scene that day, the traffic stop in April. What this is just to humanize the deceased, allow a loved one, a family member to talk about their grief and what the loss has meant to their family. Take a listen.
I was so happy for him because he was so happy. He was so happy about Junior. This was my chance to be a grandfather.
Did they have a close relationship?
Yes.
And did Dante Jr. spend a lot of time with your family as well?
Yeah, Dante Jr., Dante lived with us. Junior was pretty much there every day. And he loved his son.
And of course, Dayton there, Daytona, they had shown a photo in court of young 20-year-old Dante with his baby son there, Dante Jr., Arbery referencing how emotional it is that Junior no longer has his father around. But again, Arbery just on the stand for a couple of minutes, just allowed to kind of speak to the loss, the grief the family is feeling. Important to point out there, the defense did not even bother cross-examining him.
Right. Well, this isn't the only family member that's taken the stand of Dante Wright. His mother also taking the stand in the very beginning, right?
Yeah, very good point. The state started this case 1 week ago, basically mother and father bookending this case, sort of the emotions at the start, the emotions at the end. The mother was a little bit different type of witness. She was a fact witness in that you may remember her testimony. She's on the phone with Dante during the traffic stop. Elena, the girlfriend in the seat over, turning the video camera on Dante. So she had some factual evidence she had to get in and on the record. And of course, that emotional scene where she rushes to the scene and just wants information and sees her son lying under that sheet, that law enforcement white sheet. So her testimony a little bit different, but clearly the state knew they wanted to get this jury in with some emotion, and they wanted to end their case with some emotion. Again, Daytona, I expect the state to formally rest first thing tomorrow morning when court gavels into session.
Paul, any key takeaways from, obviously, the father stepping up was probably the biggest takeaway from today, but from the use of force expert and then also an officer taking the stand. And there was also a bit of evidence that was denied by the judge when it comes to Wright trying to flee that day.
Yeah, you watch this thing closely today, Daytona. All right, let's bring you up to speed. Now, the use of training officer from Brooklyn Center, his testimony bridging both days. Nothing terribly remarkable today about his testimony. I think the jury takes away the state's use of force expert. This is Seth Stoughton. He's a University of South Carolina associate law professor. He's a former police officer. And interesting to note on this day where there's been some news in federal court with Derek Chauvin's guilty plea. Seth Stoughton was the state's use of force expert in Derek Chauvin's murder trial and testified. So he's become a familiar face here in the Twin Cities. But Stoughton is called in. He's paid. He assesses all of the body camera videos. He's a quote-unquote expert, an authority on police policy and use of force, and he assesses the actions of Kimberly Potter that day. And what's interesting is because of this two-pronged approach the defense is taking, that it was an accident, it was an innocent mistake, but also if she had attempted to use deadly force, she would have been authorized to stop a fleeing Dante Wright with one of her officers in danger. So the expert did have to kind of toe this line and address all of these issues. Basically, was it a mistake? Did she have the right to use her taser? Did she have her right to use her firearm? And this expert, Professor Stoughton, did basically double down. He says, no, she did not have the right to use the taser, and no, she did not have the right to fire her gun. So in both cases, she is at fault and should be held criminally liable. And you mentioned the piece of evidence that didn't come in. What had happened was as he was assessing that traffic stop, he said that had Dante Wright just been allowed to leave the scene, the officers got backed away, he's wanted on a gross misdemeanor count, they knew the identity of that young man, and they could have tracked him down afterwards. But the defense wanted to say, wait a minute, he's not an easy guy to track down. He's run from police before. He's run from arrests before. And we want this jury to know it wasn't that simple.
Right.
And in the end, Judge Chu said, there's no way Kimberly Potter knew that in that moment. The jury will not hear that testimony. So that sort of prior bad acts, if you will, remains out. The jury didn't hear anything of it.
So that was denied. And tomorrow, marking day 7, a week of this trial, although, Paul, it feels a lot longer than that. And you say the state likely will rest tomorrow.
Exactly. And then the defense starts calling witnesses, Daytona. And then the jury's been promised Kim Potter, the defendant. So she will take the stand. The question is when. There were some logistics that they were going over today. And the way they were talking, I wouldn't necessarily expect her tomorrow. They have several of their own experts. They also have some character witnesses they want to get to. I would mark it down on your calendar. Look for Kim Potter on the witness stand Friday heading into the weekend.
And we'll have it definitely here on Live Now from Fox. Last one for you, Paul, just because you covered the Derek Chauvin trial so closely. He pleaded guilty to violating George Floyd's civil rights today. What are your takeaways from that?
Well, a couple interesting things, right? The intersection of these two cases. You may remember in April when this trial was going on, the state case, or at least the trial of Derek Chauvin in state court. That's when the Kimberly Potter, Dante Wright traffic stop occurred. So these cases have been linked. So the fact that there was this guilty plea today while Kimberly Potter's trial was happening was just sort of interesting. But the one takeaway I would have is Derek Chauvin in the end wasn't sentenced in the federal court. The government, the U.S. government, and his defense team agreeing on a 25-year sentence. This judge is going to wait on it. He's going to do a pre-sentence investigation before leveling the formal sentence, but it looks like he'll get 25 years. And I would just point out as you move on here, is in the federal prison system, a prisoner does typically 85% of their time behind bars, and then the final 15% under supervision. In state court, where he was sentenced to 22.5 years, here in Minnesota, a prisoner only typically does 2/3 of that sentence, 67%. So he took on more prison time today. He avoids trial, but no doubt he's taking on more prison time.
All right, well, that's a fantastic breakdown. Fox 9's Paul Bloom for us there, covering multiple angles of what's going on in Minnesota today. We appreciate you.
You bet, Daytona. Thank you.
Well, as Paul was focusing on the Kim Potter trial, his colleague, Fox 9's Rob Olson, was tracking all of the latest with Derek Chauvin and also George Floyd's family speaking out about it. So we're going to play out a little bit of what he had today to recap all of that.
I don't expect an apology, and I don't honestly care to have one. He knew what he was doing.
George Floyd's nephew and 3 brothers sat in St. Paul's federal court as Derek Chauvin, wearing his orange prison jumpsuit, admitted guilt that he deprived George Floyd of his civil rights.
Hearing him say that, plea to being guilty, it made me feel like finally he took accountability.
But to the Floyd family, the emotions of hearing a guilty plea from Chauvin are mixed.
Because he could have did this last year. Started this on that day. So today is still the same pain I've been felt.
The 30-minute hearing went over point by point the plea deal that Chauvin agreed to and signed, admitting he willfully deprived Floyd of his constitutional rights when he held him down with his knee, also admitting guilt for doing the same thing to a juvenile in 2017. That young man was also in court.
Had he been held accountable for what he did in 2017 to that minor, George Floyd would still be here. Today he had a chance to blow kisses and give air hugs to his family. We can't do that to our loved one who's not here.
Had Chauvin taken this to a federal trial, he could have faced life in prison. But taking this deal, the prosecutor's asking for 25 years to be served concurrently with Chauvin's 22.5-year murder sentence.
We came here just like we did before. We just wanted accountability because we can never have justice because we can never get George back.
Now, by Chauvin taking this plea deal, it separates him from the other 3 former officers who are also charged with violating Floyd's civil rights. It's what their defense attorneys have been wanting all along. It could certainly help their cases. Now, as for Chauvin's plea deal, the judge ordered a pre-sentence investigation. That's pretty standard. He'll issue a sentencing ruling at a date to be determined. in St. Paul. Rob Olson, Fox 9.
And as we said with Fox 9's Paul Bloom, we will be keeping our eyes on the Kim Potter trial, as tomorrow he says the state will likely rest its case. And then keep your eyes on Friday, as Kim Potter could be taking the stand herself. Well, it's 5 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast, and we've had a packed day full of weather and breaking news. And as we see it right now, Air Force One touching down after the president visited Kentucky due to all of those storms, the tornadoes that ripped through. The president tweeting out just recently saying that there's been 74 confirmed fatalities in Kentucky, at least 14 confirmed dead in other states. Dozens are still missing. He says to those who have lost someone, there are no words to ease the pain of losing a loved one. He says, Jill and I are keeping you in our prayers. And there you have it, Air Force One touching down this evening, as I said, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast. A full day for the president and into the rest of the night here on Live Now. We'll show you some of President Biden actually touring the damage, going to the neighborhoods out in Kentucky, meeting with the families who were involved in these tornadoes there that have quite literally turned their lives upside down. But we also want to focus on what is going on in this moment here as we speak, as there's tornado warnings near Jefferson, Iowa now. Fox Weather has been giving us full coverage. We're going to hop into what they have to say here as their meteorologists are up at the screen showing the movements. This is our radar system that's giving us an idea of how large this storm system is and who it's going to be affecting. You can see Sioux Falls right there and Omaha, Kansas City about to be catching a lot of this. So let's listen in to Fox Weather.
A good portion of these areas that you're seeing on your screen and where this entire line continues to press as we head on through the next several hours. What we're throwing on for you here within some of these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings is this is our shear tracker, and where you're seeing those little pops of green also into some of the reddish shades, that's where the Doppler radar is detecting either high wind gusts or rotation. We're talking about wind shear, which is wind either changing direction or speed. So there you go. You got wind gusts or rotation when you start seeing those colors popping on. And what we've seen over the last several hours is it's really right along this leading edge of storms. Potent area of low pressure that's pushing these storms off to the east. And look at the Doppler radar now querying some of these areas. That's indicating wind that's moving away from the radar at more than 80 miles per hour. That's why these storms are moving so quickly, and that's why they present such a threat of damaging wind gusts. Even outside where we're seeing rotation, that's where we could see the greatest amount of localized damage. But this broad swath of storms, the entire thing presents a widespread damaging wind threat because of how fast these storms are moving, this very powerful squall line that's racing off to the east. So in Iowa here, this is Interstate 35. That's Ames up towards Algona. You see how quickly these are racing off to the east, and that's why you really need to be prepared well out in advance of this line of storms, because unlike typical severe storms, usually we're talking about storms that are moving 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. These are moving 70 to 80 miles per hour. So you can easily say about twice as fast as we typically see severe storms moving. Those are racing off to the east, approaching that I-35 corridor very quickly. So places like Ames, you see the line of storms right there. You need to be in your safe place now because that line is approaching so quickly. It'll be there in the next matter of moments. Nevada, 6:14, so we're just about 9 minutes away there. Places like Iowa Falls and Marshalltown, you got a little bit more time, more like 20 minutes until those storms arrive, but they are quickly moving off to the east. We head down towards Iowa's capital, Des Moines right here. This is I-35 moving through the area where the interchange with Interstate 80 is, this circle around Des Moines. There's the line of intense downpours and the wind along with it. That is the thing with this line of storms. Because it's moving so quickly, rain is less of a threat because it just doesn't rain for very long as those storms are in and out because they're moving so quickly. But this is just about 10 miles off to the west of the heart of Des Moines right now. So it'll be there in the next matter of moments. because it's moving so quickly off to the east. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Polk County in Iowa that runs until 6:30 p.m. Central Time, so another 24 minutes. We're zooming out a bit. I'll send it over toward Bridget as you're tracking these areas farther off to the south with this line of storms. It's such a broad area of low pressure. It's potent, and it's bringing this threat to a huge swath of this region.
Yeah, and when we even have news to the south. That's where they actually have extended a severe thunderstorm watch for central portions of Missouri. But we are already starting to see active warnings out ahead of that line. So here's a look at the severe thunderstorm alerts, severe thunderstorm watch for all of these areas shaded in yellow. This is Kansas City back out to the east, not quite St. Louis, but Columbia, Missouri, Jefferson City, Missouri, the state capital, under that severe thunderstorm watch as these lines are going to be approaching along I-44 in St. Louis, extending from Rolla down through Springfield. You're under that watch into this evening until about 8 o'clock, and then we still continue those tornado watches in effect. And we've already seen a lot of this really come into fruition as we look closer towards the state capital of Iowa. That's where we have seen the heavy rain approach. Now the heavy rain has moved off to the east, not Des Moines. You're going to see that soon, but Atlantic, that's where we have seen some storm reports already occur. That's where you had that tornado warning earlier this evening. Here's a look as we evolve all the way through the evening. You can see some of the threats really bullseye right ahead of Des Moines into Ames up to the north. So portions of Minnesota as well as Wisconsin going to get in on this. This is all thanks to the dynamics in the atmosphere really forcing this line that will track to the east. Where we see this area shaded in the polka dots, that's where we have the potential for 80 up to 100 miles per hour. I know Omaha has already seen that, so you kind of have been shaded off from this threat, but even Webster County in Nebraska, I saw an earlier report up to 95 miles per hour. These are the gusts, and these are the scenarios that are causing for a lot of the damage, a lot of the power outages, even seeing a report earlier of a tractor trailer in Nebraska, I think near Platte, that was overturned. Here's a look at the number of reports within the last 3 hours, 303. I've been monitoring this back at Weather Command on my computer. Those reports are popping up nearly every 10 to 20 seconds. So it is very difficult to keep track of this, but the overall trend is it's dangerous, one, to your property, and then two, especially to your life. If you're out there on the roadways, it is terrible to be out there right now. So that's with also high wind warnings extending. So the high wind warnings, hearing word that a lot of these have been shed back, I assume farther off to the west. So that's good news that we are starting to see this trend drop. But with the main line of storms, you're going to see a quick hit of strong winds in excess of 48 miles per hour as this continues to move through central Iowa into central Missouri, now still in Kansas City, but it will move off to the east and then extending up to the north in portions of Minnesota. So it already has been a long-winded event in terms of the time frame as well as the gusty winds. We are going to continue to track that. And Nick, let's send it over to you.
Let's do that. Yeah, we want to show you what it looks like in Ames, Iowa right now, because we've got a live camera there. And yeah, it's starting to get pretty wild there. As you can see, there is obviously a lot of rain coming down, and every once in a while you get a pretty good strike of lightning showing up. And it's hard to tell with some of the rain on the camera lens whether or not the camera is actually being shooken by some of the wind out there. But I've definitely seen some of these live cams as this squall line is rolled through where, I mean, it looks like that camera is just bouncing like a basketball, especially the elevated cameras as the wind. Yeah, look at those lightning strikes. I mean, those are big, bright flashes of lightning. There's a lot of energy. Very dynamic storm here. We've got warm air, very warm air clashing with cold air. Again, a big area, low pressure that's supplying tons of energy here. And Ames, Iowa, that's what you're seeing right outside of your window right now. So that's what you're seeing. What we're seeing here on radar is this, and it's just a bunch of red and yellow and purple. So this very well matches up with what you just saw there in that live look. And we've got a severe thunderstorm warning going for you, also for Gilbert and Kelly and Huxley and Story City. I mean, if you're not seeing the impacts from these storms now, you will be within minutes. And here further down the line, but not too far away, we're talking about Maxwell as well. All right, let's push further south here. We've got Des Moines, Iowa. We've been talking to you guys for quite some time now, as we've been tracking this thing all across the state of Iowa, and it does look like you are next up there. So we are certainly starting to see some heavy rain and at the very least probably some gusty winds showing up right along that interstate loop there, especially kind of the north and western quadrant of it. So Interstate 80 getting crushed right now. Heavy rain, gusty wind, and you saw tons of lightning. So definitely three ingredients that you don't want to see if you're trying to drive or get anywhere or do anything. That's another look at Ames, Iowa's live camera there. Those are your live conditions. Temperature is a balmy for December, 64. North wind at 14, but no doubt we're probably going to see gusts well above that here shortly. Okay, you know what? I should have read further down there. A gust of 56 already being reported. So there you have it. And with that gust and that rain, it feels like 57, and there's clearly a lot of water, a lot of rain coming down right now, a lot of lightning, and it's a pretty chaotic scene. So, we were actually, it's funny because just 24 hours ago, we had that live look up, and I remember this from Iowa State University. Skies were beautifully blue right before the sun went down, and we were saying 24 hours from now, it's going to be a different scene, and here we are. Matter of fact, when you do get that camera to stay still and there isn't any lightning, you can actually see that wall of rain just coming down in sheets there, moving from right to left across the camera screen. And that gives you a pretty good indication that rain, is probably getting whipped around in that wind pretty good. So if you find yourself out in it for any reason, it's probably going to sting a little bit if it ends up hitting you somewhere on the skin, as we've got a lot of wind energy that's going to be whipping not just the rain around, but everything around, So this is one of those events. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that confirms everything then. The instantaneous rain rate with this system is 8 inches per hour. To put that in perspective, that might not seem like a lot to you, but for a meteorologist, 1 inch of rain per hour is a lot. That's definitely when you start thinking about flooding. So if this system right here were to stay on top of the same place for 1 hour, 8 inches of rain would fall in 1 hour. And you can see the sheets of rain coming down. When you do get a glimpse of some of that, just coincides with that information that Weather Command just fed me into my ears. So that's what it looks like right there, Ames, Iowa. Now here's the good news amongst some of this bad news is the simple fact that since these storms are cruising along at 60, 70, they're going to hit hard and they'll be out. So 20, 30 minutes probably tops with these storm systems. And then we've gotten several reports where people have told us, yeah, they had the storm earlier today, and then boom, afterwards it was very clear and calm, and it only lasted 20 to 30 minutes. But within that window of time, you're definitely going to feel the impacts of this, and it's not going to be fun. Damage will be done to your city, and you do not want to get caught, with these systems here with no warning. So hopefully you've been sky aware. You've had your eyes to the sky all day, and you've been watching us here on Fox Weather warn you, not only for, today, but really we started towards the end of that last event that we had Friday night and a Saturday. Here's your power outage tracker. This shows you a couple things. First of all, that this is a long-lived event, right? Because we've seen outages from this, and these are all mainly wind-related outages from New Mexico to Colorado to Kansas, Nebraska. Kansas has seen over 100,000 power outages. Colorado, about 90,000. Iowa, 38. And within that big-time wind event that we're dealing with, there's also obviously the storm component and the severe thunderstorm and tornadic warnings that we've been seeing. So in total, well over 250,000 people out of power right now, about 369,000 people. And that tally is going to go up, guys, because this squall line keeps racing further east. We've got Rochester, we've got Waterloo, Iowa City next up. as the radar shows you that we're still warning every single part of this squall line as it moves west to east.
It's incredible.
So you've been listening in to Fox Weather right there as they're taking us through some of the power outages across the country. And they showed you this shot here out of Ames, Iowa. And you can see the camera just moving like crazy, and then lightning strikes just as bright as the screen can be. Also another live look across the country out in Washington, D.C. As you can see Air Force One and then Marine One now about to take off, following the president's visit out to Kentucky to speak with the people who are involved in the tornadoes out there that took the lives of 74 people just in Kentucky, and then 14 people in other states, as well as dozens are still missing at this time. So we'll be keeping our eyes on all of these shots, and then also we'll be going out live. Stay with us here on Live Now. Coming up in 2 minutes, we'll be going out to Yuma, Arizona, where law enforcement is saying they're, quote, overwhelmed with the border surge right now at the Mexico-Arizona border. So don't want to miss that. We'll see you back here. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We were just taking you out to this live look of President Biden, who just touched down, now taking off again in Marine One to head back to the White House following a day-long trip out to Kentucky. He tweeted out saying there's more than 74 confirmed fatalities in Kentucky, at least 14 people confirmed dead in other states, and dozens are still missing. He says, to those who have lost someone, there's no words to ease the pain of losing a loved one. Jill and I are keeping you in our prayers, and we are keeping our eyes on all of these storm systems moving across the country, just as Kentucky is kind of reeling from the damage of those tornadoes. There's now severe storms in the Midwest that we are keeping our eyes on through the rest of the evening. So we'll get back into that coverage in a little bit. But speaking of the Biden administration, overwhelmed, that's how local law enforcement says that they're feeling after a surge of undocumented immigrants passed through one border city last week. More than 6,000 people crossed through Yuma, Arizona. I want to bring in Fox's Ashley Soriano. She joins us live from Yuma with how law enforcement there is trying to move forward in addressing this border situation. Hi, Ashley.
Good evening, Daytona. Well, you can see this gap in the border wall. This is where hundreds of undocumented people are crossing through each day. In fact, just 10 minutes ago, a group of maybe 10 or 15 people crossed through here. This is a problem not just for Border Patrol, but also the Yuma County Sheriff's Office, whose staffing is already limited.
The Sheriff's Office.
The best way I can describe the border right now is chaos.
absolute chaos.
The Arizona National Guard.
This has been the largest surge of immigrants that I have seen in my career.
And families in Yuma.
This is going on 24 hours a day.
All concerned about the unprecedented number of people crossing illegally. Since October of this year, Customs and Border Protection reported close to 22,000 encounters in the Yuma sector. That's a 2,600% increase from this time last year. The Yuma County Sheriff's Office receives dozens of calls each day relating to illegal immigration, even from the immigrants themselves.
They're calling 911. These people are showing up and they're sitting there on the border like they're told, waiting for their ride. And after hours and hours, and sometimes a day or more goes by, they get frustrated, they get scared, and they get hungry, they get thirsty, and they start calling 911.
Major Eben Bratcher is the operations chief at the sheriff's office. He says staffing is a challenge.
Any given time, I might have 3 dispatchers answering all of the calls that come into our office. If they're tied up handling 911 calls that wouldn't be happening otherwise, your 911 call because of a vehicle accident or something other than that more serious might ring a few extra times, and that's scary.
Dennis Cook's backyard overlooks the unfinished border wall. He sees the crossings every day and knows just how overwhelmed Border Patrol is.
There's times when I've called Border Patrol, and Border Patrols, we can't do anything. We're totally booked up. We can't do nothing with them. Since I've been on camera here, I bet you we've had 20 people cross already.
Yuma's mayor issued a local emergency, and Arizona Governor Doug Ducey deployed the National Guard. Since then, numbers have gone down, but you can see people are crossing right now. And last week, that was around the time that the Remain in Mexico policy was reinstated. Under that Trump-era policy, asylum seekers have to stay in Mexico until their court date, Daytona.
Yeah, Ashley, it's pretty incredible to see right behind you. It looks like a group of maybe 30, possibly more, passing behind you as we speak right now. Has it been like that for the duration of the day since the time you got there?
Yeah, I was out here yesterday for a span of maybe about an hour and a half, and at the very least, at least 50 people passed through. And you just mentioned, maybe 30 people passed through here just now. It's definitely a constant thing throughout the day. Numbers, like I said, are down from last week, but again, it's a constant thing.
All right, Fox's Ashley Soriano in Yuma, Arizona for us tonight. Thank you so much for your reporting. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
And we're going to obviously stay with any border news that we get out of there. Our reporters there on the ground have been doing a fantastic job getting pictures and videos and speaking with the officials and even speaking with some of the people who have crossed the communication, just so different from one country to the next. But let's head out to some of these live looks that we have across the country once again as we are talking weather. This out in Ames, Iowa. As we know, there have been tornado warnings, specifically in North Iowa. Let's listen in to what Fox Weather has to say at this time.
At this point, no. The system is just moving into Hancock County. It's taking a pretty good chunk and continuing on into Winnebago County. And so at this point, we have not received any notifications of damages or anything like that. But that's one of the things that we're going to continue to do over the next couple hours, just to make sure that our communities, we get those things reestablished if we need to.
Yeah, you're really just getting into the thick of it in your particular part of Iowa. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're experiencing right now?
Right now, really I'm in Forest City. I do the emergency management for both Winnebago and Hancock County here in north central Iowa. So it's relatively calm. I know that down in the southwestern portion of Hancock and now entering into the western third of Winnebago, we're starting to see some of those high winds, obviously lightning, some rain. Again, it's a tornado warning, so we've been telling our communities, get into shelter immediately. So we've been sounding sirens throughout both of those counties as we speak.
And so as the emergency management coordinator, as you were preparing your residents for this storm system in the hours and really the days leading into this event, was it a little bit easier to let people know how serious this could be? Because, of course, we are coming on the heels of that severe weather outbreak well to the south, but still fairly close by in the Mid-South. That's with that, have people been taking this a little bit more seriously?
Yeah, I think the uniqueness of the time of year that this is happening and how the weather's set up, we have been really stressing to the residents, here in north central Iowa, the gravity of this and just the importance of making sure that not only do you seek shelter when the siren sounds or even before, but to prepare your shelter, prepare your family, making sure that you're not taking any unnecessary risks, keeping people off the roads, and then after the event to be able to report back any damages into the Emergency Operations Center. There's just a lot of things turning right now, and to be honest, we're kind of a wait and see after this moves through our area.
Yeah, it's going to be really quick. Wait and see over the next several hours. And so if you do have any issues with power outages as we head into the evening, do you expect them to get out there and start fixing those issues tonight? Or since it's through the night, will they have to wait until the sun rises tomorrow before they address the issue?
I haven't had contact directly with our power companies. I know that, they are very well prepared. They've been staging different things, trying to make sure that they're going to be ready to answer that call. And it really depends on the conditions. We don't want anybody out in something that's going to place them in harm's way. So we're just hoping that, number one, that they're going to be safe first. At the end of the day, yes, they're going to probably start doing things almost immediately if we have power outages, trying to take care of some of those easy things. But the reality is they have to protect themselves first.
Andy Buffington, the Emergency Management Coordinator for Hancock, Iowa. Thank you for joining us this evening on Fox Weather, and we hope as these powerful storms move through your area, the impacts are minimal as we move through these next 30 minutes to an hour. But you see what we're looking at on radar here, this whole very powerful line of storms that's been moving across the plains. This entire line still warned as a severe thunderstorm. This entire line has the potential, unfortunately, to be producing some of those damaging wind gusts.
A lot of energy out ahead of this system. We mentioned earlier that we have seen record-breaking temperatures out ahead of this. That's kind of priming the atmosphere with temperatures ranging in the 60s and the 70s today. That's what's helping some of these storms really fire. So we do actually have 2 active tornado warnings. I bet you the one that you see to the south, that will likely be trimmed off. But still, this one tornado warning, that's for Custis, Iowa, that extends through about 7 p.m., as well as Hancock. So this is with radar indicated rotation. Winnebago, Iowa, also included in on that. So with the radar showing some of that spin in the atmosphere, we are warning people that you should be taking shelter, as we are going to see the potential for this on your doorstep as it moves fairly quickly. We did see some rotation. It looks fairly broad, but still starting to see some of that become a little bit more tight. That's where you can see some of this indicated on radar as that's where we see those greens. It's right to the south of that community.
Let's pause for a moment. We'll reset here on America's Weather Now. This is a Fox Weather Alert. We've been tracking this powerful storm system moving across the center of the country. You see this whole broad line warned as a severe thunderstorm. We've got a couple of ongoing tornado warnings right now, one of which will be likely allowed to expire in the short term as the rotating part of that storm moves off to the north and east. There you go. As we approach 7:30, that just dropped off the map. But we did get a report here from Sam and Fox Weather Command of a confirmed tornado on the ground with that one lingering tornado warning. So still a very dangerous situation, not only within that tornado warning, but look how broad and widespread this threat is as we move through this evening.
Crazy.
500 miles north to south, this Boeing line of severe thunderstorms.
Looks like about 6 or 7 states impacted by this, all the way north through Minnesota, down through Iowa, approaching Missouri, even portions of Kansas still getting in on some of this. As we look closer, this is a look, I believe, at the Iowa-Minnesota Minnesota border. As we zoom in here, you can see that this rotation still on the Iowa side where we see some spin in the atmosphere. We want to highlight some of this. It looks like it has been producing a tornado where we have seen some of that rotation. I believe this one was confirmed on the ground. Again, as that rotation strengthens, it creates for that really easy passageway for that funnel to land on the ground, of course, then becoming a tornado as it marches to the north and the east. But then in association, a broader scale with this, we have severe thunderstorm warnings extending all the way south through the line.
This is Des Moines, the capital of Iowa. You see this very heavy rain move again. Also the possibility with these storms of some wind gusts well into the severe weather criteria, perhaps up to around 80 miles per hour. Cody, could you actually pull us back out a bit? It did look like we had just off to the south and east of the tornado warned storm. It looked like there were a couple of additional radar couplets those two features right there. This is off to the south and west of Mason City, west of Interstate 35. Those notches that you see and some of the couplets associated with it, these are not yet warned as tornado warnings. That's a suspicious look, though, on Doppler radar. Yeah.
You can see those too. The National Weather Service not warning them. They likely are analyzing this situation. But this is what they, as well as us here at Fox Weather, we look for that contrast. You know, with this main line of storms that continues to track to the east, a lot of winds coming from the upper levels of the atmosphere mixing down. So with that line in progression off to the east, what we see is that mixing. We see rotation, funnels of clouds even within the upper layers of the atmosphere. With that, we can see kind of these mesoscale vortices that create for some of these spin-up tornadoes. The only good thing about this is with a line like this, the tornadoes that we see, they often are on the weaker side. That's not a certainty, but they're weaker and shorter lived. But you still have to take it seriously.
That's a live picture for you from Des Moines, Iowa, showing the ominous conditions. You've obviously got overcast skies, some heavy rain coming down that's reducing visibility. The wind there has been gusting significantly. I know farther back we've had some reports. I just saw a report in from Kansas City of a gust up to 67 miles per hour. Des Moines, you really have this heavy rain moving through, but that leading edge, at least in that part of the line, moving through the Des Moines area, it did look like it dialed back just a little bit from the intensity that it had as it was approaching that area. So a little bit of good news, at least in Des Moines, but you head north, you head south, you've got some pretty intense parts of this line still.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to zoom out here. Let's go into portions of central Missouri. That's as this line is moving east of the Kansas City metro area. So we've not only seen one major metropolitan community impacted, that's Des Moines, but we've also seen Kansas City really go through the thick of it. But luckily, I think that's tracking farther off to the central portions of Missouri, including Columbia, Missouri, home to the Missouri Tigers University. That's where you're likely going to see some of that heavy rain and the gusty winds pick up. You can see the timing of this: Cedar Falls 6:57, as well as Cedar Rapids 7:31. That's a big area too, a big community that lives there. So if you know anyone in these areas that we have timed out here, make sure you give them a call. Let them know that they are going to see these conditions and the winds really pick up.
Well, speaking of wind, guys, do want to get you some updates on those very, very windy conditions that we've been seeing. First of all, we've got power outages all over the place thanks to the windy conditions. And again, you can see those power outages have gone up significantly in Iowa, especially where we had 30,000 at last look. Now we're over 40K. And check out Kansas there. 124,000 people without power, or I should say at least 124,000 power outages, 87,000 power outages there in Colorado. A lot of this is due to just the simple fact that we've had very, very gusty winds. And a lot of what you're seeing, like that one gust at 107 from Lamar, Colorado, wasn't even a part of a severe thunderstorm. It's just been windy thanks to the upper levels of the atmosphere today. All across the nation, there's just been a tight wind gradient, and that's what's been driving a lot of this wind energy. And look at this. 6 states now have reported 90-mile-per-hour observed wind gusts. 6 states. So this is a huge, huge vast and wide expanding system that we've been tracking now, and it's multifaceted. That wind in New Mexico kicked up dust storms. Meanwhile, we're talking about severe thunderstorms and tornadoes and what have you here across the nation's midsection. And we've got storm reports here. Now, these are some older reports, so I want to start with these, and then I'll get you some more updated reports. In Brayton there, you can see, this is Iowa, we had semis on I-80 flipped over and power flashes associated with a tornado. So, you know, wind and tornadic activity, take the electrical outlet, the electric lines rather, and kind of snap them. You'll get those flashes of light with it. And look at these wind reports here, 70-mile-per-hour winds there in Ralston, and then you've got Minburn, 75-mile-per-hour winds, Adair, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, and as you push it even further over, power lines down across Highway 34 in Malvern, in the city of Sterling, big trees uprooted, roofs completely blown off of outbuildings, and lots of dust blowing up, even in Kansas. So again, had those dust storms in the desert Southwest, and even in some spots that have been maybe a little parched and moisture starved, that wind has kicked up the dust as well. This is Ozwaki is my best guess there for the city name. Apologies for the mispronunciation, but large tree completely across 122nd Road, so that's 1/2 mile east of K4 Highway. Power lines down, meanwhile, as you look around the Kansas City area, and there you have it. So high wind has definitely been one of the big-time stories here as of late, and the wind is going to continue overnight. So that's a quick update on some of the high wind safety that you need to just familiarize yourself with if you're still out ahead of some of these storms. I did mention that we had some more updated wind damage information, and a lot of this is going to be coming in out of Iowa. Somebody said this is in Ruthven, Iowa, that a hog building completely destroyed, and that was around 370th Avenue. So those poor animals there, they don't have shelter tonight, it looks like. Also, damage near Harcourt, Iowa. It was a machine shed, and there's also power poles and lines down in that area. A barn collapse there in Jefferson, Iowa. Also, trees as tall as power poles down in Guthrie Center. And that was a report via Facebook at around 6 o'clock local time. So, yes, we have a big, long line of storms that continues to see severe thunderstorm warning after severe thunderstorm warning. But again, all around it, we've got just damaging straight line winds. You see that hatched area there? And, you know, unfortunately, the Storm Prediction Center has been spot on with everything that's happened lately, dating back to last Friday into Saturday with those storms. And so far, this particular event is verifying as well. So if you're in, you know, Mason City, Iowa City, Minneapolis, you can almost count on 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts due to the simple fact that, you know, the National Weather Service has really had its finger on the pulse of not only this system, but the system before it. So just know that heading into tonight, more power outages. Again, if you're out ahead of the squall line, I would just anticipate a power outage and then maybe be pleasantly surprised if you're not. So guys, that means getting a flashlight ready, having your shoes nearby, you know, gathering up all the things that you would need to keep yourself comfortable and safe when there is no power.
Nick, it's just amazing to think about. You're showing that hatched area there where we have the damaging wind threat. They've highlighted 80 up to around 100 miles per hour. Just getting some information from our Greg Diamond and Fox Weather Command. 90 mile per hour wind gusts or greater have been recorded in 6 states so far today. A 77 mile per hour wind gust was recorded in downtown Kansas City. So that's a Category 1 hurricane strength wind gust in downtown Kansas City.
And similar to EF0, EF1 tornadoes. So not necessarily this is rotation with that type of wind, but straight line winds up to 95 miles per hour can really pack a punch. All right, let's see where we are going from here as we head into the rest of the evening with Future Track. You can see it really putting into motion to the northern edge of this system. This is where it's really packing that punch as we see so far. And through tonight, 10 o'clock, this is where it's at, approaching Green Bay near midnight. Green Bay, Wisconsin, likely going to see some of those storms arriving. But we do see that threat in Minneapolis. And then we are going to see some showers on the back end of this as we head into tomorrow.
And these are the areas, of course, that we're highlighting that were devastated by last week's severe weather outbreak. This isn't even a full 7 days. We're talking about 2 widespread severe weather outbreaks. This is now moving into the Mid-South, portions of the Mississippi, the Tennessee, and Ohio River valleys. You've got the rain moving in that direction. It doesn't maintain the same intensity. Yes, thankfully. But there is still shower chances and also storm chances for that part of the country. And as this front hangs up a bit, it's going to keep the chance for some wet weather in the forecast as the recovery efforts continue. So that's specifically the forecast for Mayfield. You see the next few do feature the rain chances.
The trend that we like with this forecast is the main line of storms. It really weakens really greatly as we head into Mayfield. But, you know, rain is rain when you're trying to clean up from some of those tornadoes and extreme destruction they see. They don't want to see these types of conditions, so we are going to have to watch for that. Hopefully it won't halt some of those repairs too much. Here's a look at tornado warnings that are ongoing. This is northern Iowa. It looks like just south of Mason City, that's where we have 1 tornado warning. Also another one back out to the north and the west of Mason City. That is kind of almost straddling the border between Iowa as well as Minnesota. Let's zoom in here on this first tornado warning that we look at. It's extending through 7:15, including Franklin County, Iowa. It looks like it's.
So it does look like we have President Biden returning back to the White House. Let's listen in to see if he speaks to any of the reporters.
You know you wanna.
So the president not answering any of those questions there from the press pool, sitting on the lawn, standing on the lawn, waiting to hear from him as he spent most of his day in Kentucky today serving damage there on the ground. And like we said a little bit earlier, we'll be playing out for you him traveling around and speaking with local officials, state officials, as we know so many of those people have been affected by the tornado, the deadly tornado that came through. And the only really statement that we've gotten from the president thus far, talking about 74 people being dead. But we do have breaking news out of Kansas City, pulling up this tweet from the Kansas City International Airport, that they have evacuated the tower cab. That means that there's no air traffic control for flights at the airport. They say that there's likely going to be diversions and delays. They say anticipate 1 hour. I would like to say that it's probably going to be a little bit longer than an hour. Anyone who's traveling at this time, expect major delays. Let's take you into some of the videos that we are getting in from just people who are capturing it out on their phones, specifically in Nebraska.
There it is.
This video being taken from southern Nebraska as they had a tornado warning today. This was taken earlier this afternoon as the storm has really headed more towards the Kansas area and Iowa as well. They're reaping pretty much the brunt of all of the tornado action at this evening hour. And then here's another look.
That's the eye.
That was Kayla Catherine taking that video, this coming from Hastings, Nebraska. As she said, that's the eye. This was tornado sirens going off today. So Nebraska is still a lot of eyes on all of these Midwest states going into the rest of the night here. We're also hearing reports of flipped semis out in Lincoln, Nebraska because of 90+ mile per hour winds. They're saying 90+ mile per hour winds in 6 states at this time. So if you're from any of those states, please stay safe out there. We're going to be going back into some of the coverage from our Fox weather team, who's doing a great job breaking it all down. But we are going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes here on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Almost 6 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 8 o'clock out on the East Coast. We're taking you through some of this weather coverage from across the country. This in Ames, Iowa, as we are seeing most of the focus being put on Iowa and Kansas at this time. Severe storms moving across the state of Missouri as well. This always brings up the idea of possible power outages. So anyone who is inside of their homes in these affected areas, if you do have a power outage, don't be alarmed. That is normal. But let's go back into some of the coverage with Fox Weather as they are talking about what Missouri can expect moving into the rest of the evening.
Of your impacts on the south end will actually be a little bit more long-lived. That's because you are farther south from that area of low pressure, that forcing mechanism that's really forcing this forward, so a little bit slower. As we look here, I want to show you this new product. You can see some of this pink on the radar. That is hail detection within the last hour. So maybe in addition to a damaging wind threat, we are seeing the hail cores within some of these storms look fairly impressive. So that could just be another added layer to some of the heavy rain as well as gusty conditions that you can expect moving just south of Kansas City. As we zoom in here, I believe this is just to the east now of Kansas City, north and east, I believe. That's where we see very gusty winds aloft. These winds up to 110 miles per hour. That's not necessarily indicating what's happening on the ground, but it's indicating some of that energy that's likely flowing out from that really cold core of the thunderstorm. That could be translated on the ground anywhere up to 95 miles per hour. That's what we've seen so far this evening.
Yeah, Bridget, I'm actually just reading this here, highlighted by the National Weather Service. One of the severe thunderstorms up in Iowa, they had the storm motion at northeast at 110 miles per hour.
So crazy.
I can't recall a severe thunderstorm moving that quickly. So again, what we were talking about, what's happening here is you have this very intense dip in the jet stream, potent area of low pressure that's associated with it. Just aloft in the atmosphere, you have these very high winds that are up around 100, 110 miles per hour. These storms are grabbing some of that higher air from aloft and pulling it down to the surface, and that creates this damaging wind threat across such a huge area.
You know, it's nearly double the speed you travel on the interstate. So if you go around 50 to 60 miles per hour, it is going to take you over quickly, especially if you are traveling east to west. If you're traveling east in this vicinity, it's not going to take long for these thunderstorms to really be on your doorstep. So looking in the rearview mirror, you want to make sure you are pulling over if you're out in ahead of this system. Here's a look at, in addition to severe thunderstorm warnings, we see an active tornado warning. This is for Floyd, Iowa until 7:30 this evening. We have seen some circulation. It looks like it's still fairly strong, but overall, I think that trend may be weakening a bit. I don't know, Ian, if that's what you think as well, but still, that's fairly impressive. I don't want to discount that
Sure,
at all.
it's certainly parts of this line that have been twisting up at times where we're seeing rotation. There's just so much spin in the atmosphere when you're talking about jet stream or low-level jet stream with winds in excess of 100 miles per hour. It's very easy for these thunderstorms to tap into some of those greater winds aloft and start developing some spin, some shear, and that's translating to a lot of these short fuse tornado warnings.
Yeah, they can happen really quickly, landing down on the ground and then spinning back up. It's hard to predict yourself whether that's what you're going to see or not, but that's why the National Weather Service issuing that as we see some of this. All right, let's track out this big line. Again, the farther north you head, that's where this line is moving a bit quicker off to the east, anywhere from 90 to 100 miles per hour in northern portions of Iowa. So for Pella, that's 654, as well as Waverly 703. So within the next 10 minutes for you, Waterloo 708, that's about 20 minutes from now, 18 minutes for you. So we are seeing this track quickly off to the east, extending south into Missouri. Again, the system in Missouri still pretty potent with severe thunderstorm warnings. The only difference is that line isn't progressing as quickly off to the east.
So this is through 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Just to get you the broad look at this, we've got this tornado watch across far northern parts of Missouri up into Iowa, northwestern Illinois, Wisconsin, and southeastern Minnesota. That's the tornado watch. Farther off to the south from there, the yellow shading you see is a severe thunderstorm watch that extends all the way down into northeastern portions of Oklahoma. This entire area in the short term, as you're seeing on radar, sees that threat of very severe weather. We'll be showing you here the timing for Minneapolis. This is coming up on 7 o'clock Central Time, so just in the next matter of moments, and we'll be watching some of these stronger storms over the next hour or so, really, moving into Minneapolis. And then look at what happens as we move through the rest of this evening. Like we saw with the previous severe weather outbreak, part of the fuel for the system is this clash between very different air masses. There's some cold air crashing in on the backside of the storm system, and look at that. You can see what's happening later tonight.
It's snowfall. Yeah, you could see a few light snow showers. Now, the snow with this system is going to move fairly quickly, like the rain. So, you know, we're not talking about heavy snowfall, but it just shows you how crazy this weather is. Back in Nebraska, in Grand Island, they saw a record high today of 69 degrees. I think as of now they're in the wake of this system, they're getting in on some snowfall through the evening. So
something
crazy.
We haven't even discussed in the Twin Cities, parts of this area saw over 20 inches of snow last week with that very potent storm system that moved across the northern plains. You still have some areas here with severe thunderstorm warnings or severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches up that still have inches of snow on the ground. It's the middle part of December. This is a very, very unusual severe weather setup. Parts of these areas, as we discussed, had never even been included in severe thunderstorm watches or tornado watches in the month of December.
So crazy to think about that. Now, out ahead of this line, we have that warm air that really has settled into place. And then just directly behind it in portions of northern Nebraska, that's where we're already starting to see that cooler air. Now, the budging of the warm versus the cold, they don't get along. So that's why they fire these thunderstorms out ahead of them and potentially creating for very violent conditions into this evening. Luckily for the Kansas City metro area, you are now drying up, getting a little bit calmer. Temperatures likely going to drop behind that. But for central portions of Missouri, like Columbia, Missouri, that will be on your doorstep soon. And then also the Ozarks. So a lot of people in the Ozarks, you know, out at the lake, probably not at this time of year, but, you know, a lot of people live in these communities.
Although, again, those temperatures have been record high.
That's true.
It feels like it's spring. We've talked about those severe weather ingredients, sadly, over the last week. You need moisture, you need instability, and you need a trigger. Moisture and instability is the record high temperatures again, and that trigger is the cold front that's slicing into that, and along that entire line of storms, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect.
So you're right about that. I bet you people were out at the Lake of the Ozarks today. That's with really nice conditions. So anyone in that area, be warned that this is going to really pack a punch into this evening. All right, let's zoom in here. This is that tornado warning through 7:15. This is for portions of central to northern Iowa, including Butler. It looks to be right overhead or just west of Green. You can see some of this notching. That indicates some of that rotation in the sky, indicating the potential of that tornado. It looks like they are going to continue to extend that warning for about the next 19 minutes or so.
All right, joining us by phone, Damian Corriere. He's a resident of Ames, Iowa, who captured these storms on camera. We were just seeing that live picture from Iowa State just about half an hour ago. You could see the intense lightning, big wind gusts moving through. Tell us a little bit about what you experienced there, Damian.
Yeah, I mean, that was, about an hour ago, I think, when the storm was just rolling in. It's kind of a weird day. I woke up at 5 in the morning. It was 60 degrees outside, which was drastically warmer than, the previous days. Got up to 70 outside, and then I think around 5 o'clock, it just kind of turned into that mess. And now it's, no power. That storm rolled through. I've never really seen lightning that, I don't want to say intense, but for that duration of time, just constant. So, that was pretty decent little lightning storm. And, like I said, we lost power, but hopefully I haven't heard too much in the area of anyone that's had any damage or anything like that. So hopefully everyone's just kind of bunkering down and waiting for the power to come back on.
Yeah, and we can see, I believe this is actually the video that you took. Again, this is in Ames, Iowa, right outside your doorstep. Probably pretty crazy to see this. You can see this video looping here almost every single second. More than that, we see the lightning strikes in the clouds. How long did you see these types of conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I stood out there for probably about 5 minutes, and then it did start to rain pretty bad, and it did get significantly colder, which was, I'm not a meteorologist, but I figured that was probably the time for me to go down in the basement. So I did that. And so, but it's still kind of lightning and thunder out right now. So we're still not out of it, but.
That was the right call, Damian. No question about that. The video that you shot, it looks more like Florida in the summertime than Iowa in the middle part of December. But what about the wind before the storms arrived and even now? Is it still staying pretty breezy outside?
Yeah, I mean, breezy be a good word, maybe a little bit more. It's more gusty. And like I said, we were outside around 4:30, 5 o'clock, and it was sunny. And, but it definitely was starting to kick up and putting some stuff away, stuff that could fly around. But, it's not unlikely or, something that we don't deal with out here as far as having high winds and stuff. It's just usually not in the middle of December, though.
Yeah, it's the name of the game out there in the Midwest, but usually in April or May. So we can see this crazy video. You said it was sunny earlier in the day and now stormy through the earlier portion of this evening. As you look outside right now, what are the current sky conditions you see?
Well, I mean, depending, I'm looking out north, it's just pure darkness. If I go to the south, there's some lightning that I can see. The sky's like a little bit lighter. But yeah, I mean, obviously just with this time of year, it's going to be dark anyways by this time. So it's kind of tough to gauge. I will go out real quick though. It is settled down a little bit. It's definitely still raining. Wind gusts, I would say, are definitely sided, but it is much, much, much colder than it was to start the day. And even, like I said, 2 hours ago.
Damian Corriere, resident of Ames, Iowa. Very glad to hear that you and your family are doing well. Sounds like the neighborhood is okay. Thanks.
All right, so it is 6 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We've been listening into Fox Weather as they've been giving their coverage on the storms moving across the Midwest at this time. They were just speaking with a resident out in Ames, Iowa, who went sheltered in his basement after capturing that pretty amazing video. This is also a live look over Ames, Iowa right now, where things have settled down quite a bit since we last checked in with that shot. It was quite a bit of lightning and also some wind and rain too, and things look a lot more still. Here's also a look from our radar right now. As you can see, the storm system has, what we can see, moved past Omaha, still kind of going through Kansas City and then into Cedar Rapids as well. So we'll be watching that and also be staying close with the coverage from Fox Weather. They've been doing a great job out there. But let's run through some of the tweets that we have. Social media buzzing with all of the weather news of the day. Tornado sirens going off in Iowa even earlier. This is from some of the storm chasers who were there on the scene. And then also the biggest news story of the past week, President Biden going out to Kentucky. He says that there's been 74 confirmed fatalities in Kentucky, at least 14 people confirmed dead in other states, and dozens still missing at this time. He says, to those who have lost someone, there's no words to ease the pain of losing a loved one. He says, Jill and I are keeping you in our prayers. And then Fox Weather's Robert Ray has been out surveying the damage himself. You can see that turned over school bus on its side because of the devastation in western Kentucky. He posts several photos like this. You can go and give him a follow on Twitter if you want to see more. This right here in Denver, Fox Weather tweeting out from the Denver Fire Department of a tree that toppled over a home. And just wild to see images like this, not only in Colorado, but other places because of how fast the wind gusts are moving. This from Will Nunley, who we've also spoken with in Mayfield, Kentucky, outside of the courthouse. Quite moving, he says. Photos of victims are being displayed among hundreds of flowers. As we said, 74 dead at least at this time as search and rescue is still underway. And then this right here out of Lamar, Colorado this morning, wind gusts of up to 107 miles per hour, as you can imagine, causing some flying dust and debris all throughout that area. And then Kansas with gusts up to 84 miles per hour. This is from a couple hours ago. So we were actually hearing wind gusts into 90 miles per hour and even higher. So that's the latest right there. This coming in out of LA, Pete Wilgordon, he is with Los Angeles, Fox 11 in LA. He says that his windows were frozen and he doesn't have an ice scraper. It's a cold Los Angeles morning. They even got a frost advisory there, which is very, very rare if you've spent any time in Los Angeles. So that's kind of the breakdown of the day when it comes to weather events across the country. Everyone experiencing a little bit of something here in Phoenix. We haven't gotten much. It's been in the 70s and pretty beautiful, but through the rest of the evening, we'll be keeping our eyes on Fox Weather as they have a tornado warning out in Minnesota at this time. It's been a while since we've checked in with some of the tour with President Biden a little bit earlier today. As we know, Governor Andy Beshear out in Kentucky has been extremely vocal this week, speaking with the communities who are involved. So we're going to listen in to what they had to say as they stood right in front of the wreckage of homes and neighborhoods that were absolutely destroyed because of this tornado. Take a listen.
Alike, wiping out towns almost entirely and leaving our landscape almost unrecognizable. This town is part of who I am. I spent Christmases on a porch that, thank God, is still standing, not too far from here. My granddad would put me on his tractor and drive me around town, which is a pretty big deal for a little kiddo. I buried my kin right here in town, just down the road. To me, this was always a safe place. Bad things did not happen here until Saturday. If you look around here, or Mayfield, in Muhlenberg County and a number of other towns, you might think that we are broken, but we are not. In Kentucky, we are good people. We love one another, and we lean on one another. We open our homes to those in need, not just today, but every day. And we will repair our homes, our businesses, and we will repair our lives. We will do all of that together. As a people, we're not alone. The generosity and outpouring of love, pure, unconditional love from around this country and around this world has been overwhelming. Millions of dollars and more water, diapers, sweatshirts, household goods than we could ever count have poured in. As a state, we are also not alone. President Biden and the federal government have offered more aid and acted faster than we have ever seen in the history of the United States of America. I received 3 personal calls from the president on day 1. First, when he could get through, and then at the end of the day, saying, what else do you need? We got an immediate disaster declaration, which doesn't happen. And just, I think on the same day, not even a full day later, a major disaster declaration. And you know what? Starting yesterday, there were people here in FEMA shirts walking house to house to start processing people's claims to get them back on their feet. We've gone from looking for our dead to starting to haul away the death and destruction around us. And the steps to start rebuilding have already begun. I cannot thank the president enough. And I know our federal delegation feels the same way. They have been hugely supportive. Thank you, Congressman Comer, for being strong for this community and for pushing for everything we need in Washington, D.C. You've been a wonderful partner. I hope the people of Kentucky know that I care deeply about them, and the president does too. He's here in Dawson Springs, Kentucky, because we're hurting. And I am so thankful for the full, unwavering support of our federal delegation. I'm so thankful for the president that has said yes to every ask we've made. And you know, he's going to have some news about another ask that I made. One that I thought there was no way that we could get a yes to. But it's going to mean the federal government isn't just here, isn't just doing things we've never seen before, but is fully behind every single family that has suffered any loss. On behalf of Brittany and I, to the people of Kentucky, we love you. And I never thought in my life I'd be able to introduce a president, and I wish there were different circumstances, but I'm still very honored to be able to introduce a president in my dad's hometown, President Joe Biden.
Gov, thank you. I want to introduce a new friend of mine. This is Dane. Dane lived down the street, and Dane and he has cousins who are all together, and one cousin, I don't know where she is. There she is. Come on up here, honey. Can you see me? Come here. She is about to graduate from UK on Friday. And I just want you to meet him. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting, but I got a chance to hang out with the whole extended family down there. And I want you to meet a soon-to-be graduate who wants to go on to graduate school. Come on up here, hon.
And we're proud of you. We're proud of you.
What's your first name?
Abby.
Abby is here, and we're going to figure something special for her graduation day. But imagine that. This Friday, she graduates from UK. I kid and say the best thing that ever came out of Kentucky was my sister-in-law. And she is, she's all blue. She went to UK, then she went to Duke Law School, and she married my brother. We're all thankful to everybody for her marrying my brother. And at any rate, so you got to remember me when you're president, right?
Yeah.
Okay? Thank you. I just want you to meet the folks I was just hanging with. Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Annie, thank you, Gov, for the introduction. Your forbearance is commendable. This has to be an emotional moment for you, the family, for the congressman, for all of you congressmen. Thanks for the passport into your district. Appreciate it. And I want to also thank everyone here that took the time to be here. And one of the things back in the 1900s, Dawson Springs was a place where people came to be healed because of the mineral waters. Literally, it was a place you came to heal. Now it's our turn to help the entire town to heal. You know, I granted the request for the first emergency declaration and major disaster declaration the moment I received it, because I got to know the governor's father, and I knew nothing would come that wasn't real. I mean it, for real. And yesterday I also approved an emergency declaration for the state of Illinois and Tennessee. And I intend to do whatever it takes, as long as it takes to support your state, your local leaders, and as you recover and rebuild, because you will recover and you will rebuild. You know, the scope and scale of this destruction is almost beyond belief. When you look around here, it's just almost beyond belief. These tornadoes devoured everything in their path. And, you know, as I flew over here in the helicopter, you can look down and you see a house 20 yards away from a house that's devastated, and the house is in good shape. I mean, it's just, tornadoes are such devastating storms. Back where I'm from, we're used to hurricanes and floods and high water, but these tornadoes are just something totally different. And they're not, you